Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Feng and Muxi hurriedly descended the stairs. Once downstairs, Muxi was about to fetch her bicycle when Feng called out to her. Muxi, you plan to ride a bicycle? Not ride a bicycle, do you want to walk? Muxi retorted. Hey, we're going to buy a car, how will you ride a bicycle back? Trust me, let's take a taxi this time. Feng said with a laugh. A taxi? But, where can we catch a taxi around here? Muxi looked puzzled. Taxis usually operated in the city center and seldom picked up passengers in more remote areas. Hey, let's wait on the main road, trust me, we'll find one. Saying this, Feng pulled her towards the exit of the residential area. After waiting for more than 10 minutes on the main road, they indeed managed to hail a taxi and headed straight to Uxio Auto City. Uxio Auto City was the earliest car sales venue in the city, housing various car brand dealers, including importers and, of course, smugglers. Upon arrival, they noticed not many people were strolling around. The roadside was adorned with various brand logos, mostly Jetta, Feng, and Santana. These three models were the best-selling cars and were referred to as the Old Three in the 90s. Despite these three models costing only around 130,000 to 140,000 yuan, they were considered luxury cars at the time. Because, owning a car worth over 100,000 yuan was already a sign of a wealthy household, definitely a small business owner, and it was enough to make others envious. Feng, have you decided which car to buy? How about a Jetta? My dad's friend has one, and it looks so cool. Muxi said excitedly. A Jetta? No. Feng shook his head with a smile. How about a Feng? Ah, that one there, it looks pretty good. Muxi pointed to a display car in front of a store. That won't do either, it's average for me, the configuration doesn't cut it. Hey, how do you know so much? Feng turned and asked in surprise. Ah, I've seen them in car magazines, and, aren't these cars all over the streets? Muxi explained. Feng chuckled, you said it, these old three are everywhere. I want something special, something rarer. Then what do you want to buy? Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Given my budget, with 300,000 yuan, I can only afford an Audi 100, no other options. Feng shrugged helplessly. The selection of car models was too limited at that time, with only about a dozen models officially on sale. As for smuggled cars, though available, the risk was too high and unnecessary. For a price around 300,000 yuan, only the Audi 100 was available. For anything higher, one could only consider luxury cars like the Ford Mondeo or Audi A6, which cost around 400,000 yuan. Being in the early stages of entrepreneurship, Feng wasn't planning to spend 400,000 to 500,000 yuan on a car, that would be too expensive. A car in the 300,000 yuan range was just right, and besides, this car was considered a government vehicle, of administrative level, rare and unique, stable, and impressive. Really buying a car for 300,000 yuan? Feng, you're awesome. Muxi gave him a thumbs up. This was genuine admiration, being able to drive such a luxury car at this age, apart from being a second-generation rich, who else could it be? It's undeniable, Feng has an extraordinary talent for making money. Of course, let's go straight to the Audi dealership. Feng smiled. After browsing around, they finally found a dealership specializing in imported cars, with an Audi 100 displayed at the entrance. Upon entering, several salespeople saw them but pretended not to notice and walked away. Feng and Muxi wandered around the store without anyone coming up to greet them. Presumably, they didn't look like they were there to buy a car, so the staff didn't pay much attention and didn't want to waste their breath. At that moment, a beautiful saleswoman in uniform approached them. Hello, I'm Sun Qian, a sales consultant. Would you like to take a look at the cars? We have a variety of imported luxury cars for you to choose from, Sun Qian said with a professional smile. Meanwhile, she scrutinized Feng and Muxi, who were dressed plainly and lacked the air of rich second generation, appearing more like recent graduates. Could they really just be here to look around? However, due to her professional ethics, she still intended to provide attentive service. Yes, we'd like to take a look at the Audi 100, could you introduce us? Feng asked with a smile. Certainly, my pleasure. Please follow me, this is our hot-selling luxury car, the Audi 100. It's considered an administrative-level sedan in the country, and many company bosses like this model. Sun Qian led them to the car. Muxi's eyes lit up upon seeing the car, excitedly commenting, it indeed looks much more impressive than a Jetta. Feng shook his head with a smile. He had seen plenty of luxury cars before, easily buying Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and owning 6 sports cars. He wasn't particularly excited. However, seeing such a classic model also evoked some nostalgic feelings. He also looked around, checking the tires, paint, interior, etc. Sun Qian introduced, Sir, this car embodies the characteristics of a luxury vehicle, with 115 horsepower, 172 nanometers of torque, a 5-speed manual transmission, powerful performance, and equipped with high-quality velvet seats, walnut interior, electric windows, electric mirrors, central locking, and automatic air conditioning, all of top quality. Feng nodded, He had already researched this car's configuration beforehand, and compared to other cars with manual windows, it indeed qualified as a luxury car. I'll go in and experience it, Feng said with a smile, opening the door and sitting in the driver's seat. Although the seats were manually adjustable, it didn't affect the comfort. Sun Qian was about to continue her introduction when a middle-aged man pulled her aside at novel bin at. Sun Qian, why are you wasting your time on them? This kid can't afford it, don't waste your breath on him, there are other customers to attend to, the middle-aged man said in a dissatisfied tone. Brother Lu, but we can't just ignore the customers, can we? Sun Qian hesitated before asking. Lu Qiang glanced at Feng inside the driver's seat and said, it's fine, they'll leave on their own after looking around. You, prepare for other customers coming to the store instead of wasting time on them. You're new here, you still need to practice discerning who can afford this kind of luxury car. Can't you see? Those are either big bosses, people from the system, or at least rich second generations. Does this kid look like any of those types? Does he look like he can afford a luxury car? So, don't waste your time, go and do something else. Sun Qian glanced at Feng in the driver's seat and hesitated before saying, if the manager finds out, I might get penalized. But never mind, I should finish attending to this customer first. One must see things through. Lu Qiang was taken aback by her stubbornness and could only shake his head and leave. Feng, the back seat is really comfortable. Muxi happily explored from the back, touching this and looking at that. Luxury cars are, of course, comfortable. But, Muxi, you should try the passenger seat, it's even more comfortable, Feng suggested with a smile. Alright. Muxi quickly moved to the passenger seat, indeed finding the view better and more room for her legs. Not bad, the passenger space is quite big, even enough for 2 people. Muxi was very satisfied. Hearing this, Feng raised an eyebrow and teased, 2 people? Muxi, you're quite knowledgeable. What's wrong with 2 people? It's indeed enough space for 2, Muxi replied. If Muxi thinks it's enough, then it must be. There will be space to stretch out in the future. No problem, I can stretch out my legs. Can you also switch to different sitting positions? Yes, even crossing my legs is no problem. Feng chuckled, of course, a large space is what makes a luxury car. But, I still need to check other features and functions. What features? Muxi asked curiously. Like, the suspension effect, sound insulation, the feel of movement, and whether the seats can be fully reclined or not, Feng said earnestly. Muxi rolled her eyes, are those important? Of course, they're important. Otherwise, we'll miss out on so much fun. Oh, I mean enjoyment, Feng nodded seriously. Strange, I don't understand. Muxi looked at him disdainfully, feeling a bit sleazy. At that moment, Sun Qian approached and smiled. Sir, the suspension of this car is top-notch. The suspension is tuned to be softer. If you wish for a more intense driving experience occasionally, you can contact the manufacturer for adjustment. But a softer suspension is also good, it makes for a very stable drive. Feng joked, it's better to drive steadily. This car is good, can I take it for a test drive? Sun Qian nodded, of course, customers who inquire can test drive. Sun Qian took the back seat, explaining some driving tips and features, and then Feng buckled up and drove off. The road was spacious and not crowded, allowing Feng to quickly get a feel for the car's accelerator and brake characteristics, which were very linear, truly befitting a luxury car. After a test drive back to the dealership, Feng got out of the car, satisfied. Alright, I'll take this car then. You have a new car in stock, right? Of course. Sir, you want to buy the car? Sun Qian was startled, shocked. She hadn't expected this young man to seriously consider buying a car. Feng joked, did I come here to window shop? This one then, how much? Can I take it right away? Sir, the total price for this car is 342,000 yuan. Sun Qian was still a bit dazed. Happiness came too suddenly? Could this really be a deal? 342,000 yuan. The price is a bit high. Apply for a discount for me, I'll pay in full, Feng contemplated. Full payment. Sun Qian exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Feng. Paying over 300,000 in full? This young man must be quite wealthy, my goodness. If I had listened to Lu Qiang just now, I would have missed a big customer. Lu Qiang was now regretting deeply. Alright, I'll apply right away. Sir, please sit in the waiting area for a bit, I'll get you a glass of water. Sun Qian's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Sun Qian served water for Feng and Muxi, then rushed to the manager's office. Manager, there's a VIP outside who wants to pay in full for an Audi 100. A big customer? He's asking for a discount, Sun Qian excitedly said. This was the highest priced car she had sold since joining the dealership. Lu Qiang was also in the office, asking in astonishment, those 2 young people outside. Yes, brother Lu, Sun Qian nodded, beaming. Lu Qiang was instantly flabbergasted. Wow, that young man is so wealthy, he missed out on a big client? Damn, Sun Qian got it. The middle-aged manager, hearing about the full payment, said, such young people might come from wealthy families, perhaps a low-profile rich second generation. As for a discount, it's all about showing goodwill. Give him the best bottom price, 323,000 yuan. Sun Qian, upon hearing this, joyfully said, okay, I'll tell the VIP right away. Sun Qian left the manager's office, went to the waiting area, and said to Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, our manager has agreed to offer you the best price, 323,000 yuan. What do you think? Yi Feng thought for a moment and nodded, you're showing good faith. If I need to change cars in the future, I'll consider your dealership first. Then let's prepare the paperwork and issue a temporary license plate for me. This price was already below the actual deal price. He was straightforward and decisive. Sure, no problem, Sun Qian said with joy. The two signed the purchase contract, and then payment was made in full via a card machine. After obtaining a temporary license plate from the nearby DMV, Yi Feng took the car and left. Welcome to visit us again. Sun Qian bowed respectfully as she saw off Yi Feng. She turned back to see Lu Qiang's sour look and secretly chuckled. At novel bin at. The first thing after getting the car was to fill up at a nearby gas station. The current price of gasoline was only 2.5 yuan per liter, so filling up the tank didn't cost much. After refueling, Yi Feng drove Gu Muxi towards the staff residential area. Inside the car, Gu Muxi watched the streets passing by through the window, feeling the low vibration from below. It was much better than the Xiaoli taxi they had come in, a novel experience. Riding in this car is really comfortable, Gu Muxi remarked. Indeed, it's nice. Gu Muxi, now that we have a car, why don't we take some time to explore the surroundings? After all, a car can expand a person's living radius. It would be a shame not to use it, Yi Feng suggested with a smile. Go out? Where to? Gu Muxi asked, puzzled. Of course, to nearby attractions or places with nice scenery, like camping, fishing, picnicking, and so on, Yi Feng explained. Camping? Picnicking? Yes, please, Gu Muxi exclaimed excitedly. She had only seen camping in magazines and envied the leisurely lifestyle of those who could enjoy the outdoors. She longed for it deeply. She even searched for camping posts on online forums, enchanted by the descriptions of a carefree life. Then it's settled. Let's find a time to go out and play before school starts. We still have time, Yi Feng said with a smile. Sure, Yi Feng, thanks to your kindness. Gu Muxi covered her mouth and laughed. The two discussed camping matters in the car, driving at a moderate speed. Every so often, Yi Feng glanced at Gu Muxi from the corner of his eye. The half-open car window let in a gentle breeze, lifting her glossy black hair to reveal her delicately sculpted side profile. Her skin was fair and flawless, glowing softly, exceptionally beautiful. Gu Muxi, with her eyes closed, enjoying the breeze on her face, had a faint smile on her lips, captivating. Suddenly, she said with a laugh, Stinky Feng, can we drive out for fun in the future? To far, far away places. Yi Feng affectionately replied, of course, wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. Gu Muxi was momentarily taken aback, then a blush quietly rose on her cheeks. Remember, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. You promised, so you have to keep your word. In the evening, at the entrance of the rolling mill workers' quarters, a group of elderly women and men sat under the big tree at the entrance of the neighborhood, enjoying the cool breeze and chatting about the neighborhood gossip. Has your bicycle been fixed? Old lady sang. Old man Wang asked casually, fanning himself. Holding a basin of pumpkin seedlings at the entrance, old lady Asang was picking vegetables while cursing. The tire was fixed, but now the chain broke. Such bad luck, I wonder who the hell punctured my tire. If I find out, I'll break their damn legs. She was furious whenever the topic of her bicycle tire came up. The last time, after eating noodles and going to fetch her bicycle, she discovered the tire was flat after just 2 pedals. While supporting herself, she even twisted her ankle, which made her explode in anger and curse for a long time. After injuring her ankle, she had taken some time off to recover and asked around in the neighborhood, but no one saw who punctured her tire. She had no choice but to swallow this loss, holding a grudge and getting angry whenever it was mentioned. Old man Wang secretly chuckled, saying, Old lady Asang, you really have been unlucky lately. Why don't you go pray at the land temple tomorrow to change your luck? Old lady Asang glared at him, replying irritably, pray what? You go pray that you live a few more years. You. Old man Wang was so angry that he glared back, unable to have a conversation with old lady Asang, whose tongue was as sharp and cutting as a knife. Serves you right for having your tire punctured? An elderly lady tried to mediate. Old lady Asang, don't talk like that. Old man Wang is a good person, don't curse him. I didn't curse him. If I were his age, I'd have lived enough by now and be ready for whatever comes next, old lady Asang stubbornly retorted. The other elders shook their heads, finding old lady Asang difficult to get along with. She was truly a shrew, which is why she was unpopular in the neighborhood. Old man Wang snorted and turned away, refusing to engage with her further. At this moment, as people were leaving the steel factory, the neighborhood became busier, with several motorcycles entering. 2 motorcycles passed by her, kicking up dust in her face. Damn it, are you blind? Didn't you see someone sitting here? Old lady Asang stood up and cursed loudly. One of the motorcyclists stopped and complained, this is a road, not your house. Who asked you to sit here? Old lady Asang pointed at him and cursed, I'll sit wherever I like, what's it to you? Damn it, if you hit me, you'll pay. Blind bastard. Damn loser. The middle-aged motorcyclist, his face turning dark with anger, chose not to argue further and drove away. After the motorcyclist left, old lady Asang continued cursing for a few more minutes before sitting down to continue picking vegetables. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn startled her. Just as she was about to curse again, she turned and saw to her surprise a sedan, identical to the one she had seen factory leaders using. My goodness, could it be some leader visiting? The appearance of the Audi at the entrance of the neighborhood also attracted the attention of bystanders, all curiously observing and discussing. Wow, an Audi luxury car. That must cost around 200,000, right? Is it a leader visiting? It must be a high-ranking leader to drive such a car. Such a handsome car? It has such presence. Could it be a big leader from the city? Hearing the crowd's discussion, old lady Asang knew she was blocking the way and hurriedly got up, apologizing profusely to the car. My apologies to the big leader. I'll move right away. Old man Wang couldn't help but feel delighted by the scene. Keep cursing, let's see if you dare to curse now. Look at that petty face of yours. The other elders cast disdainful looks at her. Embarrassed, old lady Asang moved to the side of the road, bowing repeatedly and apologizing. Leader, please don't mind me. Sorry, have a good day. The Audi slowly started moving forward, stopped next to old lady Asang, and the driver's window rolled down to reveal Yifeng's smiling face. Old lady Asang, you're quite polite today. You've improved, Yifeng mocked. Inside the car, Muxi couldn't stop laughing, holding her stomach in pain, amused by old lady Asang's respectful and scared demeanor. Old lady Asang, seeing Yifeng driving and Muxi inside, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. This car belongs to him? How did Yifeng end up driving such a luxury car? My goodness, did he strike it rich through some connections? The other elders also noticed Yifeng and Muxi in the car and were stunned. Little Feng, is this your car? Old man Wang asked in utter disbelief. Yes, old man Wang, I just bought this car, Yifeng responded with a smile. My heavens? Little Feng, your family has struck it rich. Old man Wang's face was filled with shock at novel bin at. Everyone in the neighborhood knew Yifeng had topped the province in the exams, and they all admired him. Every time they saw Yi Jianbing and Meng Xiaoun, they couldn't help but praise them. But now, Yifeng had bought a luxury car? This was even more shocking. Such a car looked expensive. The Yi family had truly made it big, unstoppable. Old man Wang, we'll be going now. We'll come to have tea with you another day. Yifeng said his farewells and drove away. As the luxury car's tail lights faded into the distance, the crowd buzzed with conversation. Little Feng is so successful, buying a luxury car right after graduation. I heard he opened a store outside, must be making big money. What store? Something about an electronics store. Well, I'm not exactly sure, but he definitely owns a store. Really? That's incredibly successful. The kid is impressive. Absolutely, good at studies, topped the province, and knows how to make money. If only he were my grandchild. The Yi family's future is set, skyrocketing to success. Envy them. Yifeng parked the car downstairs, then went up to have dinner with Muxi. At home, Meng Xiaoun had already prepared dinner, while Yi Jianbing and Gu Xingzhong chatted and smoked in the living room. Seeing Yifeng return home, Yi Jianbing smiled and asked, Son, did you buy the car? Which model did you choose? Yes, Dad, I bought an Audi 100. Yifeng took out the car keys to show them and then took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handing it to Gu Xingzhong. Here, Uncle Gu, have a cigarette. Gu Xingzhong was surprised to see the pack of cigarettes. My goodness, little Feng, you've started smoking premium cigarettes? Look at you, a real boss now. Well, I just carry them around, only smoke them when meeting business partners. Yifeng scratched his head modestly. Haha, then I'm lucky today, getting to smoke a premium cigarette. Old Yi, you've got a good son. Gu Xingzhong heartily praised. Yi Jianbing laughed. Little Feng really has made something of himself. I'm truly relieved. Saying this, he took the car keys from Yifeng's hand, examined them closely, and asked, What's this Audi 100? I've never heard of it. He was a low-level technician in the factory, had barely ridden in a car with 4 wheels in his life, and knew even less about cars. Given the current salaries, even working for several more decades might not afford him a car, not to mention he was about to be unemployed. Buying a car was something he dared only dream about. Yet, this dream had come true for Yifeng. Gu Xingzhong, after lighting a cigarette, laughed, Old Yi, the Audi 100, an executive car, I've only seen it used by city officials, and only by high-ranking ones at that. He showed 2 fingers to Yi Jianbing. A car for the top 1 or 2 officials. My god, that must be expensive, right? Yi Jianbing exclaimed in shock. How can it be called a luxury car if it's not expensive? It's an imported brand, must be over 200,000, right? Gu Xingzhong guessed, then looked up at Yifeng. Little Feng, how much did you pay for it? Uncle, the base price was 323,000 yuan, with other fees and insurance, it came to 340,000 yuan. Yifeng sat next to Gu Xingzhong. What, 340,000 yuan? Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianbing exclaimed in unison, full of astonishment. They knew the car was expensive, but they hadn't expected it to be this expensive. 340,000 yuan, for an average family, that was an astronomical figure. Yi Jianbing twisted his mouth, knowing Yi Feng had made quite a bit of money, but still felt a pang in his heart hearing about spending 340,000 yuan. Little Feng, that's a lot of money you've spent. Gu Xingzhong paused, then burst out laughing, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder. Haha, don't listen to your dad. When doing business outside, you need to have a luxury car to make an impression. If you drove a regular car, how could you close deals and make money? Little Feng, you're really something, even better than your uncle here. Don't look at me now as the vice director, but I'm still just earning a salary. What I've earned over the years doesn't even amount to the price of this car. Yi Feng modestly said, not at all, I still have a lot to learn from you, uncle. Gu Xingzhong's appreciation and affection for Yi Feng grew even more. Little Feng, among the 1.2 billion people in the country, not many can afford a car with 4 wheels, let alone such a luxury car. You don't have to be modest, you should be proud. Little Feng is truly commendable, a good person, good character, excellent student, and strong earning ability. He's the ideal son-in-law material? It's just a pity that Zixi and Little Feng don't seem to get along. What a waste. Gu Xingzhong glanced at Gu Muxi, who was casually eating oranges and stuffing her mouth full, and sighed silently. Yi Jianbing happily said, let's go for a ride after dinner to experience it. Sure, I've never been in such a luxury car either. Let's go after we eat, Gu Xingzhong eagerly anticipated. Then, Meng Xiaoan and Li Wan brought the dishes out from the kitchen. Come on, let's eat. Zixi, Little Feng, go wash your hands, Meng Xiaoan called out. Okay, Auntie Gu Muxi obediently replied. The two families joyfully dined together, with Yi Jianbing especially happy, even sharing a few drinks with Gu Xingzhong. After dinner, Yi Feng took the 4 elders downstairs for a drive. They circled the neighborhood several times, with the elders excitedly discussing inside the car as if they had discovered a new continent. Yi Jianbing even played with the electric windows several times, marveling at the luxury. After a satisfying few rounds, they returned to the neighborhood. Yi Feng parked the car, and as the 4 elders went upstairs, he saw Gu Muxi sitting under a tree eating a popsicle. Gu Muxi, why are you eating a popsicle again? Yi Feng walked over, sitting beside her. Do you have one for me? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes before reluctantly handing over a popsicle hidden behind her back. Here, I wanted to eat it all by myself. Hmph. Yi Feng watched her expression, noticing her eyes twinkling, and laughed. Stop pretending, you must have saved it for me on purpose. Thanks. Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened. She huffed. You wish. Who would save it specially for you? Really? Yi Feng chuckled, tearing open the wrapper and biting into the popsicle. Gu Muxi, I checked my work schedule, and I'm free the day after tomorrow. Shall we go camping? Sure, I'm free every day now, just waiting for school to start. Gu Muxi happily agreed. Then it's settled. It'll be just the two of us. Yi Feng was pleased. Gu Muxi paused, asking, what, aren't Wang Tai and Hmph coming? Yi Feng seriously replied, oh, they're very busy with work, no time at all. Brother Feng, let me see your new car. Suddenly, Wang Tai ran over from a distance. When he saw the Audi 100, he excitedly called out to Yi Feng, wow, such a cool car. Brother Feng, you're off in 2 days, shall we drive out for fun? Yi Feng, damn, Tai, you couldn't have timed this worse? Cough cough. Tai, you have a lot of work, right? Yi Feng gave Wang Tai a significant look, trying to signal him. It was too dark for Wang Tai to see his expression, but he excitedly approached the two. Gu Muxi is here too. Brother Feng, where are we going to have fun in 2 days? Drive around nearby. Gu Muxi looked puzzled. Tai, didn't Yi Feng say you were busy in 2 days? What? I have a day off in 2 days. Wang Tai was taken aback. Yi Feng coughed. Tai, you remembered wrong, no day off. Didn't you say you were going to train newcomers at the new store? Then, Yi Feng gave him another meaningful look. Wang Tai finally caught on and hastily corrected, alright, I don't have a day off, my mistake. At novel bin at. Gu Muxi looked skeptical, really? Truer than 99k gold. I swear. Wang Tai immediately raised 4 fingers. He internally exclaimed, Mamma mia, almost ruined Brother Feng's plans. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Yi Feng grinned and patted his shoulder, Tai, channel your heartbreak into motivation. I have faith in you. Wang Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed nervously. Yes, Brother Feng, definitely, I'll do my best. Is Hmph also busy? Why not bring Nanan along? Gu Muxi asked. Wang Tai hastily waved his hands. That. Ping'an is even busier than me, and Nanan has to prepare for school. Gu Muxi, just go with Brother Feng, that's enough. Gu Muxi, licking her popsicle, turned to Yi Feng and said helplessly, alright, I thought you all were going. It's more fun with more people. Yi Feng chuckled, biting off half the popsicle. Gu Muxi, actually, just the two of us can have fun too. What can just the two of us do for fun? Whatever 2 people can do. Well then, I haven't had anywhere to go for the summer vacation, it might be a good chance to relax. Gu Muxi said expectantly. That's right, as it should be, a combination of work and leisure, Yi Feng agreed. So, it's settled then. I'll go home and prepare, and buy some equipment tomorrow. Hee. Gu Muxi stood up, bouncing and running upstairs. After watching her leave, Wang Tai asked with a sycophantic look on his face, Brother Feng, how did I do just now? Not bad, not bad, I'll give you a raise. Yi Feng laughed. Brother Feng is awesome. Number 1 in the world, wise and brave, graceful as a jade tree in the wind, naturally charming, and full of domineering presence. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Yi Feng. Wang Tai, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't misuse them. That's supposed to be suave and debonair, with a rightful domineering presence. No, that's not right, forget about that part. I'm going back to sleep, Ha. Yi Feng shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and left. Wang Tai scratched his head, could it be dominance without arrogance? At night, Gu Muxi, after taking a bath, was happily looking up camping strategies online. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a QQ message sounded. She opened it to find a message from her deskmate and best friend Chen Jiajia. Both had successfully applied to and were accepted into South China University of Science and Technology, and even into the same major. Chen Jiajia, Zixi, you haven't slept yet? What are you up to? Tongue out. Gu Muxi, I'm looking up camping materials. I'm going camping the day after tomorrow. Chen Jiajia, camping? Are you going alone? Or with someone? Puzzled. Gu Muxi, going with Yi Feng. He bought a car, which is really convenient, haha. Chen Jiajia, just the two of you. Gu Muxi, yeah, what about it? Chen Jiajia, OMG, don't tell me you and him are, hihi, got together. Gu Muxi immediately rolled her eyes and typed, where did your mind go? What do you mean got together? Warn you, don't think nonsense. Chen Jiajia, hihi, I often saw you guys playing together at school, being in a relationship is normal. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, she typed, absolutely not, don't talk nonsense. Chen Jiajia, really not. Gu Muxi, really? Smiley face. Chen Jiajia, I don't believe it. I think you two are quite compatible. In school, no other boys could get close to you, only Yi Feng, haha, just get together, I won't laugh at you, I would congratulate you. Gu Muxi, believe it or not, there's nothing. Chen Jiajia, really nothing? Then do you have feelings for him? Otherwise, why would you agree to go camping with Yi Feng, and just the two of you? Think about it, a lone man and a single woman, in the wild mountains, like dry wood meeting a fierce fire, hihi. Gu Muxi with a full forehead of black lines, you're the dry wood and fierce fire. We're just going camping, fishing, wild cooking, relaxing, not what you're thinking. Chen Jiajia, back in school, that guy, Li, the school hunk, just asked you out for a meal at the school gate, and how come I never saw you agree? But now you agree to have a two-person world with Yi Feng. Gu Muxi, can it be the same? That Li guy is super annoying, I really dislike him. Chen Jiajia, so, you mean you don't dislike Yi Feng? Still saying you have no feelings. Gu Muxi's cheeks were burning, she defended, really not. Chen Jiajia, then I ask you, did you really grow up together from a young age? Yes. Do you hate him? Not really. Would you be worried about him if he was in danger? I suppose. Would you be happy for him if he got the top score in the province? Happy. Oh, I see, you're more than friends but less than lovers. What? Gu Muxi's cheeks turned even redder, her heart pounding. What are you saying? More than friends but less than lovers? Nonsense. Chen Jiajia, where am I spouting nonsense? I've gained experience from watching 8 Taiwanese romance dramas. In the TV dramas, the male and female leads all go through this phase. My conclusions are based on experience. More than friends but less than lovers means your relationship has surpassed that of friends, but is just a bit shy of lovers, understand? Gu Muxi, what? Absolutely not. Chen Jiajia, okay, won't make you angry anymore, let's just say I'm talking nonsense. Sigh, but to be honest, sometimes I'm really envious of you, having a childhood sweetheart. Now I don't even know how my boyfriend is doing, at novel bin at. Gu Muxi was startled, Chen Jiajia had a boyfriend? Before she could type, Chen Jiajia continued. I wonder if he's eating well, sleeping well, if he's been born yet. Gu Muxi, Jiajia, why the rush? Maybe you'll have a boyfriend in college. Chen Jiajia, Gu Muxi, you think I'm you? Waving your hand, the line of people wanting to be your boyfriend could fill the school playground. Gu Muxi, it's not that exaggerated, really. Chen Jiajia, how is it not? There were seas of people chasing you in high school, it's just that you didn't fancy any of them. Not right, there was one you did, Yi Feng, you two were always playing together. I think Yi Feng is not bad, if you don't fancy him, give him to me. Gu Muxi, no, Stinky Feng has a bunch of problems, you definitely wouldn't like him. Chen Jiajia, look, getting anxious, someone's getting anxious, still saying you have no feelings for Yi Feng. Gu Muxi's cheeks were glowing red, she glared at the screen and quickly typed, enough, not going to talk nonsense with you, I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Gu Muxi immediately closed QQ, but sat in front of the computer motionless. More than friends, less than lovers. Is it? Should be, maybe, probably, not. Gu Muxi mused, dazed. Then, she left her seat, lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling with her thoughts in disarray, various scenes with Yi Feng floating in her mind. When her thoughts became too chaotic, she grabbed a pink pig beside her, squeezing its face. Pink pig, what do you think about Stinky Feng? Pink pig. Why no reaction? What use are you? Gu Muxi glared at it and punched it, sending it flying. The day after tomorrow, in the clear morning weather, Muxi, wearing a fisherman's hat and carrying a small suitcase, stood downstairs. After a while, Feng drove over and came to her front. Muxi, are you only bringing a little bit? Feng asked with a smile, getting out of the car to help her with the luggage. Just going for one night, why take so much stuff? I'm just taking 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities, Muxi replied with a pout. Feng opened the trunk. Tada, look what I've bought. Muxi walked over for a look and saw that it was packed with big and small bags. One large package was definitely a tent. Not bad, Feng, bought everything. Muxi said happily at novel bin at. Yes, tents, camping sets, all complete, Feng nodded. Alright, get in the car, let's set off. Muxi, elated, took the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Little Feng, let's go. Alrighty, little master, sit tight, we're off. Feng fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove forward. Their destination was a place called Zanbei Reservoir on the outskirts of the city. According to information searched online, many netizens had left comments about camping there, far from the city, with clear mountains and beautiful waters, and particularly good scenery. In the car, a CD was playing music, featuring songs by Huaze. Both were quite familiar with his songs, humming along lightly on the way, making for a joyful journey. Feng even imitated Huaze's singing voice, bearing quite a resemblance. Hey, Feng, you're quite good at singing, Muxi said, somewhat surprised. Because Feng rarely sang in front of her, she didn't expect it to be unexpectedly pleasant. Of course, back in the day, I was top 10, cough cough, I'm naturally talented. Feng almost let slip about being among the top 10 campus singers. He hadn't trained specifically, just sang along, having a better sense of music, making him better than the average person. Hmph, give you a little color and you open a dye workshop. Muxi glanced at him. If you don't believe it, I'll hold a personal concert for you tonight, how about that? Feng laughed. Personal concert? I don't believe it, Muxi said, turning her head to look out the car window. Aside from the retreating scenery outside, the car window faintly reflected the figures of 2 people. Muxi's eyes lingered on Feng's face, suddenly her cheeks flushed. From the side, Feng is actually quite handsome. Thinking this, she turned her head back and sneakily glanced at him again. From the side, Feng's profile was somewhat delicate, even carrying a bit of a scholarly air. All this time, although the 2 of them had always been together, she hadn't really taken a good look at his face. Now, in the enclosed space of the car, she had the chance to observe more closely. Muxi, is there something dirty on my face? Feng suddenly asked, touching his face. No, nothing, Muxi, with flushed face, turned her head back towards the window. Then why are you staring at me? Hee. Say, do you like me? Feng teased. Look if you want to, openly, I don't mind. Cut it out, who's looking at you? Shameless. Muxi stubbornly denied. But at this moment, her heart was thumping wildly, as if a deer was bouncing around in her chest. Feng glanced at her and laughed, still not admitting it. Then why is your face red? Cough cough, it's the sun, okay. Muxi pouted in defense. Drive your car, why so much nonsense? Seeing her acting tough like a dead duck, Feng chuckled inwardly. This look of Muxi was really cute. The car sped along the road. About 2 hours later, after passing a bumpy mud road and asking 2 villagers along the way, they finally arrived at Zanbei Reservoir. The scorching sun baked the earth, and although the hottest days had passed, the heat in Guangdong province hadn't subsided yet. Feng also saw other tourists and villagers swimming in the reservoir and others camping nearby. To avoid the crowd, they continued forward a bit further to find a relatively flat, open spot near the lake. Perfect, let's camp here. Feng parked the car on the open ground, looking at the expansive lake and mountain scenery in front of him, feeling refreshed. Not bad, camping here will definitely be comfortable, Muxi exclaimed excitedly, unbuckling her seatbelt, getting out of the car to breathe the fresh air. Hoo-ha, the air is really fresh. Muxi placed her hands on her hips, took several deep breaths, and looked at the rippling lake in front of her, her face showing happiness. Feng also got out of the car, smiling. With the sun this strong, let's set up the tent and the canopy first. Sure, but I don't know how to set up a tent. Muxi stuck out her tongue, honestly admitting. Don't worry, I know, I'll teach you. Feng waved his hand, then opened the car trunk, took out a large package containing the tent. Muxi saw him carrying only 1 tent, stunned, and asked, Feng, just 1 tent? Yes, what did you think? Feng unzipped the package casually. Muxi was shocked. Then, does that mean she has to sleep in the same tent with him tonight? Thinking this, her cheeks flushed, she mumbled, okay then. For some reason, she felt a little bit of anticipation. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of these messy thoughts. Muxi, what are you thinking? It's not like they haven't shared a bed before. Muxi, help me pull the tent fabric while I thread the poles through, Feng instructed without looking up. Okay. Soon, a large tent, tall enough for a person, was erected by Feng. The tent was spacious enough inside to accommodate 4 adults comfortably. After hammering in the stakes and laying down the floor mat, all was done. Haha, done, how about it, Muxi, is my tent setting skill okay? Yi Feng clapped his hands, proud. Wow, didn't see that coming, Stinky Feng, you actually have this skill, not bad, deserves praise. Gu Muxi complimented. The tent is set up, let's go fishing. I specifically bought fishing rods and a folding sun umbrella, one for each of us, Yi Feng said, taking the fishing rods and retractable sun umbrella from the trunk, then assembling them by the shore. Done, but I want to go for a swim, Gu Muxi, do you want to join? It's so hot today, the lake water is really cool, swimming will definitely be comfortable. Yi Feng turned to ask. No, I don't want to get my clothes wet, Gu Muxi shook her head. Hehe, then I'll go swim by myself. Yi Feng immediately took off his shirt and ran into the lake. Gu Muxi, a bit worried, admonished, Stinky Feng, don't swim too far, be careful. I know. Yi Feng responded, then dived into the lake water, remerging, swimming around like a fish. Gu Muxi shook her head with a smile, went back to the car to get snacks from the luggage, planning to eat snacks while fishing. A few minutes later, when she returned to the shore with the snacks, she no longer heard any sound from Yi Feng. Stinky Feng. Gu Muxi called out, but received no response. Her heart instantly leapt to her throat. Stinky Feng couldn't have had an accident in there, could he? Yi Feng? Where are you? Yi Feng? Stop playing? Come out. Gu Muxi called out a few more times, but still no response. Her face suddenly turned pale. Could something really have happened? Gu Muxi's face was full of urgency and worry. The next moment, she bit her lip and dove headfirst into the lake. Yi Feng, you can't have an accident. She frantically dived in the lake, searching continuously, so anxious she started crying, her tears mixing with the lake water, indistinguishable. Stinky Feng. Gu Muxi shouted with a crying tone. At this moment, her heart felt as if it had fallen into an abyss. At this moment, she felt as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. At this moment, countless thoughts and regrets surged in her heart. Gu Muxi, you called me. Suddenly, Yi Feng's voice came from behind her on the shore. Gu Muxi turned around abruptly, only to see Yi Feng standing on the shore, holding a bag with plums inside. For a moment, both of them were frozen, stunned. Damn it! Stinky Feng. Gu Muxi quickly swam to the shore, grabbing Yi Feng tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. Gu Muxi, what are you doing? Yi Feng asked, stunned. Gu Muxi looked up, her eyes red, tears still flowing non-stop. Jerk? Stinky Feng? Where did you go? I thought you, bastard. I just swam over there and saw someone picking fruit, so I went to take a look. The villager was really warm-hearted and gave me a bag. Yi Feng lifted the bag in his hand, showing it to her. Jerk? Then why didn't you answer me? Gu Muxi let go of him, wiping away her tears. I heard your voice, so after packing the plums, I ran back, didn't I? Yi Feng said helplessly. What did you think I was doing? Gu Muxi, sobbing, glared at him. Jerk. You scared me, I thought you died in the lake. Seeing her angry yet aggrieved look, and for the first time seeing her cry so sadly, Yi Feng felt a twinge of heartache and hugged her tightly. Sorry for making you worry. Yi Feng comforted her for a long time before Gu Muxi's mood finally stabilized somewhat. Gu Muxi broke free from his embrace, glaring at him, and said through gritted teeth, do you have any idea how worried I was about you just now? Yes, my fault, really sorry about that, Yi Feng apologized, scratching his head. So an apology is enough. Then what else do you want? I can't calm down unless I teach you a lesson. Bang. Ow, it hurts. Yi Feng was subjected to a back throw by Gu Muxi on the spot, followed by a deathlock. That'll teach you to scare me. Gu Muxi huffed. Gu Missy, let go, are you trying to murder your husband? Yi Feng cried out repeatedly. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, she spat out, who's murdering their husband? Shameless. In fact, she didn't use much strength, she merely pinned Yi Feng to the ground, holding his head against her chest with both hands. Yi Feng's head moved back and forth, pretending to struggle, but actually, Gu Muxi was quite impressive. No, it should be said she was broad-minded. Gu Muxi felt something was off, her cheeks reddened further, and she kicked him away. Jerk. How dare you take advantage of me? Yi Feng dusted himself off, chuckling. Hey, that's not my fault, Gu Missy, you know me, I'm always a gentleman. Gu Muxi rubbed her fingers, her eyes flashing coldly. A gentleman? I'll see how gentlemanly you are. Don't run. Don't chase then. Stop right there for your lady. You stop first. Stinky Feng, if you have the guts, don't run. Of course, I have guts, but I still need to run. What are you going to do? Bite me? Damn it. The two of them chased and frolicked along the shore until Gu Muxi, tired from running and nearly out of breath, decided to stop. Let's call a truce. Aren't you going to change into dry clothes? Be careful not to catch a cold. Yi Feng leaned on the car, panting and smiling. While saying this, he kept his eyes on Gu Muxi. By this time, Gu Muxi was soaked through, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, revealing her perfect curves. He stared, swallowing hard. Indeed, Gu Muxi had a great figure. Gu Muxi felt his gaze, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her, quickly covered herself with her hands, indignantly said, What are you staring at? Wait and see. After leaving a harsh word, Gu Muxi ducked into the tent to change clothes. After a while, she emerged in a white shirt and tight jeans, though her hair was still somewhat damp. Seeing her still looking cross, Feng quickly tried to appease her. Hey, Gu Muxi, don't be mad, I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Gu Muxi glared at him, asking. It's in the trunk, let me get it for you. Feng quickly opened the trunk, there was a small foam box deep inside. He moved the foam box out and placed it under the canopy. Gu Muxi walked over curiously, watching him open the foam box. Popsicles. Gu Muxi's eyes lit up, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, the foam box was filled with ice cubes, and inside were 10 old-fashioned popsicles. Feng had planned to give her a surprise later in the evening, but to make her happy, he had to bring it out early. Here, for you, with a cooler, keeping them for 2 days is no problem, Feng laughed. Hey, not bad at all. Gu Muxi snatched an popsicle and began to eat it happily. Feng silently wiped away a bead of sweat, thankful he had prepared. Gu Muxi was easier to appease than he thought. A single popsicle did the trick, but if not, then 2. After their truce, they continued fishing, and Gu Muxi, having demolished 3 popsicles, seemed to have truly calmed down and joined him in fishing. They fished from the afternoon until sunset, both catching 3 fish each, just enough for dinner. As the sun set and night fell, a campfire lit the area, and fish soup boiled over the fire, its fragrance filling the air. The soup's ready, let's eat while it's hot. Feng was very satisfied with the fish soup he cooked and served a big bowl to Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi, who had been hungry since noon, having only snacks for lunch, was now delighted to have fish soup and fragrant rice for dinner. She devoured her meal with gusto. Eat slowly, be careful of fish bones, Feng laughed, advising. Gu Muxi mumbled a response, not quite clear. As Feng ate, he felt the cool breeze blowing by and suddenly asked, Gu Muxi, were you really worried I might have died earlier? Gu Muxi, eating her meal, nearly choked, avoiding his gaze. Not at all. But you were crying a river earlier, Feng teased. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed. She turned her head away, not wanting to speak. Feng saw her slightly shy demeanor in full view. Feng chuckled internally, this girl, always so stubborn. Gu Muxi, I have another surprise for you later. Another surprise? What are you up to, Feng? Gu Muxi glanced at him. Ah, you'll know after you've finished eating. Then I'm done. Gu Muxi put down her chopsticks and bowl, wiping her mouth, curious about what Feng was planning. Feng chuckled, since you're so eager, then okay, first put on this blindfold. He produced a blindfold from behind and walked behind her to put it on. What's this, why all the secrecy? Gu Muxi murmured, asking. You'll know in a bit, don't peek, Feng emphasized. Gu Muxi, full of questions but also inexplicably excited and fluttered. Then, Feng took her hand and led her to stand on an open space. Stand here, don't move, Feng said with a smile at novel bin at. Blindfolded, Gu Muxi could see nothing but could hear Feng's footsteps leaving and then returning, followed by a rustling sound. Her curiosity grew, tempted to sneak a peek. But as she slightly lifted the blindfold, she saw Feng's face appear before her. Caught you, cover it back up, the surprise is coming. If you see it, how can it be a surprise? Feng looked at her fondly. Alright, Gu Muxi pouted, reluctantly covering her eyes again. After a while, she heard the sound of Feng quickly running back. Alright, I'll take off your blindfold. Feng's voice sounded in her ear. With the blindfold removed, Gu Muxi only saw a flash of light not far in front of her. Whoosh! A burst of fireworks soared into the sky, resembling a shooting star in the night sky. Bang! The fireworks exploded, blooming with dazzling light. The lake surface was like a mirror, reflecting the fireworks at the same time, making this moment feel like a dream. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fireworks continued to ascend, shining brightly. The sound of their explosions was like the voice of youthful summer, passionate, unrestrained, and fearless. Gu Muxi was stunned by the scene before her, covering her mouth in amazement, her eyes full of surprise and moved. So beautiful, she exclaimed. She looked up at the fireworks, her eyes shimmering with tears. Was this specially prepared by Stinky Feng for me? How is it? Do you like it? Feng stood beside her, asking softly. Gu Muxi nodded heavily, then turned and hugged him tightly, tears of emotion sliding from the corners of her eyes. Stinky Feng, you jerk, you kept this from me again. Feng gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, speaking in the most solemn tone. Gu Muxi, yeah, I have something to tell you. What? I like you. I like you. This sentence exploded in Gu Muxi's mind like thunder, leaving her head blank. Stinky Feng likes me? Did I hear it wrong? No, I didn't hear it wrong. Damn, does this count as a confession to me? Gu Muxi stood there in shock, her body stiff, her mind a mess like mush. And Feng, seeing her dazed expression, couldn't help but smile and said, I know, saying this so suddenly might scare you, but I don't want to have any regrets in my youth. Heaven has given me a chance, and I must seize it, not miss you again, not wanting to live with regret. No one knows what might happen tomorrow, so I chose a time, an opportunity to confess my feelings to you. I don't know if you will accept this feeling, but I don't regret it. Even if you reject me, I won't regret it. This was a long-planned confession. Feng always wanted to find the right moment to express his feelings, until he brought up their solo camping date. He knew the opportunity had come. So, he prepared a lot, a tent just big enough for 2, a cooler filled with popsicles, a big box of fireworks. hoping to say the words he had hidden in his heart in the right atmosphere. Now, he had done it. After saying those words, Feng felt a sudden relief, a moment of release. No matter the outcome, he had finally expressed his feelings. Feng, seeing Muxi still a bit stunned, sighed in his heart. Was it really because he was too sudden, actually scared her? Or, is the current Muxi still unable to accept? Maybe I was too hasty. Feng let go of her hand, smiled bitterly, and said, "All right, Muxi, I admit I was a bit hasty. If you can't accept it, just pretend you didn't hear what I just said." Suddenly, Muxi grabbed his collar, pulled him over, then she tiptoed up and kissed him on the lips. Feng's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. Boom! This time it was Feng's head that exploded, a blank slate. He was baffled by Muxi's sudden kiss. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, incredulous. But not until he felt Muxi's warm lips did he realize this wasn't a dream, nor a hallucination. Moments later, Muxi finally left his lips, her face flushed, glaring at him in annoyance. "Stinky Feng, I like you too. Stinky Feng, from now on you belong to me alone." This domineering declaration left Feng stunned. Indeed, it's just like Muxi, that style, so Muxi? Feng couldn't help but smile, the diary had been truthful after all. "So, does this mean you're willing to be my girlfriend?" Muxi's cheeks turned apple red, she snorted, "What do you think? We've already kissed, what more do you want?" Ever since she was little, she didn't know when she started liking Feng, wanting to be with him every day, seeing him every day. The first thing she did every morning was to call him to wake up, and every night before she slept, he was in her dreams. She felt nothing towards any other boys, feeling that no other boys were as good as Feng. She always thought it might just be, because the two were very close, knew each other very well, that she lost any fantasies about other sexes. But the words from Chen Jiajia the night before made her realize, she just liked Feng. Although she had this thought early on, because she was unclear of Feng's feelings, she could only hide it deep inside, not daring to express it. Now, when she heard Feng's confession, coming back from a dazed state, all she felt was surprise and sweetness. Yes, like eating honey, sweet. The thin layer of window paper that existed between the two, at that moment, was finally pierced through. "No, I can't be at a loss, I have to kiss back." Feng smiled slightly and leaned down to kiss. Muxi's eyes widened, her heart pounding as if it was about to burst. Fireworks were splendid, the brilliant lights blooming in the night sky, reflecting on the mirror-like lake surface, shining on each other. The two embraced by the lake, kissing, as if the whole world only had each other. This scene, like a romantic and beautiful painting, the sweet and ambiguous atmosphere almost spilling out of the frame. After a long while, Feng finally let her go, still a bit reluctant to lick his lips. Muxi's face was red to her neck, seeing Feng's expression, she became even more annoyed, grabbing his ear, "Stinky Feng, what's with that expression? Ouch, ouch, let go." Feng hurriedly called out. She then let him go. The next moment, their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. Perhaps, this was just their tacit understanding. Muxi arrogantly said, "From now on, I officially declare you my boyfriend. Stinky Feng, give me your hand." "What for? Can't I hold my boyfriend's hand?" Saying so, Muxi grabbed Feng's hand, her lips curving into a sweet smile. This smile could melt anyone's heart. Feng indulgently smiled, okay, I'll hold your hand for a lifetime." Boom, boom, boom. The fireworks were still blooming, the two holding hands, looking up at the sky filled with splendid fireworks. Muxi, I have something to ask you." What? Do you have a diary?" How did you know? Did you peek at my diary?" Cough, "No, I guessed." "Then why suddenly ask this?" "No, I remember I hid it away, even my parents don't know. I just asked casually, let me ask you something else." "What? When did you start liking me?" Elementary, middle school?" "Not sure, because it's a very special feeling, it's a process, not a moment." "I see, thank you, Muxi." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for appearing in my life." Feng turned to look at her, his eyes full of affection. "God gave me a second life, you gave me my first true love. Meeting you, even if it uses up 100 lifetimes of luck, is worth it." Muxi smiled sweetly. "Stinky Feng, when did you become so slick? I've always been like this, didn't you feel it just now? Or, should we do it again?" At novel bin at. Muxi, jerk, warning you, don't push your luck. Don't talk. The fireworks ended, and Feng let her go, finally feeling somewhat satisfied. So sweet. Muxi's cheeks blushed as she furiously wiped her mouth, glaring at him. "Enough already, you." "Hehe, I'll never have enough," Feng said with a mischievous smile. Muxi pinched the soft flesh of his waist. "No sneaking up on me in the future." "Ouch. It was you who sneaked up on me first." "This is called using the other person's methods against them," Feng argued. "If I can't be bothered with you, I'm hungry again," Muxi pouted. Indeed, according to scientific research, kissing is good for heart and lung functions and burns a lot of energy, which is beneficial for losing weight. "I think it's necessary to do this exercise often," Feng said earnestly. Muxi's cheeks heated up, and she rolled her eyes at him. "You and your twisted logic. If I'm ignoring you, I'm going to have some fish soup." "Hehe, let me heat it up for you." That's more like it. Miss, would you like another grilled fish? My grilling skills are pretty good. That's fine. Do you need my help? No need, just wait to be fed. What am I, a pig? Never mind, I'll go make some tea for you. The two worked together, with Feng preparing 2 fish, marinating them for a few minutes before grilling them over the fire, while Muxi made tea, occasionally handing him a cup to quench his thirst. Sometimes, the two didn't need words, just a look or a gesture was enough to understand each other's intentions. Perfect harmony. After brushing the grilled fish with oil 3 times, it wasn't long before the aroma filled the air, the fish skin grilled to a crispy texture, and the flesh tender. Finally, sprinkled with salt, cumin, and chili powder, the aroma intensified. It smells so good. Muxi looked at the grilled fish, saliva crazily secreting due to the aroma. Smells good, right? Please call me the grilled fish master. Not to brag, but with these skills, I could open a chain store, Feng said proudly. Hey, Stinky Feng, I've noticed you shine bright given a little sunlight. Stop talking, is it ready? I can't wait. Muxi picked up her chopsticks, swallowing saliva. Don't be so impatient, you're like a hungry wolf. Please, just hurry up, okay. Hehe, how about a kiss from you? Hmph. Hey, Muxi, don't snatch, you want that much. Don't worry, I can eat this much. Feng rolled his eyes, can you really finish such a long fish? Really, don't doubt my appetite, Muxi said, smelling the freshly snatched grilled fish, a look of satisfaction on her face. The grilled fish weighed 3 to 4 pounds. Then eat, but eat slowly, okay. Grass carp has a lot of bones, Feng said, looking at her gluttonous cat appearance with concern. Okay, I know, Muxi casually replied, placing the grilled fish on a plate to start eating. Under their joint efforts, the 2 grilled fish were completely devoured. Burp at novel bin at. Feng burped, feeling very satisfied. Really good, I'm full. Burp, I can't eat anymore either. Muxi leaned back in her chair, patting her belly. The two of them lounged in their chairs, gazing at the star-filled sky. The stars are so numerous tonight, Muxi, enjoying the cool night breeze on her face, remarked. The Milky Way was faintly visible in the sky, like a waterfall spanning the horizon. The lake reflected the myriad stars, utterly beautiful. The campfire, the Milky Way, the lake, and having her boyfriend by her side, everything was just perfect. Muxi couldn't help but show a sweet smile. Yeah, it's beautiful, Feng agreed. By the way, little Zixi, do you want an popsicle to help digest? Yes? Bring it to me fast. Hearing about popsicles, she couldn't refuse no matter how full she was. Feng ran into the tent and brought out 2 popsicles, 1 for each, eating them under the starry sky. Muxi sat in her chair, kicking her legs up and down, occasionally humming a tune, looking in a very good mood. Feng finished his popsicle in a few bites and mysteriously said, Muxi, I have another surprise for you. Stinky Feng, you're quite the trickster. What are you up to this time? Muxi asked curiously. Ah, you forgot. When we came, I told you I could give you a personal concert. Wait here for me. Saying this, Feng ran to the Audi, opened the trunk, and took out something from the very back. Muxi craned her neck to see, surprised at the shape of the object. A guitar. Feng returned to the campfire with the guitar, smiling. See, I've got everything prepared. You know how to play the guitar? I've never seen you play before. Muxi was surprised. Feng chuckled. I've been recognized as one of the campus's top talents, so playing the guitar is normal for me, though I'm not that great, just barely know how to play. I've only been learning for a short while. It's not hard to learn this instrument if you know a bit of music theory and practice. Besides, I'm naturally talented. Feng said with a smile. He opened his backpack, took out the guitar, and gently strummed the strings, producing a beautiful guitar sound. Muxi, with her hands propped on her cheeks, expectantly asked, Stinky Feng, what song do you want to sing? Feng smiled mysteriously, a song you've never heard before. Your own creation. Not exactly, it's a cover. Feng strummed the guitar, softly singing. I forgot how it started, maybe it was just a feeling for you. Suddenly found myself, deeply in love with you, it's really simple. His deep, magnetic voice rose, striking directly at Muxi's heart. She was stunned. She hadn't expected Feng to sing so well. Instantly, she rested her cheeks in her hands, slowly sinking into his singing. The night breeze was cool, the song melodious, echoing beautifully over the lake. After the song ended, Feng stopped playing and smiled. Did you like the song? It's beautiful? I didn't see that coming. You have quite the skill. Muxi smiled sweetly. Of course. But, it's getting late now, shouldn't we go to sleep? Feng chuckled. Muxi's cheeks flushed. Go to sleep your head. Half an hour later. In the tent, the two lay stiffly, completely silent, the air filled with an awkward atmosphere. Although their relationship had been confirmed, before breaking through that final barrier, everything seemed fine. But now it was different. Should they do something? Muxi's cheeks were red, her heart pounding. Stinky Feng, are you asleep? Stinky Feng, are you asleep? No, you're not asleep either. I can't sleep. Me neither. An awkward atmosphere fell over the tent again. Feng wanted to break this awkward atmosphere, reaching out to hold Muxi's hand. Stinky Feng, no, I'm not ready yet. You can't. Muxi hastily said as if reflexively. Feng, I didn't even want to do anything. Where did this girl's mind go? To soothe her nervousness, Feng patted her hand, smiling, don't be nervous, just act as usual. I also know you're not mentally prepared yet, take it slow. This nervousness after physical contact during the dating period is called dating anxiety, which is scientifically based. Feng was very patient, having reached first and second base. How far could a home run be? But rushing things could easily make Muxi feel uncomfortable. Muxi, having been comforted, seemed to relax a lot, breathing much more smoothly. Stinky Feng, sorry, at novel bin at. It's okay, I don't mind, let's go to sleep early. In the darkness, the two lay quietly, slowly falling asleep to the sounds of insects and birds outside. The next morning, sunlight shone through the tent, lighting up the interior. Feng was awakened by the glaring sunlight, opening his eyes but feeling his left half numb, unable to move due to something pressing on him. Turning his head, he saw Muxi snuggled into his embrace, one hand and one foot resting on him, like a cute little cat. Muxi seemed to be having a sweet dream, smiling silly, then smacking her lips, her head rubbing against him, continuing to sleep. This girl, Feng took a deep breath, trying hard to control his fifth limb. But Muxi's foot rubbed against him again. Hiss. Muxi, don't test the old cotter like this. Feng gasped. What's up? Is it morning? Muxi mumbled, her long eyelashes trembling, about to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her bleary eyes. Morning, Stinky Feng. Morning, little Zixi. Feng chuckled awkwardly. Little Zixi? Hehe, Muxi giggled, then stretched lazily. Stinky Feng, why didn't you remove the tent pole when you set up the tent? It poked me all night. Muxi turned over, her hands and feet leaving Feng's body. Feng hurriedly pulled up the blanket, awkwardly saying, really, I might have forgotten. Muxi sat up, yawned, and said, I'm so sleepy, didn't sleep well last night. Camping really isn't as comfortable as the bed at home, but it felt pretty good. Stinky Feng, we need to get up and wash up, then pack up. Okay, you go first, I'll lie down a bit longer. Feng waved his hand. Oh, Muxi responded, crawling out of the tent. Feng finally sighed in relief inside, glad she was gone, otherwise it would have been too awkward. He threw off the blanket, got up to change clothes, then went out. The two poured some boiled water from a kettle, then squatted on the ground to brush their teeth. After a quick wash, they packed up their things, took their camping trash, and drove back. On the way back, Feng turned to look at Muxi, who was humming a tune in a good mood. Why are you so happy? Are you happy because you got a boyfriend out of a camping trip for free? Feng teased. You got a girlfriend for free, aren't you happy? Muxi retorted. Happy, of course, I'm happy. Feng took her hand, their fingers interlocking, smiling at each other. By the way, little Zixi, when do you plan to tell your parents about us? Feng asked. I don't know what their reaction will be if they find out we're dating. Do you think they will be furious? Muxi worried, suddenly imagining various scenarios from romantic dramas. In these dramas, the male and female leads always face obstacles from their families, suffering many hardships before finally coming together. Every time she thought about this, she couldn't help but worry a bit. Shouldn't be, right? Feng guessed. Hey, I think it's safer not to tell them yet, let me drop some hints first, see what they think. Muxi pondered. That works, if you find it difficult, I can talk to them. Feng said indulgently, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Now that Muxi was his girlfriend, he felt no regrets in his life, and even less to worry about. No, let me figure out my parents' stance first. Muxi said earnestly. Feng, seeing her serious, even somewhat stern expression, couldn't help but find her cute and funny. All right, we'll do as you say. Feng indulged her. The two returned home, bidding each other goodbye at the door. Muxi, holding Feng's hand, smiled sweetly, see you at the window later. Okay, no problem. Hmph. As they were being affectionate, suddenly Meng Xiaoan came out, surprised to see them. Zixi, son, how come you're back so soon? Muxi quickly let go of his hand, chuckling, yes, auntie, we had enough fun so we came back. I'll go take my stuff back bye, auntie. After saying that, Muxi, with her backpack, turned and dashed back to her house. This child, how weird. Meng Xiaoan sensed something unusual about Muxi. Cough, mom, where are you going? Feng quickly changed the subject. I'm going to the market to buy some groceries, I'll make you sweet and sour ribs tonight. Meng Xiaoan smiled. Feng forced a smile. Mom, that's what Muxi likes to eat, right? Is it? Isn't that what you like to eat? Did I remember wrong? Meng Xiaoan shook her head, then went downstairs. Feng slapped his forehead, helplessly saying, Mom really dotes on Muxi. But that's good, she probably won't oppose it, so that's good news. Midnight, 12 o'clock. In the Changqing Road commercial street, empty and quiet, only the Xingyi computer store was still open. At the store's entrance, Zhao Xingyi and Gao Hongxing were drinking, with 4 bottles of Urquatu and scattered beer bottles on the ground. Burp boss, you have to think of a way. We haven't had a single order in almost a week, if this continues, we're definitely going bankrupt. Gao Hongxing, red-faced and drunk, slurred. This past week, whether new or old customers, as soon as they saw Hmph Electronics across the street, they all went over there. Hmph Electronics had also plastered the entire street with their opening promotional ads, offering significant discounts. Since Hmph Electronics moved in, Xingyi Computer Store hadn't made a single sale. Zhao Xingyi's chubby face was also flushed from drinking, clearly drunk. Smack. He slapped the table, cursing, "It's all that Yifeng's fault. Damn it, he's deliberately opposing me? Fuck. CTMD, sometimes I really want to kill him." Zhao Xingyi cursed and gulped down another shot of liquor. Most of his cash flow had been tied up in stock, and now that he couldn't sell anything, he wasn't making money, facing daily losses from wages and rent. At home, his wife was spending money like water. If this continued, with more expenses and no income, they would truly be bankrupt in less than 3 months. Gao Hongxing, with blurred vision, also banged the table and shouted, "Right, I want to smash their store, burn it, then we would have business." After saying this, Gao Hongxing collapsed on the table, completely drunk. But this sentence, like a key, unlocked the madness and darkness in Zhao Xingyi's heart. Smash it, burn it, right. Zhao Xingyi, already 7 or 8 drinks in, under the influence of alcohol, had a crazy, evil thought rise in his mind. As the saying goes, alcohol strengthens the cowardly, and even the smartest people can become irrational under its influence. Yes, burn down Hmph Electronics. Once this thought emerged, he couldn't stop it. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xingyi, carrying a bottle of gasoline, staggered to the front of Hmph Electronics. "Haha, burn you." Zhao Xingyi, with a face full of madness, splashed gasoline at the entrance of Hmph Electronics. Then after doing so, he took out a piece of paper, pulled out a lighter, lit the paper, and threw it into the gasoline. Boom. Instantly, flames surged, engulfing Hmph Electronics in a massive fire. At 1 a.m., a phone call woke Yifeng. Yifeng picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Wang Tai. Why would Wang Tai call at this time? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly answered the call. "Wang Tai, what's wrong?" "Brother Feng, something terrible has happened. I just got a call, our Changqing Road store has been set on fire." "What?" Yifeng sat up from the bed in shock. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived at Changqing Road, only to see flames soaring into the sky, 2 fire trucks spraying water, and firefighters bustling around, trying to extinguish the blaze. Fuck. Yifeng cursed angrily, clenching his fist. "It's over, this store is finished." Wang Tai was also stunned. Yifeng quickly calmed down and said, "Let's go, let's help. We need to get the fire under control as soon as possible. We can't let it spread to other nearby stores. I hope the surveillance mainframe in the store hasn't been burnt." The two immediately joined the firefighting efforts. 5 hours later, just after 6 a.m., it was beginning to get light. After completing the police report, Yifeng returned to the storefront, looking at the shop reduced to a pile of charred ruins, his anger surging, nearly exploding. If it were someone else, they would have already been crying and wailing in despair. But Yifeng knew that crying was useless, wailing was useless, the only thing to do was to calmly deal with the situation, then find the arsonist and bring him to justice. "Are you the person in charge of this store?" A middle-aged firefighter approached, holding a notebook. "Yes, hello, thank you for your hard work, I am the person in charge of Hmph Electronics, Yifeng." Yifeng shook his hand. "I'm Kui Yonghai, the captain of the Changqing Fire Brigade. I'm here to give you a preliminary report on the fire situation." Based on preliminary investigations, the fire started at the entrance, with remnants of gasoline found on the ground, indicating deliberate arson. You can get the detailed fire report from our brigade later. In my opinion, this was definitely arson. You should assess the damage and report it to the police. Kui Yonghai advised. "Thank you, Captain Kui, I greatly appreciate it. I understand, I've already reported it, and I believe the police will investigate soon." Yifeng nodded seriously. Kui Yonghai was somewhat surprised by the young man's composure and knowledge to report the incident first, unlike other victims who would be devastated by such a loss. "All right, we'll head back now. If you have any questions, you can call our brigade's number." Kui Yonghai left a phone number and departed. Yifeng and Wang Tai walked into the ruins, looking at the charred ground and mess. Nearly all components and computers had been completely burnt. Although this was not the warehouse, the store still had many components and computers on display. According to Wang Tai's documents, the goods alone accounted for a loss of 80,000 yuan, plus another 70,000 yuan for the decoration, totaling a loss of 150,000 yuan from the fire. This was indeed a heavy loss. If the arsonist couldn't be found, this loss would be in vain. Yifeng clenched his fists, determined not to let the arsonist get away. "Wang Tai, go find the surveillance mainframe, see if it's still usable," Yifeng instructed. Every store Yifeng owned was equipped with surveillance cameras, but the current security monitoring wasn't live. The mainframe used a digital hard disk DVR system, which was not very fire-resistant. If exposed to high temperatures, the hard disk would also be damaged. The two found the surveillance mainframe in the ruins, already half-burned, the hard disk nearly charred to carbon. "Fuck. The hard disk is burnt." Wang Tai angrily threw the charred hard disk away. Yifeng went over to pick it up and inspected it further, confirming it was beyond salvage. However, even broken things could be useful. "Brother Feng, Who could be so despicable to set our store on fire? Do you think it could have been done by the Shend company? Wang Tai asked furiously. Yi Feng's expression darkened. It's possible, but burning this store wouldn't profit them much. Wang Tai, think about who benefits from this incident. Wang Tai paused, then clenched his teeth. It's Zhao Xingyu. With this store burnt down, Zhao Xingyi's would be the only computer store left on this street, eliminating his most potent business competitor. From any angle, Zhao Xingyi stood to gain the most from this incident. Yi Feng nodded, his voice cold. I suspected it might be related to Zhao Xingyi from the start, but without the surveillance system, we have no solid evidence. Without evidence, we can't investigate him. At novel bin at. Moreover, our store was the only one on the entire street with surveillance. Even the street corners have no cameras, making it difficult to gather evidence. Wang Tai, anxious, said, then what do we do? If the police can't find evidence, are we just supposed to swallow this loss? Yi Feng held up the hard disk, shaking it. Maybe this still has some use. Brother Feng, isn't this thing broken? What use could it possibly have? Wang Tai asked, completely puzzled. Yi Feng's eyes showed a cold glint, calmly stating, broken or not, it's still useful. Keep it for now, we'll deal with Zhao Xingyi later. During working hours, the streets became crowded with people, and many onlookers gathered on both sides of the road. The police had cordoned off the area near the shop, and investigators were inside collecting evidence. Yi Feng was being questioned by an officer named Zhou Qiaveng. Mr. Yi, have you offended anyone recently? Someone daring to burn down your shop with gasoline, almost affecting the neighboring stores as well. This feud isn't small, asked Zhou Qiaveng, as a younger officer took notes beside him. Yi Feng earnestly replied, in my business dealings, I've always been honest and abide by the law, paying every tax due, without offending anyone. In business, we believe in harmony bringing wealth. I really haven't offended anyone. Really no one? Are you sure you don't want to think again? Recall? It could really help our investigation to at least have a direction, a range of suspects. If you say it like this, we don't even have a suspect, Zhou Qiaveng pressed. Pretending to think hard, Yi Feng then turned his head toward the Xingyi computer store across the street, saying, if there really were any grudges, the Xingyi computer store across might have some, since my business has been doing better. That owner has been complaining all the time. But as I've said, it's the customer's choice whom they want to patronize. I'm running a business, I can't just drive customers away, can I? Yi Feng's remarks immediately caught Zhou Qiaveng's attention. He followed Yi Feng's gaze to see that the Xingyi computer store was indeed open and seemed to be operating normally. All right, thank you for your cooperation. We will go and make some inquiries nearby, Zhou Qiaveng said with a smile. Xiaolu, come with me for the inquiry. The officer named Xiaolu smiled, sure thing, boss. The two left to make further inquiries nearby. At that moment, Wang Tai approached Yi Feng, whispering, Brother Feng, why didn't you directly tell the police that Zhao Xingyu is a very suspicious person? Yi Feng smiled slightly, replying, Wang Tai, are you being naive? If I directly tell the police that, they're likely to invite Zhao Xingyu for a tea session. Given Zhao Xingyu's character, would he admit to such a serious crime as arson? If Zhao Xingyu adamantly denies everything and is then released, knowing we don't have any evidence, what then? Wang Tai suddenly realized, right, without evidence, we really can't say it was definitely Zhao Xingyu. So, what do we do? Yi Feng glanced in the direction of the police, speaking softly, let them conduct their routine inquiry first. Zhao Xingyu will definitely get nervous. After the police leave, we'll go over and then like this. Yi Feng leaned in to whisper a few words to Wang Tai. Wang Tai asked in surprise, Brother Feng, can this really work? If the arsonist really is Zhao Xingyu, then it will definitely work. Yi Feng nodded. All right, I'll get ready. Wang Tai said, turning to leave. Inside Xingyi computer store, Gao Hongxing was happily eating a bun. Haha. I don't know what bad luck Yi Feng ran into, but someone actually set his store on fire last night. Haha. Boss, I was drunk last night. Did you see who set the fire? Zhao Xingyi was inwardly nervous but maintained a calm demeanor. I was drunk too, didn't see anything. After setting the fire the night before, Zhao Xingyi sobered up quite a bit, feeling somewhat regretful and nervous. To avoid suspicion, he chose to go to work as usual the next day. Disappearing suddenly would make it easy for the police to target him. He had been wondering if he left any traces last night but thought there probably wasn't any evidence and that he should be safe. Hehe, if I see that guy, I should treat him to a meal, right boss? Gao Hongxing laughed. Eat your breakfast and stop talking nonsense. Zhao Xingyi snapped irritably at him. Gao Hongxing shrank back, puzzled why the boss wasn't happy about such good news. Then, two police officers entered the store. Is the store owner here? Zhou Qiaveng glanced at the two and asked calmly. Yes, hello officers, I am the owner of this store, Mr. Zhao. Please, have a cigarette. Zhao Xingyi offered cigarettes in a friendly manner. We don't need cigarettes, we're here for an inquiry, Zhou Qiaveng declined. Yes, of course, officers, I'll fully cooperate. Zhao Xingyi said with a smile, though his hands were shaking as he put the cigarettes back in the pack, his heart racing. Zhou Qiaveng cleared his throat and asked, the computer store across was burned. You must have seen it, right? Have you noticed anything unusual about that store recently? I really don't know about that. I've had little to do with them, Zhao Xingyi quickly responded. Oh, is that so? Mr. Zhao, where were you when the store was set on fire? Zhou Qiavang raised an eyebrow, having heard from Yi Feng about his complaints, and now hearing Zhao claim they had little interaction, his professional instincts were aroused. We were just drinking outside the store last night, me and my employee, Gao Hongxing. We both got terribly drunk, and later my wife had to pick us up, Zhao Xingyi defended. Really? Until what time did you drink? Did you see anyone acting suspiciously? Zhou Qiavang continued to probe. Zhao Xingyi shook his head. We were too drunk to see the road, let alone notice anyone. Yeah, officer, we got so drunk last night we couldn't even clean up. We still need to tidy up before we can welcome customers, Gao Hongxing added, chewing on his bun and pointing to the pile of garbage and bottles at the door. Zhou Qiavang looked back to see the pile of bottles and leftovers, clearly from the night before, and Zhao Xingyi still reeking of alcohol. All right, we'll continue our inquiries nearby and won't disturb your business, Zhou Qiavang said, turning to leave. Watching the police leave, Zhao Xingyi's anxiety eased, but his palms were sweaty and his legs trembled. Guilty individuals inevitably feel nervous under police interrogation, but Zhao Xingyi managed to maintain composure in front of the officers. As the police disappeared from the door, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved, and turned to Gao Hongxing. Go on, clean up. Gao Hongxing reluctantly set down his half-eaten bun and complied, just as Zhao Xingyi was about to drink some water to calm his nerves. Zhao Xingyu, it was you, wasn't it? Suddenly Yi Feng's voice rang at the door. Turning around, Zhao Xingyi saw Yi Feng storming in furiously. Zhao Xingyu, it was you who set the fire. Yi Feng accused, staring intently at him. Zhao Xingyi's gaze shifted away, visibly panicked and guilty, yet he bluffed. Yi, I'm warning you, don't slander me, or I'll sue you for defamation. After facing the police's questions and now Yi Feng's accusation, Zhao Xingyi began to lose his composure. Yi Feng noted Zhao Xingyi's reaction, growing more certain of his guilt. Zhao Xingyu, stop denying it. Who else could it be? If you don't compensate for my shop, this isn't over. Yi Feng pretended to be agitated, grabbing Zhao Xingyi by the collar. Zhao Xingyi scoffed, pushing his hand away. Yi, do you have any evidence? Don't splash your dirty water on me. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Zhao Xingyu, if you don't pay for my shop, this isn't over. Yi Feng glared at him. Zhao Xingyi smirked, straightening his collar, taunting. Evidence? Do you have any? If not, why are you shouting? I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Go find someone else and don't cause trouble here, or wait for a lawyer's letter. Adat Novel bin Adat. He was confident that without evidence in Yi Feng's hands, neither Yi Feng nor the police could touch him. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, Wang Tai burst in, excitedly shouting, Brother Feng, why are you here? There's a major discovery. Yi Feng turned and asked, Wang Tai, what's the major discovery? Wang Tai handed the digital hard drive to Yi Feng, exclaiming, we found the surveillance system's hard drive? Thankfully, it wasn't burned. It definitely has footage of the arsonist. Zhao Xingyi's face turned pale, feeling his world spinning, as if falling into an abyss. There was surveillance, and the digital hard drive wasn't destroyed. Disaster? Zhao Xingyi's face looked extremely unsightly. He glanced at the smoke-blackened digital hard drive, his palms sweating with nervousness as his legs trembled uncontrollably. This is bad, very bad. He hadn't expected their shop to still have surveillance. Recalling, he indeed remembered seeing a surveillance camera installed at the shop's entrance when they opened. If they saw the contents of the hard drive, wouldn't his actions be exposed? Wouldn't that just confirm his guilt in the arson? The more Zhao Xingyi thought about it, the more frightened he became, unable to suppress the fear inside. Yi Feng stole a glance at him, noting his nervous demeanor, and chuckled to himself. Zhao Xingyu, it was indeed you? However, Yi Feng continued to feign excitement, patting Wang Tai on the shoulder before saying, well done, Wang Tai. You go take care of other things for now, I'll come find you later. Okay, Brother Feng, here's the bag for you. Make sure to keep a close eye on this hard drive, it needs to be handed over to the police later, they'll definitely be able to retrieve last night's footage. We'll definitely bring the arsonist to justice. Wang Tai said angrily. All right, I got it. You go back first, Yi Feng replied cheerfully. After Wang Tai left, Yi Feng slung the shoulder bag over his back and then waved the digital hard drive in front of Zhao Xingyi. Zhao Xingyu, you wanted evidence, right? Now, here's the evidence. Get ready to go to jail. Saying this, he was about to place the hard drive into his shoulder bag. Zhao Xingyi quickly grabbed him, saying, wait, Yi Feng, wait. You didn't immediately hand this thing over to the police, you must have other plans, right? Sweat beaded on Zhao Xingyi's forehead, but he noticed that Yi Feng didn't immediately give the item to the police, perhaps, hoping for money. This item must not, at all costs, be handed over to the police. If it ended up with the police, there would be no escaping for him. Without much thought, he directly grabbed Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled, smart of you, Boss Zhao, it was indeed you. But, I do have other plans. If the police took this and locked you up, who would pay me? Adat Novel bin Adat. After all, I'm in business to make money. Hearing this, Zhao Xingyi's mind raced, realizing Yi Feng's intention was likely just to extort money. Little Gao, go outside, I need to talk to Yi. Zhao Xingyi smoothly sent Gao Hongxing away. Okay. Gao Hongxing set down his broom and left the shop, shaking his head. Once Gao Hongxing was gone, Zhao Xingyi closed the shop's glass door and turned to face Yi Feng with a stern expression. Tell me your price. Yi Feng sneered. My shop's loss is 200,000 yuan. Aside from that, you should pay for my mental distress, right? Your little fire sure made you happy, but it was my newly renovated shop, barely opened. Let me tell you, the mental distress costs 500,000 yuan. Plus the damages, that's a total of 700,000 yuan, not a penny less. If you don't agree, I might just hand this over to the police. Zhao Xingyi's face turned pale. 700,000 yuan. His complexion worsened. 700,000 yuan was no small sum. Yi, you're ruthless. But, compared to being sentenced and jailed, spending 700,000 yuan to avoid disaster was worth it. No matter how painful, he had to endure it. Zhao Xingyi clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll pay you 700,000 yuan. Saying this, he eagerly reached for the digital hard drive, but Yi Feng dodged. What's the hurry? Where's my money? Yi Feng glared at him. And tell me honestly, was it you who set fire to my Zifeng electronics store? Facing Yi Feng's piercing gaze, Zhao Xingyi, knowing he was caught, reluctantly nodded. Yes, I set your store on fire. But believe me, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just drunk last night, really drunk, and then I set the fire. Yi Feng grabbed his collar, glaring angrily at him. Say it louder, was it you who set the fire? Completely panicking, Zhao Xingyi swallowed and replied, yes, it was me who set the fire. Is that good enough now? I'll pay you 700,000 yuan. Yi Feng then released him, clapping his hands and sneering. Good job, Zhao Xingyu, daring to set fire to my store. Tell me, what did you use to start the fire? Zhao Xingyi glanced guiltily towards the back where the can was, saying, it was that can, filled with some gasoline. Yi Feng turned to look at the white gasoline can hidden in the corner by the door. All right, I've got it all clear. Zhao Xingyi thought Yi Feng was no longer pursuing the matter and sighed in relief. Yi, give me a few days. I'll gather the 700,000 yuan for you. Don't hand this over to the police, please. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, pushing the digital hard drive towards him. I never had to give this to the police. Since you like it so much, here, take it. Huh. Zhao Xingyi paused, confused by Yi Feng's actions. But then he looked down and saw that the other half of the digital hard drive had a large area burned to a crisp, right where Yi Feng had been holding it. Bang. Suddenly, Zhou Qiavang and a group of police officers rushed in. Zhou Qiavang approached him, while two other officers grabbed his arms. Zhao Xingyi, we suspect you're involved in this arson case. Handcuff him and take him away. Two officers quickly handcuffed him. At that moment, Zhao Xingyi finally realized the situation. His eyes widened in anger, glaring at Yi Feng, shouting, Yi, you tricked me. The digital hard drive was broken, already destroyed by fire. Zhao Xingyi glared at Yi Feng angrily, but despair filled his heart even more. He never expected Yi Feng to resort to deception. The hard drive had already been destroyed. The pretense of negotiation was just to make him admit to the arson? How infuriating! How utterly infuriating! Faced with Zhao Xingyi's fury, Yi Feng sneered and pulled out a phone and a small camera from his bag, with a hole on the side of the single shoulder bag where the camera was filming from. Everything that had just occurred, including the conversation between the two, had been recorded. Zhao Xingyi had personally admitted to his crimes? Zhao Xingyu, compared to money, I'd rather see you in jail. Yi Feng said coldly, then handed all the evidence to Zhou Qiavang. Zhou Qiavang looked at Yi Feng appreciatively, took the equipment, and placed it in an evidence bag. Other police officers began searching the shop. Take him away, Zhou Qiavang ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes. The police then arrested Zhao Xingyi, who looked ashen, and took him away in a police car. Zhou Qiavang turned to Yi Feng with a smile and said, Boss Yi, you really did a great job. This method was excellent. Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, Officer Zhou, I'll leave the rest to you. With you upholding fairness and justice, all criminals will definitely be brought to justice. Don't worry, that's our duty. If there's any outcome, I'll inform you. Zhou Qiavang nodded. Yi Feng smiled and said, good. Also, if Zhao Xingyi's family wants to reach an out-of-court settlement, you can contact me. Out-of-court settlements are just a way to reduce the sentence. Arson is a serious crime, and the direct economic losses caused by Zhao Xingyi have reached a severe level, definitely resulting in a sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison. Even with a reduction, it must be over 3 years. Yi Feng intended not only to have him imprisoned but also to have him pay a large sum of money. If he only served time without paying compensation, it would be a loss for himself. Real money is what mattered. Zhou Qiavang looked at him unexpectedly, feeling that this young man was extremely meticulous and far beyond ordinary people. Okay, no problem, I'll go back and take care of it now. Zhou Qiavang nodded, shook hands with Yi Feng, and then took his leave. Watching the police car drive away, with some officers still searching the shop for other clues, Yi Feng knew that this matter was finally coming to an end. Brother Feng, you're awesome. With this trick, he exposed himself and admitted to it. Truly brilliant. Wang Tai gave a thumbs up. Once someone commits a crime, they panic. Zhao Xingyi was no exception. By the way, Wang Tai, look for another location nearby later, and let's reopen the shop. Contact the landlord about compensation, and once Zhao Xingyi's compensation is in place, a part of it will go to the landlord, and we should still make a good profit, Yi Feng said confidently. Boss Feng, don't worry, I'll follow up, Wang Tai nodded. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng said, there are 2 days left before I report to the university. Work hard for these 2 days, I have to go to Huang He's house tomorrow. Okay, I understand, Wang Tai replied. Yi Feng was busy until the afternoon before he dragged his tired body home. Having not slept the previous night and been tense all day, he immediately lay on the sofa upon returning home and almost fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Yi Feng got up to open it, and Gu Muxi appeared at the door. My goodness, Stinky Feng, did you stay up all night playing games? Such dark circles. Gu Muxi exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Yi Feng, who had panda-like dark circles and looked utterly exhausted. Come in, and I'll explain slowly, Yi Feng said with a wry smile, slumping his head back down onto the sofa. Seeing his exhausted face, Gu Muxi couldn't bear it, so she sat beside him, propping his head on her legs and gently massaging it. Stinky Feng, what exactly happened? Gu Muxi asked in confusion. Yi Feng then briefly explained the situation to her. Hearing this, Gu Muxi's eyebrows furrowed in anger, that Zhao Xingyu, he's too bad. Some people do anything when they're drunk, Yi Feng said with a light laugh. But fortunately, he's been arrested, and I'll receive the compensation later. This eliminates a future problem and gives me some peace of mind. You business people really are cunning. Gu Muxi pouted. Yi Feng chuckled, if I weren't a bit cunning, how could I win you over? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she pinched his waist. Win me over? Stinky Feng, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Ow! Gu Muxi, dare to let me go. Yi Feng howled and shouted loudly. Gu Muxi released his head and huffed arrogantly, what's the matter, little Feng, you dare to rebel? Yi Feng sat up, suddenly pushed her down on the sofa, and said with a laugh, you think I'm Hello Kitty because I don't show my power. Saying this, Yi Feng leaned down towards her. Gu Muxi's cheeks turned red as an apple, and she glanced at him. What are you trying to do? Hihi, of course, it's, Yi Feng revealed a mischievously charming smile. Suddenly, footsteps came from the door. What are you doing? Meng Xiaoun was stunned to see Yi Feng pressing Gu Muxi on the sofa. For a moment, Yi Feng was embarrassed, then quickly sat up straight and said, cough, Mom, we were just playing around. Right, Gu Muxi? Gu Muxi, with her face flushed and looking humiliated, nodded. Yes. Meng Xiaoun put down the vegetable basket, hands on her hips, and glared at Yi Feng. Son, are you bullying Zixi again? Yi Feng. I was planning to, but you came back. He couldn't say that, so he defended. Not at all, absolutely not. Saying this, he secretly glared at Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi stuck out her pink tongue and made a face at him. Auntie, are you preparing to cook? Let me help you pick vegetables. Gu Muxi stood up and ran over, sweetly offering. Good, Zixi, you're so good. Auntie loves you. Meng Xiaoun happily pinched Gu Muxi's cheek. Then you help me pick vegetables, and I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. Gu Muxi nodded and said, good, thank you, Auntie. The two of them were as close as mother and daughter. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, indeed, because Gu Muxi was beautiful, cute, did well in her studies, and was obedient. Any parent would like her very much. Mom, I'll help you pick vegetables too. Yi Feng shouted towards the kitchen. Oh, in the kitchen, Meng Xiaoun just casually responded. Yi Feng. Such a big difference in treatment. The two sat at the dining table picking vegetables. Yi Feng nudged Gu Muxi with his elbow and whispered, little Zixi, just you wait, I'll take care of you tonight. If you dare, if you bully me, I'll immediately tattle. Gu Muxi whispered back with a laugh. Gu Muxi, you're not being honorable. Then do you still want to eat popsicles tonight? Yi Feng whispered back. Hearing about popsicles, Gu Muxi's eyes lit up. I want to eat, will you buy them for me? I'm your boyfriend, who else would spoil you if not me? Yi Feng chuckled. Hearing this, Gu Muxi felt sweet inside, then lifted her hand to pinch Yi Feng's cheek, saying, you really are a good boyfriend. Let's settle it then, we'll go buy some after dinner. No problem. Night, 9 o'clock. Yi Feng and Gu Muxi bought popsicles and walked around the neighborhood. He was yawning while licking the popsicle, utterly exhausted. Look at how tired you are, let's rest for a bit over there, Gu Muxi said, licking her popsicle and expressing concern. Okay, I want to lie down, Yi Feng said with a smile. The two found a bench, and Yi Feng rested his head on her legs, lying down while eating his popsicle. Yi Feng shifted his head to find a very comfortable position to rest on at Novel bin at. Gu Muxi's legs felt so soft and elastic, lying on them was really comfortable. After a while, he forgot about the popsicle. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were weighed down with gold, almost unable to stay open. Stinky Feng? Are you asleep? Gu Muxi looked down and saw that he was indeed about to fall asleep. To avoid waking him, Gu Muxi gently took the popsicle from his hand. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yi Feng's breathing became even, indicating he had fallen asleep. Gu Muxi quickly finished the popsicle, looking at the increasingly sleepy and weary-faced Yi Feng. Her heart couldn't help but ache a bit. She gently stroked his hair, murmuring, Stinky Feng, you always tire yourself out like this. I wish I could help you, to take some of the pressure off. Yi Feng seemed to hear her voice, shifted his head again, and rested his hands on her legs, continuing to sleep. Gu Muxi saw his posture resembling a little kangaroo and couldn't help but find it amusing. Stinky Feng, you're actually quite cute sometimes. After Yi Feng fell into a deeper sleep, Gu Muxi gently supported his head and placed it on the bench. She crouched down and carefully observed the sleeping Yi Feng. She secretly kissed him, hoping he wouldn't notice. A thought suddenly popped into Gu Muxi's mind. Recalling the last time, it was too embarrassing, but now that he was asleep, wasn't it the perfect opportunity? Her cheeks flushed red, but she mustered up the courage to lean in closer. Just as their faces were close enough to feel each other's warm breath suddenly, Yi Feng opened his eyes. For a moment, their eyes met, and the atmosphere froze. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng closed his eyes again and puckered his lips. I'm not awake yet, you continue. Gu Muxi, W. You're clearly awake. Annoying. But just as she finished speaking, Yi Feng suddenly propped himself up, lifted his head, and kissed her. Gu Muxi's eyes widened, her cheeks instantly flushed to the base of her neck, and her heart pounded fiercely. After a long moment, Gu Muxi came to her senses, withdrew her body, and broke away from Yi Feng's lips. Jerk, how dare you sneak attack me? Despicable. Gu Muxi, embarrassed, wiped her lips and made a fierce gesture, trying to catch Yi Feng. Yi Feng swiftly dodged and ran towards home, looking back and making faces as he ran. Tease, tease, bite me if you can. Stinky Feng, stop right there. Their playful laughter echoed through the neighborhood. The next day at noon, Yi Feng, carrying 2 bottles of mutai, took a taxi to Huang He's house. He had already notified Huang He in advance, planning to have lunch together at his home. Yi Feng knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, revealing a girl in studded leather clothing and a ponytail. She appeared to be only 18 or 19, wearing awkward smoky makeup and exuding a bit of a hooligan vibe. Her demeanor resembled that of a street tough. As Yi Feng sized her up, she did the same. Who are you? Who are you looking for? The girl asked with a frown and an unfriendly tone. Haha, hello, my name is Yi Feng. I'm here to see Teacher Huang. You must be Teacher Huang's daughter, right? Yi Feng asked with a friendly smile. The girl before him was indeed Huang He's daughter, Huang Xianxian. Yi Feng had heard from Huang He before, a late child, spoiled in childhood, but grew up to be willful. Huang Xianxian responded with an "oh," then turned and called, Dad, someone's looking for you. Haha, must be little Feng, right? Huang He came out from the tea room and hurriedly welcomed Yi Feng at the door. Seeing him, Yi Feng stepped in, saying, Hello, Teacher Huang. Today, I'm here to mooch a meal again. Huang He patted his shoulder and laughed, What are you talking about, kid? Saying that makes you a stranger. Hey, Teacher Huang, I didn't come empty-handed, haha. Take these 2 bottles of wine. We can drink them later. Yi Feng handed over the wine. 2 bottles of 53-degree Fishan Motai, 300 yuan each, considered among the most prestigious in spirits. You kid, just coming is enough, why bring gifts? No way, these 2 bottles, we've got to finish them off later. Let's have a good drink. Huang He laughed. Then, Huang He welcomed Yi Feng into the house and introduced, You've come a few times but haven't met her. This is my daughter, Huang Xianxian. This girl, always out and about, seldom comes home. Huang Xianxian, hearing her father speak of her in front of others, immediately frowned, clearly unhappy. Dad, what do you mean out and about? I just went out to play for a bit. You're a teacher, yet you choose your words poorly. Huang Xianxian retorted. Huang He, seeing her talk back, was about to scold her at novel bin at. Yi Feng quickly changed the subject, saying, Haha, I thought so. I see she has her mother's eyes, a bit of your forehead too, quite handsome. The power of genetics, really strong. Huang He was pleased with Yi Feng's flattery. Little Feng, you flatter her. This girl, neither good at studies nor piano, but knows well how to play. If she were half as mature and understanding as you, my hair wouldn't have turned white so quickly. Yi Feng laughed. These days, being able to play is a skill too. I think Xian will definitely achieve something great in the future. Huang He shook his head, smiling. You always say nice things. Sit down and rest a bit. Your aunt is cooking, and we'll be eating soon. Yes, here, Teacher Huang, have a cigarette. Yi Feng, noticing an ashtray with several cigarette butts in the living room, took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Huang He. Huang He accepted the cigarette, sat down with him, and lit it, asking, Little Feng, how's the business at your shop lately? Yi Feng also lit a cigarette and replied, Not bad, everything is going according to plan. We've opened 6 branches in Guangxi City now. The offline repair business is doing well. In another 2 months, we should be able to expand to 20 chain stores. With a 5-kilometer radius, we can cover most areas of Guangxi City. Once the operation model in Guangxi City is mature and we have some brand recognition, I'll consider expanding to other cities nationwide. Huang He was extremely shocked to hear this, not expecting Yi Feng to move so quickly. Feng Electronics was developing far beyond expectations. What a business prodigy. It seems you have a clear development strategy and goals, which is good. Having 6 chain stores so quickly is really unexpected. Huang He praised. Well, but after yesterday, there are only 5 left. Yi Feng shrugged helplessly. Oh, what happened? Huang He asked curiously. Then Yi Feng briefly explained the incident of Zhao Xingyi setting fire to the store. Huang He was stunned, then said with emotion, Zhao Xingyi, indeed, unreliable. He's fallen into your hands now, serves him right. Though Huang He said this, he felt it was the result of Yi Feng's relentless pressure. With the business model of Feng Electronics, no computer store on the market could compete. The advantages of scale and systematization, cost reduction, and efficiency improvement were not something personal stores could match. This was the victory of a business model. Even without this risk, it was normal for Zhao Xingyi to be pushed out by Yi Feng. Little Feng, what are you planning to do next? Huang He knew Yi Feng must have something in mind, as his visits were always for formal discussions, not just for meals and drinks. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng said, Teacher Huang, last time, you mentioned a student of yours working at a computer components provincial agency, called Kija Company. Huang He was surprised Yi Feng suddenly brought this up. Yes, at Kija Company. They've secured the general agency rights for many manufacturers in Guangdong province, including Guangxi City. Many dealers get their stock from them. They are the designated sole agents and can only source from them. What's up, little Feng? Are you interested in this company? Huang He asked. Yi Feng smiled slightly, took a drag from his cigarette, but didn't rush to speak. With the expansion of the computer components business and the development of the online store, the volume of goods needed in the future would be substantial. Continuously sourcing from Nanqiao and various first and second level dealers, with one or even two middlemen, would long-term be against Feng Electronics' interests. Some of the costs of sourcing from suppliers would actually be the profit margins of these dealers. After much consideration, Yi Feng thought, as the demand for goods increased, it might be better to bypass these suppliers and work directly with the provincial agents to lower the cost of components. After a while, Yi Feng finally said, I am quite interested. If there's a chance, I'd like to ask for your introduction, Teacher Huang. It's always good to have more friends and options. Huang He, after a brief thought and guessing his intention, immediately smiled. No problem, little Feng. You always have good ideas. Yi Feng was delighted when Huang He agreed to help, saying, then I'll thank Teacher Huang in advance. No need to be polite, it's a small matter. Huang He waved his hand and laughed. By the way, the tea sold by your wife is really good. I bought some the other day and gave it to my colleagues, and everyone said it tasted great, Yi Feng said with a smile. The dividends for Huang He were with his wife, and Yi Feng bought tea leaves every month, where the profit was considered a dividend. Yi Feng was hinting that the monthly dividends would be paid as agreed. Hearing this, Huang He nodded and said, if you like it, I'll have her send you a few more cans next time. Drinking more tea is good for your health. Haha, then thank you very much, Teacher Huang, Yi Feng laughed. Yu Ting brought dishes out of the kitchen and called, old man, little Feng, Xian, come and eat. The food is ready. Okay, auntie, thank you for making so many dishes. They really look and smell as good as they taste. Yi Feng stood up, glanced at the dishes full of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and praised them. Ah, it's no trouble. We're all happy you could come over, Yu Ting smiled. Huang He also stood up to invite Yi Feng to eat. Everyone sat down at the dining table. Yi Feng personally opened the wine and poured it for Huang He, and the two of them chatted over drinks. Ah Xian, in the future, you should learn more from little Feng, ask him about his studies. He was the provincial top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Yu Ting instructed Huang Xian. Huang Xian first looked at Yi Feng in surprise, not expecting him to have such an achievement, but then she pouted and said, so what if he's the top scorer in Guangdong province? How I study is my own business. Hearing this, Huang He frowned and scolded, how can you say that? Don't you have any manners? I want you to learn from little Feng so you can improve your grades and not fail in college. With your barely passing undergraduate grades, if you don't work hard, you won't even get a college diploma. Huang Xian put down her chopsticks and retorted, my grades are my own business. You don't have to worry about it. Huang He was so angry he could hardly speak. Yi Feng could see that this girl was in her rebellious phase, and her relationship with her parents wasn't good, likely leading to frequent conflicts. Indeed, every family has its own issues. But he didn't want to cause any family disputes due to his visit, so he changed the subject. Ah, Teacher Huang, don't be angry. I think Xian is quite smart. I saw Red Alert and StarCraft posters on the wall in the room. Does Xian also like to play computer games? You, a top student, know about Red Alert and StarCraft? Yeah, those are my two favorite computer games. Hehe. Huang Xian suddenly became interested when the topic switched to games. All you know is to play games, either at home or in the internet cafe? If you spent as much time on your studies, you could have been admitted to Tsinghua University by now. Huang He frowned. After being criticized, Huang Xian just pouted and remained silent, resisting silently. If you really like playing computer games that much, study it seriously. Maybe in the future, you could develop a game yourself, Yi Feng laughed. Really? Yeah, I've been thinking about developing a game myself. I recently made a StarCraft cheat, hehe, it's super fun to beat AI with cheats. Huang Xian was animated. Develop? Do you know C++? Yi Feng asked, surprised. Hehe, a little, I taught myself, Huang Xian said proudly. Huang He was taken aback, you learned C++ just for gaming? My goodness, daughter, I didn't know you had such skills. He was pleasantly surprised, having rarely communicated with his daughter, not knowing she had a talent for programming. C++ is a complex programming language, usually only taught at the university level. Humph, Dad, there's a lot you don't know about me. When have you ever asked? Huang Xianxian pouted, feeling wronged. He felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had focused too much on his daughter's academic performance and neglected proper communication. Seeing this, Feng said, I told you Xianxian is extraordinary. She will definitely be successful in the future. Huang Xianxian, feeling recognized and praised, blushed and smiled happily. Xianxian, I'll send you a game development document later. If you can create a game framework based on it, you can come work part-time at my company in the future. You will be able to earn your own tuition and living expenses. Feng smiled. This offer, made in front of Huang He, was to show his sincerity, hoping to further solidify their relationship beyond mere business interests. Little Feng, she can develop a game with her level of skill. Huang He was skeptical, doubting his daughter's ability to develop a game having only recently started learning. Teacher Huang, how will we know if we don't try? It's also an opportunity for Xianxian to show what she can do. As long as she wants to do it, she definitely can, Feng encouraged. Really? I can develop a game framework based on your document? Huang Xianxian asked, excited. Really? Do you want to do it? Feng smiled. Of course, I do. Huang Xianxian was thrilled, seeing it as a great learning opportunity. If she could follow his method, she might understand the development process. She loved games and wanted to develop her own, having learned various skills, including graphic design, but her knowledge was scattered. She needed clear direction. Huang He, seeing his daughter so interested in games and Feng willing to teach and offer a part-time job, was very grateful. He owed Feng a big favor. Raising his glass, he said, Little Feng, thank you so much. Let's drink to that. Teacher Huang, it's my pleasure to help. Besides, my company will eventually enter the gaming industry. With computers becoming more common, computer games will surely be a huge market. Feng laughed. Huang He was surprised by Feng's foresight and admired him even more. Being associated with such a young man was his good fortune. All right, let's drink to that. Huang He poured wine for Feng and continued to raise his glass. Huang Xianxian straightened her studded leather jacket, raised her juice glass, and said, Brother Feng, I toast you too. In her heart, she felt she had finally met someone who understood her, and her positive feelings for Feng grew. Everyone raised their glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. With Feng's humorous conversation, there were no more arguments between father and daughter during the meal. Instead, laughter filled the air, creating a harmonious scene. After the meal, Feng didn't stay long and decided to leave. Huang He personally escorted him downstairs at Novel Bin At. Little Feng, to be honest, I really have to thank you today, Huang He said, feeling grateful for the pleasant meal with his daughter, which hadn't happened in a long time. Despite being a teacher for many years, he realized he had neglected his daughter's needs. This experience taught him the importance of proper communication and encouragement in their relationship. Feng knew what he was thankful for and replied, It's okay, no need to thank me. Teacher, I'll be going now. You should go rest. Sorry for the trouble today. If you say that, I won't be happy. You should come over more often. I'd be delighted. Huang He feigned anger. Yes, I'll definitely visit again. Goodbye, teacher. Take care on your way home. Watching Feng leave, Huang He was filled with admiration for the young man's maturity and insight. A young person with such potential was sure to achieve great things. Who wouldn't love such a young man? If only he could be his son-in-law. But, obviously, Xianxian wasn't a match for someone like him. He wondered if Feng was dating anyone. If not, there might still be a chance. South China University. A sophomore from the student council glanced at the sign and asked a junior in a low voice, Senior Wu, who is this Feng? Why is even Teacher Song from the computer science department coming out to welcome him? Don't you know? Haven't you read the newspaper? He's our province's top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. The third-year senior Wu glanced at him. The top scorer of the college entrance exam? Then why did he choose our South China University? Shouldn't he be at Tsinghua University, Peking North University, or Shanghai University? Why our school? The sophomore asked in astonishment. Senior Wu shook his head, I don't know either. Anyway, I heard he turned down Tsinghua and Peking University, even offers from overseas Ivy League schools with scholarships of $50,000 a year. He refused them all and specifically chose our South China University. When the teachers from our admissions office heard about this, they even made a special trip to his house. They came back all smiles. I heard the school offered him a full scholarship for 4 years, including tuition waivers. That's why, to show how much we value him, they specifically arranged for Teacher Su and Teacher Song from the admissions office to come to the school gate to welcome him. Hearing this, the sophomore's face was filled with shock. My goodness, a scholar who even refused Ivy League schools. No wonder the school values him so much. Their murmuring was overheard by Su Hui sitting in front. Cough cough, what are you whispering about? If you meet Feng later, make sure to be enthusiastic and help him complete the enrollment procedures. Senior Wu Kixayang replied with a smile, Yes, don't worry, Teacher Su. We will definitely show the excellent spirit of South China University and welcome Junior Yi. Nearby, the computer science teacher, Song Kangwon, glanced at his watch and said, "Isn't it about time for the appointment? Why haven't we seen him yet?" He had a slightly dark complexion, wore thick glasses, and had the demeanor of a scholarly gentleman. He was the homeroom teacher of computer science major class 1 and also a vice professor in the computer science department. It should be soon. If it gets late, I'll give him a call. Today is the first day of registration, so the roads might be busier than usual. Song Hui spoke with a smile, showing patience. Suddenly, an Audi 100 appeared on the main road, very noticeable among the local Xiaoli, Jetta, and Santana cars, a rare luxury vehicle in the area. The appearance of the Audi 100 immediately caught the attention of many students, who quickly made way for the car. Wow, is that an Audi? Which high-ranking official is coming? Must be a city official's child coming to study. Wow, luxury cars are so beautiful. The body, the wheels, it's like a piece of art. Song Hui also noticed the car and quickly stood up, pushing up his glasses, trying to see if it was a high-ranking official visiting unexpectedly. After all, cars of this model were mostly official vehicles, and those seated in them were usually of high rank at novel bin at. The car slowly moved forward, then turned towards the left side of the school, heading in their direction. After a while, the car stopped in front of them. Song Hui approached with a smile, waiting by the car window. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome young man in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Song Hui was momentarily stunned, then his surprise turned to delight. It's Yi Feng. Haha, welcome, Yi Feng. Hello, Teacher Su, I'm really sorry for the delay. There was a bit of a traffic jam, and I appreciate you coming to pick me up, Yi Feng said with a warm smile as he turned off the engine and got out of the car. It's no trouble at all, not at all, ha. Su Hui laughed out loud. Attracting Yi Feng, the province's top scorer in the college entrance exam, had garnered him attention from the school leaders and a significant bonus. How could he find it bothersome? He had been worried Yi Feng might change his mind. At that moment, Muxi also stepped out of the car, immediately dazzling everyone around. She was dressed in a blue and white long dress, her long, jet black hair flowing, and her delicate and stunning face, with skin so fair it seemed to glow in the sunlight, capturing everyone's attention. My god, what a beautiful girl. Wu Qixiang stared, dumbfounded, mumbling to himself. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. A nearby junior gazed on in awe. For a while, Muxi became the focus of everyone's attention. Yi Feng, I'm going to the Department of Architecture to register now. Take care of yourself, Muxi said with a light smile. Okay, be safe. Call me if you need anything, Yi Feng responded with a smile. Got it. Muxi stuck out her pink tongue playfully, grabbed her luggage from the trunk, and headed off to register on her own. Yi Feng took his luggage and a backpack, placed them in the passenger seat, and then asked Su Hui, Teacher Su, is there a place to park nearby? Yes, you can park along the white lines next to us, Su Hui came back to his senses and replied. But he couldn't help but ask, Yi, student Yi, is this your car? Yes, it's new, Yi Feng casually said, then got back into the car and restarted it. Su Hui was astonished, swallowing his saliva in shock. My goodness, Yi Feng, so young and already driving a luxury car? It's really maddening how some people live. Envy? I could work my whole life and still not afford this car. The students from the student council were all stunned. Holy crap! Could it be that Yi Feng is a super rich second generation? I admit, jealousy makes me ugly. He drives a luxury car, has a beautiful girl, and what about us? Cough cough, we can dream about it during our lunch break. After a while, Yi Feng parked the car, took his luggage and backpack, and walked over. Wu Qixiang, eager to show enthusiasm to the junior, quickly stepped forward to take Yi Feng's luggage, warmly saying, Hey, let me help you with that, Junior Yi. Thank you, Senior, Yi Feng thanked him with a smile. Approaching Su Hui again, he inquired, Teacher Su, should I go to register now? No rush, I'll take you there myself in a bit and show you around our beautiful campus, Su Hui waved his hand and smiled. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Song Kangwon, a teacher in the Department of Computer Science Major Class 1, and he will be your homeroom teacher. Song Kangwon stepped forward, warmly saying, Welcome, Student Yi, to our school. You are the first top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam that our school has ever recruited. Hello, Teacher Song, you flatter me. I was just lucky, Yi Feng modestly replied. Let's go inside. We'll get your enrollment process started, Su Hui laughed at novel bin at. Then I'll trouble both teachers and the senior, Yi Feng nodded in response. Song Kangwon couldn't help but admire Yi Feng even more, such an outstanding yet humble and cautious young man was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Muxi was trying to find the entrance for registering in the Department of Architecture Design Major, but it was too crowded, and she couldn't find it immediately. However, just standing at the entrance, she attracted the attention of passing male students, two of whom even bumped into each other because they were staring at her. Some even took out cameras to secretly take pictures. At that moment, two student council seniors jogged over, almost in unison warmly asking, Hello, Junior, do you need any help? One had a 7-to-3 part haircut, and the other a middle part, both popular hairstyles among young people. Senior, I want to register for the architecture design major. Could you tell me how to get there? Muxi asked, puzzled. The one with the 7 to 3 part quickly said, I know. Follow me, Junior, I'll take you there. Let me carry your luggage. Hehe, my name is Zhu Shanhai, just call me Senior Zhu. Zhu Shanhai eagerly took Muxi's luggage, all smiles, but his eyes never left her. Such a beautiful junior. No doubt, she will be the new campus beauty of South China University. The middle-parted senior was a step too slow to grab the luggage and could only glare at Zhu Shanhai, who pretended not to notice. Then I'll trouble Senior Zhu. Muxi smiled lightly. That smile was captivating, stunning the surrounding students into silence. Simultaneously, posts with pictures of Muxi began to appear on the school forum, quickly becoming popular. Breaking news, a new campus beauty has emerged, with pictures. Explosive, a freshman with a celestial beauty. The birth of a new campus beauty, pictures inside. A freshman with celestial beauty? May the gods bless she doesn't have a boyfriend. After completing the enrollment procedures, Feng, you can directly call me if you encounter any problems at school, Su Hui said with a friendly smile. Thank you, Teacher Su, for your hard work today. I must treat you to a meal someday as a token of my gratitude. Feng expressed his thanks. Establishing a good relationship with Su Hui would make things easier for him at school. Haha, you're too polite. Alright, let's wait until you're free. Su Hui laughed loudly, his appreciation for Feng growing as he found his manner of speaking and acting very pleasant. Alright, go check out your dormitory now. This is a new dormitory building at South China University that I specifically applied for you. Feng nodded. Thank you, teacher. I'll go up now. After saying goodbye to Su Hui, Feng, carrying his luggage, went upstairs alone to his dormitory, room 602. Upon reaching the door of room 602 on the 6th floor, Feng heard the sound of frolicking inside before even entering. Please, can you guys act normal? Let me make it clear, I'm straight. What's abnormal about us? Hehe. Hey, keep it down. Don't scare the new guy. Feng knocked on the door and then pushed it open, seeing 3 people inside, a chubby fellow, a slightly handsome guy with a middle part, and a skinny youth wearing glasses, his skin dark and his clothes somewhat yellowed. Feng glanced around and was surprised to recognize the middle-parted handsome guy as an acquaintance. The middle-parted handsome guy was also stunned upon seeing Feng. Holy crap, is that you, brother Feng? Brother Yingjian. The two stared at each other in shock. Indeed, the middle-parted handsome guy was Yingjian, whom Feng had met previously at Zhao Xingyi's place. The first computer repair money Feng earned was from Yingjian. It was unexpected to meet him here, and even become roommates. The world really is small. Holy crap, dude, it's really you? What a coincidence. Yingjian excitedly approached Feng, happily saying. Feng smiled, yeah, it's quite the coincidence. Who would have thought we'd be so fated to become roommates? Haha, it means we're truly fated? Speaking of which, you shouldn't charge me for computer repairs anymore, right? Yingjian joked, putting his arm around Feng's shoulder. Alright, we're all in this together now, Feng chuckled. The chubby guy, looking at the two, exclaimed in surprise, wow, you two know each other. Of course, it's all thanks to fate. Yingjian briefly explained the situation. Hearing Feng could fix computers and was very skilled, the chubby guy looked up to him with admiration and came forward to shake Feng's hand. Brother Feng, you'll have to teach us this skill, alright? By the way, my name is Hmph. Feng, seeing the sincere expression on his slightly sleazy face, couldn't help but laugh. Sure, no problem. Then, the bespectacled youth also came over, somewhat timidly standing in front of Feng. Hello, student Feng, my name is Sun Tagang. Hello, student Sun. Feng warmly shook his hand and smiled. Feng noticed Sun Tagang's dark skin, worn glasses, and old clothes, making him seem like a hard-working student from a rural area. He seemed a bit introverted and lacked confidence, not skilled in social interactions. Feng had no prejudice against people from rural areas. In fact, he felt closer to them as he himself was a child from the countryside. He believed everyone has their own strengths and there's no need for one's background to create barriers between people. Sun Tagang looked at Feng and, feeling his kindness, finally showed a relieved smile. Yingjian, putting his arms around their shoulders, suggested, alright, now that all 4 of us are here, let's go out for a meal and have a few drinks, what do you say? Getting along well with each other and having a harmonious dormitory relationship was very important as they would be living together for the next 4 years. Sounds good. How about we go Dutch for this first meal? We can find a small restaurant where 50 or 60 yuan will be enough, Feng suggested with a smile, giving Yingjian a knowing look. Both Feng and Yingjian could easily afford a meal, but they considered the feelings of the other two, choosing to go Dutch at a reasonable price so each person would only need to pay around 10 yuan. This was also to accommodate Sun Tagang, who came from a less affluent background. Catching Feng's glance, Yingjian understood and said, no problem, I heard there's a decent and affordable Cantonese restaurant nearby. Shall we go there? Sun Tagang looked slightly relieved and exhaled, I'm okay with that. Who cheered, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The 4 of them quickly got ready and rushed out the side door to a food street next to the Finance University, a favorite spot for students from both schools. Especially now, with new students arriving, the street was bustling with groups looking for lunch. They chose a Cantonese restaurant, ordered 4 dishes, and a bottle of beer. Look over there, at 7 o'clock. There's a girl with short hair. You can't see her face, but her figure suggests she's pretty. Yang Jian whispered excitedly to the others. Yi Feng glanced over and chuckled. Maybe she's a back beauty. The term back beauty means someone who looks attractive from behind but not from the front. Brother Feng, are you doubting my taste? Yang Jian straightened up, adjusting his clothes, and said seriously. No, I just think the chance of her being a back beauty isn't small. Yi Feng laughed. Yang Jian confidently smiled. 80,59,81. With such measurements, how bad can her looks be? Wow, Brother Jian, you can gauge measurements just by looking? But you haven't seen her face, how do you know it's 80? Yizhu asked, astonished. Yang Jian smirked. This is called experience. From 2 measurements and her age, I can infer the other measurement. Awesome. Yizhu gave him a thumbs up. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just guessing. Yi Feng laughed. Yang Jian said seriously. What? Brother Feng, are you doubting the eyes of the Lothario of the waves? How about a bet? Let's bet on tomorrow's breakfast. I bet she's definitely a beauty. Alright, but remember, you're the one who said it. Kay and Tagang, you're my witnesses. Yi Feng squinted, confident. Yang Jian then got up, fluffed his middle-parted hair, and swaggered off. Watch and learn. Maybe I'll even start a romance and then gallop away. He confidently approached the short-haired girl in a pink dress. Hello, beautiful. I have something I'd like to ask you. What is it? The short-haired woman turned around and shyly asked. Hiss? Yang Jian gasped in shock, stunned by what he saw. He was greeted by a face that resembled the moon's surface, and nose hairs protruding from her nostrils. Never mind, sorry to bother you, goodbye. Yang Jian couldn't bear to look at her face any longer and ran back, looking utterly defeated at novel bin at. Haha, how was it, Brother Jian? Got scared, didn't you? Kay the chubby one gloated. How could this be? There really are back beauties in this world? And she's top tier. Yang Jian grabbed his hair, looking deeply traumatized. No way, Brother Feng, how did you know she was a back beauty? Yang Jian turned to Yi Feng in surprise, wondering how he could tell. Yi Feng gestured with his eyes. Following his gaze, Yang Jian saw a glass liquor cabinet in the restaurant that perfectly reflected the beauty's face. Yang Jian. Damn it, Brother Feng, you set me up. Yi Feng shrugged and smirked. Well, you were the one who wanted to bet. I didn't force you. Right, Tagang, Yizhu? Sun Tagang and Kay Yizhu nodded in agreement. Fine, I lost the bet. I'll cover tomorrow's breakfast for the dorm. Yang Jian declared, generously. Brother Jian, you're awesome. Yi Feng laughed. For someone as wealthy as Yang Jian, breakfast was trivial, but it was a way to strengthen their bonds. As they started eating, the atmosphere was lively with Yi Feng and Yang Jian there, quickly moving from eating to toasting, creating a festive mood. Through this meal, Yi Feng got a better understanding of his roommates' backgrounds. Yang Jian, flamboyant and a self-proclaimed ladies' man, came from a family that owned a road construction company, taking on major local projects. Despite his exuberant personality, he was academically gifted and earned his spot at South China University through his own efforts. Kay Yizhu, the sleazy-looking chubby guy, came from a family within the system. His grandparents had retired, and his parents worked in education. Despite his appearance, he had a strong sense of justice and had even rescued children from a fire, earning him the title of a heroic citizen. As for Sun Tagang, the introverted and reticent one, he was from a remote village in western Guangdong. Coming from a poor background, his parents were farmers, and he was the only university student from his village. To celebrate his admission to South China University, the village slaughtered 2 pigs and threw a big feast in his honor. Knowing his family's financial struggles, the villagers pooled money to cover his tuition. He resolved to study hard, hoping to make something of himself in the future and repay his fellow villagers, which was his only wish at the moment. Looking at his 3 roommates, each with their distinct personalities yet getting along well, Yi Feng felt moved. Meeting and coming together in this vast sea of people to spend 4 years of university life together was a kind of fate. Such fate is worth cherishing and remembering, just as we cherish the people and events from our youth. After lunch, the 4 returned to their dormitory, where Yang Jian eagerly brought out his desktop computer. Guys, after a good meal, let's play some games. How about StarCraft Online? Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly. You guys go ahead, I've got some work to do, Yi Feng said, pulling out a laptop from his backpack. Kay Yizhu, the chubby roommate, was stunned. Holy crap, Brother Feng, you have an IBM ThinkPad T20? That's really expensive? How much did you pay for it? It cost over 13,000 yuan. This type of business laptop is suited for work, not for gaming, Yi Feng explained with a smile. This laptop was considered a pioneering model in the T-series, featuring a titanium alloy body and weighing only 2.2 kilograms. Despite having only 512 megabytes of RAM and a 12 GB hard drive, it was quite outstanding among the mainstream machines of its time. Wow, Brother Feng, your family must be pretty well off. Kay Yizhu said enviously. Yang Jian also looked on with envy. That's a nice laptop. It's a pity my dad wouldn't buy me one since I already had a desktop. Yi Feng glanced at him and chuckled. Brother Yang, couldn't you just take a bit from your monthly allowance to buy one? Yang Jian pulled a face, helplessly saying, "You think my dad is that generous? Dream on." He said beyond the fixed monthly allowance, he won't give me any more money. If I want to spend more, I have to earn it myself. Hmph curiously asked, "My dad only gives me 500 yuan a month. How much does your dad give you?" "Not much, just 7,000 yuan, Yang Jian said, trying to impress. Hmph, Sun to gang. Let's play fight the landlord. Hmph suddenly shouted, embracing the moment loudly. Alright, let's play. Feng joined the game. Sun to gang clapped and cheered them on from the side. Finally, under the benevolent gazes of his roommates, Yang Jian decided that tomorrow's breakfast treat would be beef noodles, the kind with an extra serving of meat. Hmph also had a computer. He set it up, connected to the power and the internet, and started browsing various chat rooms and the school forum. My goodness! Incredible, he suddenly exclaimed. Yang Jian, playing games at another table, jumped. Holy crap, fatty, what are you screaming about? You scared me. Come and see, big news at school. The forum is blowing up. Hmph shouted excitedly. Brother Feng, come take a look. Feng, who was replying to emails for work, kept typing, I'm busy right now, maybe later. Yang Jian didn't pay him any mind, casually saying, what big news could it be? Probably just someone winning a big prize at some event. No, it's a beauty. Our school has a new campus beauty. Holy crap, she's gorgeous. This beauty, truly divine. Hmph stared at the screen, utterly captivated. Hearing about a beauty, Yang Jian abandoned his game and dashed over, peering at the screen, instantly mesmerized by the photo displayed. The screen showed a beautiful woman in a blue dress, with long hair fluttering, standing gracefully by the roadside. Especially her fair skin and stunningly beautiful face were particularly eye-catching. My god, a top-tier beauty indeed, deserving of the title of the new campus beauty. Yang Jian also exclaimed. Hmph, with a love-struck expression, said, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, right, I've seen countless women, and compared to them, she definitely ranks first. Holy cow, the entire school forums pages are filled with her photos and discussion threads. Indeed, beauties have influence. The beasts of our school forum are way too excited. Brother Feng, come take a look. Hmph kept waving him over. After sending the email, Feng finally stood up and walked over, taking a glance. Isn't that little Zixi? Didn't expect such a big fuss. Her name as the new campus beauty seems set to spread across the school. How about it, Brother Feng, isn't this beauty stunning? Hmph smirked. My girlfriend is indeed very beautiful. Feng nodded and smiled. Yang Jian and Hmph immediately turned to give him a disdainful look. Cut it out, she's your girlfriend? Brother Feng, you're shameless. Hmph expressed his disdain at Novel bin Adat. Yang Jian snorted and laughed, if she's your girlfriend, then my girlfriend is Sister Zi. Then my girlfriend is Vivi. Hmph chimed in. Yang Jian patted Feng on the shoulder, speaking in a mock-serious tone, Brother Feng, it's normal for young men to fantasize, I understand. But you can't just say she's your girlfriend after seeing a photo. That's not right, it's inappropriate. This isn't fantasizing, it's delusional. Feng said earnestly, she really is my girlfriend. Pfft, believe you, my foot. Yang Jian and Hmph shouted in unison. Hmph asked with contempt, Brother Feng, do you think we're idiots? That easy to fool? Feng, unable to help but laugh, shrugged, if you don't believe it, that's fine. I'm too lazy to explain. Yang Jian snickered, hey, Brother Feng, I'll send you the photo later. You can dream more realistically tonight. Hey, Brother Jian makes sense. Feng, I'll choose the photos for you. If you really have your eyes on the new school beauty, rest assured and go after her. We are your strongest support. Hmph patted his chest and said righteously. Feng smiled and shook his head, it's already in the bag, why chase? You guys play games. I still have things to be busy with. After speaking, Feng returned to his position and continued to work. With a laptop, it was possible to work remotely via QQ, but sometimes due to QQ server issues, it often lagged, barely managing to cope. For important documents, they had to be sent and received via email. Thankfully, having one's own server set up made the process smoother. Ding ding ding. Hmph sent a message. Hmph, Feng, the renovation of the 3 internet cafes is nearing completion. Should we start preparing to bring in the equipment? Feng, okay, then I'll start preparing to purchase the machines. You keep an eye on the construction. Hmph, okay, Feng, I'll wait for your notice. Feng stroked his chin, thinking that with the internet cafe renovations almost done, it was time to talk about loans with the bank. 3 internet cafes, planning for 200 computers each, totaling 600. With mid to high-end configurations priced around 5,000 yuan each, that's a 3 million yuan cash investment, at Novel bin Adat. If purchased in bulk, the price could drop to about 4,000 yuan each, requiring an investment of 2.4 million yuan. Such a large sum, if invested using Feng Company's cash, would inevitably strain cash flow. Thus, Feng planned from the start to use the bank's money to make money, leveraging others' money as the best method, of course, assuming the venture would yield sufficient excess returns. Considering the current revenue capabilities of internet cafes, according to market research, the daily revenue per computer ranged between 60 to 100 yuan, fluctuating with different times. A 3 million investment could break even in just 3 to 4 months. The internet cafe industry is currently so profitable that since 2001, various capitals have entered the market, and over a decade, various internet cafes have opened nationwide, becoming a memory for a generation. Feng planned to adopt an aggressive expansion strategy. Once these 3 internet cafes started operating and reached expected profitability, Feng planned to leverage tens of millions of funds from the bank to spread chain internet cafes throughout Guangxi City. After securing most of the market in Guangxi City within the year, replicate the business model to developed areas such as Shanghai, Shenzhen, Beijing, etc. First-tier cities have more consumption potential and it's not yet time for a market downturn. Within 2 years, spreading chain internet cafes throughout first-tier cities was also one of Feng's business goals. Decided, Feng took out his phone to call Huang He. During their last meal, he mentioned knowing some bank executives, which could be a line of help in case of financial issues. Feng stepped out of the dormitory just as the call connected. Hello, little Feng, what's up? Huang He's friendly voice came from the other end. Hey, teacher Huang, are you busy right now? Am I disturbing you? I have something I'd like to ask you about. Feng said with a smile. When asking for help over the phone, it's important not to dive straight into business but to first ensure the other party is not too busy to talk, to avoid being abrupt, as part of basic social etiquette. Haha, I'm just drinking tea in my office, what's up? Huang He laughed heartily. After a moment of thought, Feng said, it's like this, teacher Huang, my 3 internet cafes are nearly done with renovations, currently in the final stages. Next, I'm planning to apply for a business loan from the bank. You mentioned last time that you know some people inside the bank, right? I was hoping to find a time to talk. Huang He expressed surprise, they're finished with renovations already? Little Feng, you work very efficiently? Haha, no problem, how much are you planning to borrow? Feng, 3 million. Huang He paused, then said, 3 million, that's not a small amount. I guess there are only a few banks that could lend that amount more conveniently. Some banks might have more complicated procedures. I recommend you start with talking to Guangdong Development Bank. That's a local bank. Though it's not a big bank, it has been supporting small and micro enterprises recently with better policies, easier procedures, and more favorable conditions. With Feng Company's qualifications, there shouldn't be a problem getting the loan. I happen to know their credit management department manager. I'll help you arrange a dinner meeting. Hearing Huang He's words, Feng felt secretly pleased. Indeed, maintaining a good relationship with Huang He was very necessary. Using the matter with Huang Xianxian to owe Huang He a favor, now asking him for help would definitely smooth things over. Haha, then I'll thank you in advance. If there's any news, just call me directly. Feng said happily. Huang He, okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. I know you're starting school soon, I'll try to arrange it for the weekend, so it's convenient for everyone. Alright, thanks, teacher Huang. Feng responded with a laugh. By the way, how's Xianxian these days? Is she following the documents to develop? Feng caught up the matter of Huang Xianxian. She's been in her room coding all day. She has to report to the University of Science and Technology in a few days, and she's not preparing at all, just focusing on that. But it's also good, prevents her from running wild, haha. Not to mention, I have to thank you for that. You unearthed her talent in this area. I originally wanted her to study accounting, now I need to figure out how to transfer her to the computer science department. Huang He said contentedly. Ah, it's nothing. Xianxian finding her passion, being so smart and quick-wit, as long as she keeps at it, she's bound to succeed. Feng praised. Parents always feel satisfied hearing praise for their children. You make it sound so good, let's see if she can keep it up, haha. Huang He humbly replied. The two then chatted casually before hanging up. Feng looked at his phone and chuckled lightly. This is the huge advantage of having connections. For anyone wanting to succeed, especially in business, having a strong network of connections is extremely important. How to build an effective network in society has always been a profound question that can't be understood without experiencing society and the effects of networking. As they say in business, it's important to have a benefactor, but this benefactor doesn't just fall from the sky. You have to grasp the opportunity and maintain a good relationship with them to turn it into an opportunity. Just as Feng was about to return to his dormitory, his phone rang. It was a call from Muxi. Hello, Zixi, missing me already? So narcissistic. Who misses you? I'm just hungry and was wondering if you want to go to the food street to grab something to eat. Muxi said with a blushing face and a pout on the other end of the phone. Sure, even though I'm not hungry, I can accompany you to walk around, hehe. Feng said indulgently. Hearing this, Muxi felt sweet inside, as if she had eaten honey. Okay, then it's settled. Wait for me at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building number 12, see you later hehe. Muxi said joyfully. After hanging up the phone, Muxi lay on the bed, happily swinging her smooth legs, clearly in a good mood and a bit excited. Chen Jiajia was cleaning when she saw her with a spring-like expression and laughed, asking, Zixi, who were you talking to on the phone? You seem so excited. Hehe, of course, it's Stinky Feng. We're going to the food street later to find something to eat, Gu Muxi said with pink cheeks, joyfully. Ayo, Stinky Feng here, Stinky Feng there, always on your lips. Ever since you started dating, I feel like you've become silly. I think it's not just a pregnancy makes you silly for 3 years, but a relationship makes you silly for a lifetime, Chen Jiajia teased. Where is that true? Don't talk nonsense. Do I talk about him all the time? Gu Muxi denied proudly, lifting her chin. Chen Jiajia covered her mouth and laughed. Then next time, I should buy a recorder and record what you say to see if you still deny it. At that moment, their roommate Ding Ying entered with a bunch of flowers and chocolates, smiling. Zixi, someone sent you gifts again. This is the 3rd time today, and this time it's from a senior named Zhu Shanhai. She placed the flowers and chocolates in front of Gu Muxi's desk. Chen Jiajia shook her head and sighed. Indeed, my Zixi is so popular wherever she goes. In high school, she would receive various small gifts and many anonymous love letters every now and then. It seems you can't escape it in university either. But it seems the gifts have been upgraded a lot. No more small snacks or candies. Now there's even chocolate. Ding Ying covered her mouth and laughed. I browsed the school forum at noon. Zixi has become our school's new campus Belle, a new goddess. She's really popular on the forum. Then, with a face full of gossip, she sat down beside Gu Muxi and asked, Hey, Zixi, who is this senior Zhu Shanhai? Do you know him? Gu Muxi sat up and pouted. Yes, he's the senior who helped me with the enrollment procedures this morning, but he's quite annoying. I didn't expect him to send me flowers in the afternoon. If he doesn't take the gifts back, you guys deal with them. Anyway, I don't want them. I have a boyfriend, you know. I'll post on the forum later, saying, the delicate flower has an owner, please do not disturb. Chen Jiajia tugged at her mouth, cough cough, Zixi, just a reminder, if you post that, your boyfriend Yi Feng will become the public enemy of all the male students in the school. It's very dangerous, he might get attacked in the middle of the night. Gu Muxi huffed, I'd like to see who dares. Stinky Feng is under my protection. Then you can be his personal bodyguard. Chen Jiajia put down her broom and laughed. Well, forget it. But if someone asks you to deliver a gift, just refuse on my behalf. Thanks a lot, Gu Muxi said, bowing with her fists in gratitude. It's getting late. I need to wash my hair and head out, or Stinky Feng will be waiting downstairs and start nagging again. Saying that, Gu Muxi dashed into the bathroom. Chen Jiajia laughed softly and shook her head. This girl, she's really good to Yi Feng. Hehe, very sweet, Ding Ying said with an auntie's smile. Half an hour later, Gu Muxi had washed her hair and changed her clothes, hurrying out of the dormitory. At the female dormitory building downstairs, Yi Feng was standing under the tree at the dormitory entrance, watching the sunset over the hills and checking the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Gu Muxi was usually very efficient, so why was it taking a bit longer today? He muttered to himself. After a while, Gu Muxi appeared at the entrance, her small crossbody bag on her back, wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking stylish and beautiful. She ran up to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, have you been waiting long? Yi Feng saw that she seemed to have applied light makeup and was surprised. Not too long, but why did you put on makeup? Gu Muxi's cheeks turned red. Humph, I like it. Do you think it looks bad? It looks good, it looks good. Gu Muxi is the most beautiful in the world. Okay, Yi Feng said indulgently. Let's go, where do you want to eat? Yi Feng turned around, but then he saw Gu Muxi raising her hand. What's wrong? What do you want? Your hand. Gu Muxi glared at him with flushed cheeks. Stinky Feng, hold my hand, what are you waiting for? Yi Feng laughed, raised his hand to hold hers, squeezed it, and felt Gu Muxi's hand was smooth and soft. Miss Gu, is this okay then? Shall we head out? Gu Muxi leaned in contentedly, and they walked side by side, holding hands. On the way, they strolled around the campus while chatting leisurely. Stinky Feng, you have no idea how annoyed I was today. 7 or 8 people came up to me asking for my phone number, and 3 of them even sent flowers to my dorm. It's really annoying, Gu Muxi pouted. Yi Feng laughed. As expected, who wouldn't be attracted to the new campus Belle? You indeed stand out among the rest. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. And you're laughing? You still feel like laughing? If this continues, how am I supposed to study? Aren't you afraid someone will steal me away? Yi Feng looked at her seriously and said earnestly, not afraid, because they would be killed by you. Gu Muxi. Stinky Feng? Itching for a beating again, huh? Gu Muxi pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Am I such a violent person? Am I not gentle? Yi Feng inhaled sharply and chuckled. Gentle, you're the gentlest. The last time I saw a girl this gentle was, well, the last time. Gu Muxi laughed out loud, her laughter as beautiful and enchanting as a blooming flower. At that moment, Yi Feng was almost melted by her smile. Zixi, you look pretty when you smile. Smile more often, Yi Feng suggested. Gu Muxi gave him a look. If I smile all day, wouldn't I become a fool? That would still be a very pretty fool, Yi Feng stated seriously. Stinky Feng, I'll tear you apart. Gu Muxi, infuriated, started to make a move. Knowing he was no match, Yi Feng quickly ran away. The two of them frolicked like this all the way out of the school gate to the bustling street where they had lunch, which was even more lively at night. Running a business targeting college students is indeed profitable, earning money all day long. Stop, Gu Muxi, let's call a truce. Didn't you say you were hungry? What do you want to eat? Yi Feng asked, waving his hand. Gu Muxi naturally looped her arm through his, acting coquettishly. I want to eat. I want to eat bowl pudding. And, kebabs, and lots of tasty things. Yi Feng laughed. Okay, no problem. Whatever you want to eat, we'll eat. I'll feed you till you're a big fatty, then no one will compete with me for you. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed at his words, retorting, you're the one who'll turn into a big fatty. I don't want to be a fatty. Yi Feng chuckled, knowing that Gu Muxi cared a lot about her figure. After all, it's natural for girls to love beauty. There's a grilled lamb skewer stall up ahead. Let's go check it out, Gu Muxi said excitedly, pulling Yi Feng along quickly. They arrived at the stall, run by an out-of-towner, a man in his 50s with a beard resembling that of a Fonty. Two handsome lads and beauties, what would you like? 2 skewers of lamb? Really delicious, very satisfying. The stall owner greeted them warmly. Gu Muxi mimicked his accent, laughing, give me 2 skewers, with lots of chili, and more meat to make it really satisfying. Yi Feng joined in, exactly, these skewers smell great. Throw in some crispy bits, that's the proper way. The stall owner was momentarily dumbfounded by their conversation. Are you kids also from the north of Xinjiang? Gu Muxi covered her mouth, laughing, nope, just learned it from TV. The stall owner burst out laughing. After grilling 2 skewers of lamb, he even threw in an extra serving of lamb offal worth 5 yuan, which included tasty lung pieces. Wishing you a long and lasting love, come back anytime. The stall owner placed his hand on his chest, bowing. Gu Muxi felt sweet inside and smiled, thank you, boss, wish you good business. At novel bin at. Yi Feng paid the money, and they found a corner along the street to enjoy their skewers. Wow, this is so delicious. Gu Muxi munched happily, her cheeks puffing up like a cute little hamster. Take it slow, don't choke, Yi Feng cautioned. 3 yuan for such a big skewer, the boss is really generous. Gu Muxi was delighted, not minding the grease around her mouth. She quickly finished a large skewer, but her lips were covered in grease. Look at you, all greasy. Let me wipe it off for you, Yi Feng said, taking out a tissue to clean her lips. Gu Muxi, looking at Yi Feng's serious face and feeling the gentle touch on her lips, blushed, her heart racing. Stinky Feng is quite caring, after all. All clean now, Yi Feng smiled. Hehe, Stinky Feng, you're really nice. Saying this, Gu Muxi tiptoed, turned her head, and kissed his cheek. Yi Feng touched his cheek in astonishment, not expecting Gu Muxi to be so proactive, and immediately felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey inside. Alright, Gu Muxi, you're not playing fair, launching a surprise attack on this young handsome guy. Watch me retaliate with a lightning 5 kisses. Yi Feng puckered his lips, intending to kiss her back. Haha, I won't let you kiss me. Try Gu Muxi, with her cheeks flushed, dodged, and made a face at him. Hehe, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. Yi Feng, turning into a big grey wolf, pounced towards her. But Gu Muxi dodged, grabbed his hand, twisted it behind him, and perfectly restrained him. Stinky Feng, I won't let you kiss me. There are so many people watching. Gu Muxi glanced at the pedestrians with a shy look in her eyes. Passers-by occasionally glanced at them. Yi Feng grinned cheekily, hehe, then when we go back, we'll find a quiet corner where no one's around. That should be fine, right? Gu Muxi's cheeks turned even redder, spreading to the base of her neck, and she glared at him. How could Stinky Feng be so forward? He's really terrible. Look, Gu Muxi, if you don't speak up, I'll take it as your agreement. I won't talk to you, we'll talk about it when we get back. Hehe, I understand, I get it. Stinky Feng, you understand nothing. I want ice cream. No problem, sure thing. I also feel like eating. Zixi, do you want an old-fashioned ice pop? I want to. When it came to food, they would automatically call a truce. Gu Muxi, arm in arm with Yi Feng, continued their food tour. They almost tried every snack and only bought one of each so they could share and managed to eat so much. When they reached the end of the street, there was a small leisure square in front of a shopping mall, with ice cream and old-fashioned ice pops right next to it at novel bin at. Here's ice cream and old-fashioned ice pops. Gu Muxi happily pulled Yi Feng towards it. At the storefront, she turned to Yi Feng and asked, Stinky Feng, do you want some? Burp, I'm full, I'll pass. You enjoy it. Yi Feng burped, smiling helplessly. The feast from noon had not yet digested, and they had eaten so much in the evening. Eating more would be overdoing it. Alright then, you can only watch me eat. Gu Muxi said triumphantly. Boss, 1 ice cream and 1 ice pop, please. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and dressed in a layman's robe, looked a bit artsy. Okay, miss, just a moment. The middle-aged boss smiled slightly and turned to prepare her ice cream. After serving the ice cream, he handed her an old-fashioned ice pop. Young man and lady, our shop is right next door. If you're tired from walking, you can rest for a while. The middle-aged boss kindly said. Indeed, there were 5 sun umbrellas next to the shop with seating underneath. Thank you, boss. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, then paid. They found a seat near the roadside to rest. Gu Muxi was devouring her ice cream, and soon her lips were adorned with white ice cream, looking like a little white mustache. Yi Feng, feeling moved, beckoned Gu Muxi to come closer with a hook of his finger. What, Stinky Feng? Gu Muxi, obedient, moved her head closer, puzzled and unaware of Yi Feng's intentions. Yi Feng grasped her chin, his face slowly moving closer. Suddenly, he planted a kiss on her lips. Gu Muxi, caught off guard by the kiss, widened her eyes in shock, her cheeks instantly turning apple red. Holding an ice cream in one hand and an ice popsicle in the other, she froze, unsure how to react. This scene was witnessed by the middle-aged shopkeeper, who squinted his eyes, revealing an auntie's smile. Young love is wonderful. Passers-by cast envious glances their way. After a few seconds, Feng released her, smacking his lips and chuckling, the taste of ice cream is really sweet. Gu Muxi felt her cheeks burning, her heart pounding as if it were about to leap out. She glared at him, "You're terrible, stinky Feng, you, with so many people around." "Hey, Zixi, now we're even, huh?" Feng shamelessly said. Gu Muxi bit off a large chunk of her ice cream, as if biting into him, and huffed, "Wait and see, I'll get you back when we return." "What, you're planning a counterattack?" "Well, I'll counterattack right back now," Feng cheekily said, puckering his lips again. But the next moment, what met his lips was the cold, biting sensation of ice cream. Now, it was Feng's turn to have a mouthful of ice cream, looking like a white mustache. "Haha, you look so funny." Gu Muxi laughed heartily, her clear laughter echoing in the night air like summer wind chimes. "Gu Muxi, I'm going to smear it on your face." Feng feigned anger. As they were playing, a guitar sound suddenly filled the air. Both instinctively looked over to see the shopkeeper sitting at the storefront, legs crossed, seemingly tuning his guitar. However, he frowned slightly, as if two notes were off and couldn't be harmonized. The guitar is acting up again," the middle-aged shopkeeper sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Boss, it seems like the second and third strings are the problem. Can I give it a try?" Feng smiled at him. Young man, you know how to tune a guitar?" The middle-aged shopkeeper looked at him in surprise. "I learned a bit before," Feng replied. "Really? Then I'll leave this guitar to you to tune. It's okay if you can't get it right," the middle-aged boss said, handing over the guitar to him. Feng carefully examined the guitar, plucked each string, listened intently to the pitch, and adjusted the tension of the strings. "After tuning, it should be about right," Feng said with a smile. He strummed the guitar, and all the notes were accurate, harmonizing beautifully. "Wow, you really fixed it," the middle-aged boss exclaimed in surprise. "You're really good, young man." The middle-aged boss sincerely thanked him, giving Feng a thumbs up. Feng tried the sound a few times, played some chords, then looking at Gu Muxi, who was curiously watching, felt inspired. "Boss, may I borrow this to play a song?" Feng asked with a smile. "Of course, I also have a mic and speakers. I sing a few songs myself when I'm free. My life's pleasure, aside from running this shop, is singing." The middle-aged boss laughed heartily. Shortly after, he brought out a stand mic, a speaker, and cables from behind the shop door, setting everything up next to Feng. "What song do you want to sing, Feng?" "The one from last time," Gu Muxi asked eagerly. Ever since she heard Feng sing by the lakeside during a camping trip, she often dreamt about that scene and his magnetic voice. His singing seemed to possess a magical quality that lingered in her mind daily. Feng strummed the guitar, playing a light and easy tune, the melody alone making one feel sweet and relaxed. "Not that one, a new song. A very nice song. Gu Muxi, why not? This is for you." Feng sat in front of her, legs crossed, looking at her with an indulgent smile, gently plucking the guitar strings. "The sky looks like it's going to rain. I really want to live next door to you." Standing dumbly under your apartment, looking up, counting the dark clouds. "If there's a piano in the scene, I'll sing for you, even if many pots of water pour down." Feng's magnetic voice began to sing, accompanied by a light and sweet melody, resonating along the busy street. Passers-by spontaneously stopped, drawn by the beautiful singing, and soon, a large crowd had gathered in front of the shop, packed tight. "This song is so sweet. Yeah, this guy sings really well. Is he singing for his girlfriend? So pampering." The crowd whispered among themselves but soon fell silent, completely immersed in the music, swaying lightly to the upbeat rhythm. Feng was oblivious to the crowd behind him, his eyes were only for Gu Muxi, his world contained only her. "Singing this song for you, it has no particular style. It simply means, I want to make you happy. To melt the ice for you, to be a moth to a flame for you. Nothing is unworthy. Singing this song for you, it has no particular style. It simply means, I hope you're happy. To toss and turn for you, to give up the world for you, why not, with a bit of warmth in the cool of late summer and early autumn." Gu Muxi, listening to the song, couldn't help but smile sweetly, foolishly happy and moved. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. These were tears of sweetness, tears of being moved. "Stinky Feng, it's mean to make someone cry with a song?" Gu Muxi wiped away her tears, feeling incredibly sweet inside. "Stinky Feng sings so well. Stinky Feng, I like you too. I can also be a moth to a flame for you. I can also give up the world for you. I hope you're happy, to toss and turn for you, to give up the world for you, why not?" In the cool of late summer and early autumn, with a hint of the colors of changing seasons. As the song ended, Feng's final guitar solo concluded, perfectly capping off the song. The guitar sound gradually ceased, its catchy melody seemingly lingering in the ears of every listener. After a moment of silence, the scene erupted into warm applause. The warm applause lasted for a long time. Feng was startled by the sudden burst of applause and quickly looked back. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered behind him. Wow, so many people? At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Song God? Song God? Sing another one. Yes, yes, please sing another one. What kind of divine song is this? It's so good. I've never heard this melody before, it's so catchy. Review, such a sweet song made me cry. The crowd became agitated and also started shouting for the song God. They were mostly young people from nearby universities, many of whom had experienced having someone special, so the song resonated deeply with them. Some people were still immersed in the emotions from the song, not yet snapping back to reality. Like the middle-aged shopkeeper, who gradually came out of his daze, excitedly looking at Feng. Handsome guy, you sing so well. What's the name of that song? His eyes were filled with eagerness. Why not? Feng said with a slight smile, then handed the guitar back to him. Why not? What a good name. The middle-aged boss took the guitar but first set it on the table, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it over. Nice to meet you, I'm Xianan. Feng. Feng took the business card, glancing at it. Nanshan Music Studio President, Xianan. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting the owner of an ice cream shop to have this identity. Xianan, seeing the surprise in his eyes, laughed. This is my wife's shop. I often come over to help out after work. I also love music, but I don't have much talent, so opening a music production studio was fulfilling my dream. Feng, you sang so well just now. I'd love to chat about music and try some good food with you sometime. I really enjoy talking about music with talented young people. Haha. Feng also handed over his business card, smiling. Coincidentally, I also like making friends. Here's my card. Haha, great, that's great. Xianan was pleased. Feng stood up, holding Muxi's hand, and said goodbye. Thanks for the guitar today, boss. Let's meet up another time. No worries, you helped fix it for me. This old guy has been with me for several years, I'd hate to lose it, Xianan said gratefully. Feng smiled, alright, thanks, boss. We'll make plans some other time. It's too crowded here, we'll be going now. With that, Feng pulled Muxi's hand and walked to the side of the crowd. Song God, don't go, sing another one. Song God, please debut right here, I'll definitely buy your album. Yeah, Song God, sing one more. The crowd was noisy, cheering him on. Feng waved his hand, smiling, thanks for the support, everyone. Goodbye, goodbye. After speaking, the two squeezed through the crowd and quickly ran off. Once they were away from the crowd, they reached the end of the street. Haha, why did you run? Why not sing a few more? Muxi covered her mouth, laughing. Feng gave her a look. Muxi, do you really think I'm a human jukebox, or should I hold a concert right here? If the crowd got too rowdy, it would be hard to leave. Muxi looped her arm through his, leaning on his arm, because you sing really well. I like it too. Feng patted her head, indulgently saying, if you like it that much, I'll sing for you again in the future. Really? But, it would be best if you recorded it on a tape, so I can listen to your songs on my Walkman. Muxi hoped. Alright, whatever you want, Feng laughed. Great, you promised, no takebacks. Whoever reneges is a puppy. Muxi hugged him happily. Hey, Muxi, after all the effort I put into singing for you, don't you have anything to say? At novel bin at. Like what? You know, a little something. What do you mean? Are you playing dumb with me? I'm not, W. Women are so troublesome, sometimes, you have to take matters into your own hands to get what you want. Stinky Feng, what are you doing? Feng cradled her cheeks and kissed her. Stinky Feng, you. Several seconds later. Sigh. Stinky Feng, that's enough. We're on the street. Muxi's face turned as red as an apple, she glanced at him shyly and wiped her lips. Stinky Feng was becoming more and more unrestrained. Such a lecher. Hee, okay, then we'll continue when we get back. Feng licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. I don't want to. Muxi arrogantly lifted her chin. Seeing her coquettish demeanor, Feng felt an itch in his heart, but considering they had reached second base multiple times, how far could a home run be? No rush. Alright, it's getting late, let's head back. I heard there might be a roll call by the counselor tonight. Feng laughed. Roll call, I almost forgot. Let's hurry, I don't want to get points deducted on the first day. Muxi took his hand and hurried back. The two returned to the school, and Feng walked her to the dormitory. It was already 9 in the evening, and there weren't many people at the dormitory entrance. Okay, Stinky Feng, I'm going up. Muxi waved her hand, showing a hint of reluctance. Feng leaned in, pointing to his right cheek. Wait, give me a kiss before you go. Muxi rolled her eyes at him but still pecked his right cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. Is that enough? Such a greedy guy, I'm going back now. You should head back early too. Muxi pouted and turned to leave. Feng grinned. Muxi was so easy to tease. He hummed a tune happily on his way back to the dorm. Just as he returned to the dorm, he ran into the counselor checking the rooms. The counselor looked like he had just graduated from college, wearing glasses, but his demeanor was somewhat stern. Feng, right? Why are you coming back so late? Do you want to be deducted points? The counselor pushed his glasses up, showing no mercy. Hey, Counselor Zhuang, don't mind it. Here, have a cigarette. He just went out for a bit, Probably didn't notice you were checking the rooms. Hmph quickly stepped forward, offering a cigarette and speaking up for Feng. Zhuang Zhen took the cigarette, pretending to be appeased. This shouldn't happen again. We'll be checking the rooms for the next few days, keep that in mind. After saying that, he walked away, frowning at Feng. Move aside. Feng stepped aside to let him pass, shaking his head after he left. Getting a bit of power goes to their heads. He had met the most arrogant and pretentious counselor. In theory, university counselors are supposed to guide students in their studies and life, almost like teachers. But nowadays, with a little power over approving leaves, roll calls, and scholarship applications, some love to lord it over the students. Let it go, brother Feng. Don't stoop to his level. We still need to maintain a good relationship with him for things like leaves and scholarships, Hmph advised. Feng smiled. I came here to study, not to be bullied. Besides, my full scholarship for 4 years is secured. He can't touch me. Yang Jian got up from in front of his computer. Right, brother Feng, you're the provincial top scorer. What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to be arrogant again, just confront him. Feng shook his head and smiled. Let's not cause trouble. As long as he doesn't provoke me, it's all good. Feng went back to his desk, ready to change his shoes. Yang Jian sniffed, looking somewhat surprised. Brother Feng, why do you smell like a woman's perfume? It's faint, but definitely a woman's scent. Feng gave him a look, jokingly said, you dog-nosed or what, so sensitive. Hehe, I, the young master, have a talent for recognizing women by their scent, self-taught. Come on, spill the beans, where did you go this afternoon to tonight? Yang Jian came over, slinging his arm around Feng's shoulder, full of gossip. Where else? Went shopping with my girlfriend, walked around the night market, Feng casually replied. Girlfriend? Nice, brother Feng, you were eyeing the new campus Belle this morning, and now you've got a girlfriend, playing the field, huh? You've got my younger days vibe. Yang Jian chuckled. Feng laughed, retorting, can't you consider it's the same person? Yang Jian shook his head, laughing, new campus Belle? Come on, brother Feng, don't kid around, that's too much even for daydreaming. I'm off to shower. Continue with your daydreams, won't disturb your sweet dreams. Saying that, Yang Jian grabbed his clothes and went to the bathroom. Feng shrugged, not bothering with him, and logged on to handle company matters. 2 days after the enrollment, new students started their classes and prepared for the military training. Once the camouflage uniforms arrived, the training would begin. However, the class teacher, Song Kangguan, informed them that due to issues with the clothing factory, the uniforms hadn't been delivered on time and might take half a month. On the 3rd day of school, Feng received a call from Wang Tai, mentioning that they were unable to get 3 popular accessories recently, and customers were pressing hard. Their supplier also ran out of stock, which could lead to a significant loss of customers. Feng immediately took leave to go to the company. By noon, Feng arrived at the company and met with Wang Tai in the office at Novel Bin at. Wang Tai, what's the issue? Why can't we get the TNT2M64 graphics cards? And why can't we get Samsung 950 NF and High 128 memory either? Weren't we always getting stock from Kaihan Company? Feng asked, frowning. I called Kaihan Company, and they said the agency rights have changed. The provincial agents won't supply them, and they're out of stock too, Wang Tai replied helplessly. Feng's expression darkened, sensing something fishy. We can't afford to lose sales on these 3 accessories. If we don't have them but others do, we'll lose customers. Feng said gravely. This could trigger a supply crisis? Customer purchasing behavior is target-driven. For example, if someone wants to buy the TNT2 graphics card and you don't have it, they will look elsewhere. The expected revenue loss could be significant, especially since these 3 models are hot sellers, accounting for 15% to 20% of accessory sales. Losing this market share would mean less profit. Wang Tai, let's go to Diang together and ask Kaihan Company directly. Let's also check with Nan Kiao Company if they have these 3 accessories, Feng suggested after a moment of thought. They needed to understand the situation before planning further. Okay, brother Feng, I'll go with you, Wang Tai nodded. He was responsible for managing Feng Electronics business, and it was crucial for him to maintain good relationships with suppliers and make his presence known. Feng drove with Wang Tai to the Diank building. They met with Kaihan Company's president, Lu Xinzi, in the office. After exchanging pleasantries in the meeting room, Feng got straight to the point. Manager Lu, weren't Samsung 95 NF and High 128 memory always supplied by your secondary agency? Why were the agency rights suddenly cancelled? Lu Xinzi sighed. Mr. Yi, it all happened so suddenly. The provincial level is quite aggressive now, changing agencies as they please. I've tried reaching out, but the decision has already been made, and there's nothing I can do. Losing these accessories is a big loss for me too. Feng pondered for a moment, then asked, do you know who took over the agency rights? It seems to be Shend Company, but I'm not entirely sure. I just heard it mentioned, Lu Xinzi shrugged. Hearing Shend Company, Feng's eyes narrowed. It was them causing trouble? Knock, knock. Just then, the secretary knocked and entered. Manager Lu, Shend Company's manager Pan and manager Yu have come to visit. Would you like to see them? Lu Xinzi was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected Shend Company to come over. Okay, I'll meet them, Lu Xinzi nodded. Hehe, Manager Lu, let's go together. Yi Feng smiled slightly. The group left the meeting room and saw Pan Qinfu and Yu Guangchun in the office. The latter two also noticed Yi Feng and Wang Tai following Lu Xinzi. Hehe, Mr. Yi, long time no see. Pan Qinfu stood up, his smile containing a hint of mockery. Yi Feng stared at him, calmly asking, I hear Manager Pan recently acquired the agency rights for 3 accessories. Hehe, Mr. Yi, you're well informed, Pan Qinfu admitted directly, not beating around the bush, even displaying a bit of pride. He had spent a significant amount of money and leveraged many relationships to finally secure the agency rights from the provincial distributor for the Guangxi market. This was a win-win for him, strengthening his market position and hitting Yi Feng. He had come over to negotiate terms with Lu Xinzi. As long as Lu Xinzi agreed to distance himself from Yi Feng, Pan could offer him favorable supply terms. And not just Lu Xinzi, other competitors in the Diank building could also be approached. As long as they were willing to distance themselves from Yi Feng, he could offer them more favorable prices. Business ultimately revolves around benefits. If they agreed, he could restrict Yi Feng's suppliers and essentially chokehold Yi Feng's business. All this was part of his plan? Yi Feng had only asked tentatively, not expecting Pan Qinfu to admit it so openly. Then congratulations are in order for Manager Pan, Yi Feng said calmly, though his heart sank. If Pan Qinfu secured more mainstream product agency rights, he could potentially control the supply. This was extremely dangerous. Ah, so Manager Pan and Mr. Yi know each other. Let's all sit down and have a chat. Lu Xinzi was somewhat surprised, but considering Yi Feng was a channel distributor, it was normal for him to know different agency companies. Hearing Yi Feng congratulate Pan Qinfu made him silently speculate about their relationship. Initially, he thought they were on good terms, but after sitting down and carefully observing their expressions, he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Manager Pan, what brings you here this time? Lu Xinzi distributed cigarettes to everyone. It's not so much a directive as it is coming to discuss cooperation with Manager Lu. Pan Qinfu lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring, his eyes glancing towards Yi Feng. His look implied that it wasn't appropriate for Yi Feng to be here. Lu Xinzi found himself in a difficult position but then said to Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, weren't you busy with something? Yi Feng could guess what they wanted to discuss. Using advantageous supply sources to privately make Lu Xinzi a tertiary agent for certain hot accessories. Like those 3 accessories. Perhaps, it also included other conditions from Pan Qinfu, such as restricting supplies to him. Indeed, I have other matters to attend to. You all go ahead, I have to leave now. Yi Feng didn't take a cigarette, stood up, and took his leave. Hehe, Mr. Yi, take care then, Pan Qinfu sneered. Yu Guangchun also laughed, watching Yi Feng and Wang Tai leave. After leaving Hmph company, Wang Tai immediately asked, Brother Feng, what do we do? I feel like Pan Qinfu came specifically for us. Remove the feeling, of course, it's also targeting us. Yi Feng's expression was grim. What do we do then? If Manager Lu agrees to cooperate with Pan Qinfu, our partnership with Hmph company might be in jeopardy. Wang Tai was worried. Yi Feng snorted, Hmph company doesn't have the capability to monopolize the market. Do they really think they can dictate the computer accessories market in Guangxi? Wang Tai, call the business manager we interface with at Hmph company and tell them that Feng Electronics will double the order volume for the original accessories. Also, hint that we're planning a big promotion and might need even more accessories. Let's secure Lu Xinzi first. The profit from a few accessories, compared to our order volume, isn't enough to sway him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tai clapped his hands. Great idea, Brother Feng. I'll call them as soon as I get back to the office. Yi Feng nodded, then after a moment of thought, said, Wang Tai, let's make a trip to Nanqiao Commerce. Bring 2 packs of good tea. Okay, Wang Tai agreed. They purchased 2 packs of premium tea before heading to Nanqiao Commerce. Feng Ziyi welcomed them in the tea room. Haha, Mr. Yi, what brings you to me today? Feng Ziyi asked with a smile, pouring tea for them at Novel Bin At. Manager Feng, I came specially to enjoy your tea and also to discuss that matter with you. How have you arranged it? Yi Feng asked calmly. Last time, Yi Feng gave Feng Ziyi an idea to dig a big pit for Hmph company. Over a month had passed, and Yi Feng had communicated with him several times, with the plan in progress. It's almost ready. I've contacted a friend from Hmph company. They'll soon issue a tender, and then, we'll participate in the bidding. Another company, Hmph company, is also ready, using a joint venture with our third company. KI has already arranged everything, and the plan can proceed soon. Feng Ziyi spoke confidently, as if everything was under his control. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt relieved. President Feng is indeed efficient, I can rest assured. Without Hmph company, President Feng's business is sure to reach new heights. Excitement flickered in Feng Ziyi's eyes, but he restrained himself, instead looking at Yi Feng. Compared to Mr. Yi, what's that? I've heard that your Feng Electronics now has 6 stores, probably earning over $1 million a month, right? Yi Feng sensed his indirect probing and shrugged. Hey, how could it be that much? It's just enough to sustain the company, not like President Feng with such a large business. Feng Ziyi took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Yi Feng and Wang Tai. Haha, don't be modest. Just the goods you purchase from me contribute to a net profit of more than 300,000 a month, right? You don't play poor. Yi Feng chuckled, accepting the cigarette without confirmation or denial. Wang Tai chimed in from the side, President Feng doesn't know how much we spend, hiring so many people. Monthly salaries and rent alone cost over 100,000, barely making any money. Feng Ziyi poured more tea, glanced at them, and said, actually, Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang, I'm quite optimistic about the development of Feng Electronics. If it weren't profitable, it wouldn't have grown so fast. I've heard that a lot of computer store repair businesses have shifted to you guys. That's a significant market with low costs and high profits. Actually, we could deepen our cooperation. Yi Feng asked without showing emotion. Oh, how does President Feng propose we deepen our cooperation? Feng Ziyi exhaled a smoke ring, staring at him. For instance, I could invest in your company. With additional capital, Feng Electronics could quickly seize the Guangxi market. Plus, I could increase supply on my end to ensure no worries about stock. It's a win-win. Since Yi Feng's rapid rise, Feng Ziyi had been contemplating a stake in the company. Watching Yi Feng earn so much money in the market had left him envious. He had wanted to discuss this issue with Yi Feng. If Yi Feng was willing to share a slice of the pie, all would be well. Otherwise, he might use Yi Feng's business model to enter the market. That would turn them from partners into competitors. He didn't want it to come to that, hence the proposal to invest. In his view, it was beneficial for both. Feng Ziyi couldn't stand being just a distributor. Watching Yi Feng's company flourish and rake in money made him covet a stable offline channel of his own to earn market money. Seeing Yi Feng pondering, Feng Ziyi's heart warmed, continuing to tempt. Think about it, Mr. Yi. If I were to invest, we'd be insiders from then on. I'd definitely give you the biggest discount when purchasing goods. It's all good. Wang Tai also looked towards Yi Feng, eager to see his reaction to Feng Ziyi's investment proposal. He believed Yi Feng had a clearer understanding of the company's benefits and drawbacks than he did. After a long contemplation, Yi Feng said, Manager Feng, your proposal is good, but this is a significant matter. Please allow me some time to consider. Yi Feng naturally understood Feng Ziyi's intentions. He simply wanted a piece of the market, especially a slice of Feng Electronics pie. How could he agree to something that involved his own interests? Moreover, he wasn't short of funds or cash flow at the moment, so why bring in Feng Ziyi's investment? Although he had no intention of agreeing, Yi Feng didn't plan to reject the proposal outright. Instead, he chose to keep his stance ambiguous, as he still needed to maintain a relationship with Feng Ziyi for supplies from Nanqiao Commerce. If supplies from Nanqiao Commerce were to stop, Feng Electronics would definitely face a supply crisis, with no goods to sell, or they would have to pay more to get goods from third-tier distributors, which would undoubtedly raise costs and reduce profits. Therefore, for the sake of profit, Yi Feng wouldn't easily sever ties with Feng Ziyi. However, since Feng Ziyi had set his sights on Feng Electronics, Yi Feng knew he had to be more cautious. Haha, indeed, this matter is very important. Mr. Yi, please consider it carefully. Cooperation between us is beneficial and harmless. By joining forces, we can grow stronger together. This is where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Feng Ziyi said warmly on the surface, but his heart cooled slightly. From Yi Feng's attitude, it was clear that convincing him wouldn't be easy. He knew he would have to come up with another plan in the future. At that moment, Lan Ki entered, carrying some pastries. Here, don't just drink tea. Have some pastries. I bought them on my way to the office this morning, from Zhenghuang Garden. Lan Ki smiled warmly, placing the pastries on the coffee table. Hehe, Secretary Lan didn't foresee our visit, did she? Your premonition is too strong. Yi Feng joked, knowing the pastries were probably intended for Feng Ziyi. Mr. Yi is joking. I don't have any premonition abilities. It's just a coincidence that I bought them, and you happened to visit. Please, have a taste, Lan Ki said with a laugh. All right, then we won't be polite. Yi Feng nodded, first passing the plate to Feng Ziyi, indicating for him to start. It was customary for the host to eat first before the guests could start. Feng Ziyi smiled, picked up a pastry, and then asked Lan Ki, how are things going with Xingcheng Company and Hmph Company? No issues with the plan, right? Manager Feng, everything is going smoothly. The tender announcement will be made tomorrow, and the bidding meeting can be held the day after, Lan Ki replied seriously. That's good. Keep an eye on it, and let's spread the word to encourage Xingcheng Company to invite more companies to bid. At that time, we will, using the name of Hmph Company, also participate in the bidding. Mr. Yi, will you be attending? Yi Feng smiled slightly. Yes, why not? I will represent Feng Electronics. Haha, that's good. If Shend Company knows you're involved, they'll probably try even harder. Feng Ziyi laughed heartily. Let's raise our cups, toasting with tea instead of wine, to wish our plan success. Feng Ziyi raised his cup in invitation. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and also raised his cup. The stage was set for the drama to unfold. That afternoon, in the office of Pan Chinfo at Shend Company, Pan Chinfo was in a good mood, watering his plants. The door opened, and Yu Guangchun walked in, laughing heartily. Manager Pan, good news. Pan Chinfo turned around, curious. Oh, what good news has got you so excited? Haha, our company just received a bidding invitation from Xingcheng Company. They're planning a major municipal project, needing 800 complete computer units, with a project budget of 5.1 million. 5.1 million. A big project. Yu Guangchun said excitedly. Securing this project would mean a profit of hundreds of thousands, at least, from a 20% margin. Just the thought of it was exhilarating, at novel bin at. Moreover, the importance of this project wasn't just about the money. Establishing a connection could lead to more opportunities for profit, representing potential income. Oh, Hmph company? What kind of company is that? Pan Chinfu suppressed his excitement, asking with curiosity. Don't worry, Manager Pan. I've checked, Hmph company mainly deals with office modernization, handling private factory and municipal projects with millions in scale. It's legitimate. And I just went to inquire with other peers, they've received invitations as well, Yu Guangchun said with a smile. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Pan Chinfu's face. Then this is a golden opportunity to make big money. We must seize it. Did you reply? We, Shend Company, will participate too. Manager Pan, I've already sent a response to their company email. They've also sent us the project brief for reference. I think, with our supply chain management and cost control, we have a chance to win. Yu Guangchun was full of fighting spirit. Pan Chinfu laughed happily. Haha, then let's go for it. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in, Pan Chinfu called out. The door opened, and Cai Tongming walked in. Seeing Yu Guangchun, he knew what Yu Guangchun had come to report. Manager Pan, are you aware of the bidding by Hmph company? Cai Tongming asked. Yes, just got the good news, Pan Chinfu nodded, looking at him. After a moment of thought, Cai Tongming said, Manager Pan, the documents they sent over also include other requirements, such as the deadline. If we win the bid, we need to have the goods ready and delivered within 5 days, and the list of complete machine configurations includes some products we don't have agency rights for, which could pose some risks. Pan Chinfu frowned slightly, thinking Cai Tongming was being too conservative. What are you suggesting? Cai Tongming said seriously, I think, we shouldn't participate in this bid. It's riskier than usual projects. Yu Guangchun, who had long been dissatisfied with Cai Tongming's cautious approach, sarcastically said, Old Cai, as far as I know, many of our peers have decided to bid. Are you saying we don't even have their capability? What's the big deal about 5 days? If we really put our minds to it, working non-stop for 48 hours to arrange and supply, we can definitely produce 800 computers. How hard could it be? We used to assemble thousands of computers in 3 days, remember. Besides, I've looked at the list. If we don't have it, do our peers or the market not have it? How big could the risk be? If worse comes to worst, we can source from other cities. His words directly countered Cai Tongming's argument, making a logical and compelling case. Cai Tongming's expression cooled. If the deadline could be extended to 2 weeks, or 10 days, I'd have no objection. But 5 days is just too short. There will still be risks. Yu Guangchun snorted. So you're saying we should just watch others make money? Isn't there always some risk in business? This is a 5.1 million project. If you're afraid of taking risks, you might as well go back to farming. Oh, wait, farming has risks too, with winds and rains, that's also a risk. Seeing the two argue, Pan Chinfu, not wanting to damage the harmony, made a decision. All right, I'll decide. Let's go for it. It's too good an opportunity to pass up for a little risk. Not worth giving up. I've decided we, Shend Company, will participate in the bid, and Yu Guangchun, you'll be in charge. Yu Guangchun's face lit up with joy, and then he smugly glanced at Cai Tongming. All right, we'll follow Manager Pan's lead. We'll do our best to win this project. 2 days later, at the Tenjiayun Hotel's conference room. This was the day Hmph Company held its public bidding, and over 30 people from 20 companies around the city attended. Please all bidding participants sign in, submit your bidding documents, and pay the bid security deposit, a president from Hmph Company announced to the crowd. Yi Feng, Wang Tai, along with Feng Ziyi and Lan Kai, were also present, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Brother Feng, do you think Shend Company's people will really come? We haven't seen them yet, could they back out at the last minute? Wang Tai whispered. Yi Feng smiled, don't worry, if they registered, they'll definitely come. Such a big piece of the pie, they surely want a slice. Money, it's always so tempting. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, 3 people walked in through the door, exactly Pan Chinfu, Yu Guangchun, and Cai Tongming. Pan Chinfu glanced around the room and spotted Yi Feng. Mr. Yi is also here to bid. Pan Chinfu greeted him with feigned politeness, his eyes showing disdain. Such a good opportunity to make money, I wouldn't want to miss it. President Pan is here too, right? Yi Feng replied calmly. You're right, who doesn't want to make money? Looks like we'll be competitors then, Mr. Yi. I won't hold back, Pan Chinfu said sarcastically. Let the best man win. Whether we can grab this project depends on the party issuing the bid. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter, President Pan, Yi Feng retorted without holding back. After speaking, Yi Feng led Wang Tai to register and submit their bid. Pan Chinfu's smile vanished, his expression turning gloomy. Kid, you're still too green to compete with me. Just you wait. President Pan, let's also submit our bid, Yu Guangchun said excitedly. He had spent 2 days meticulously preparing the bid, confident of their chances. All right, let's go, Pan Chinfu nodded and then led Cai Tongming to a seat near the front of the conference room. After all companies completed the bidding process, they took their seats. The representatives from Hmph Company and the notary institution sat at the front row of tables, started reviewing the bids in order, and began the bidding announcement. The announcement included the bid prices and any discount offers. Since this was a procurement for complete computer units, there wasn't much room for maneuvering. Sellers like Feng couldn't match the prices of second-level distributors like Hmph and Feng, making their overall project bids higher. Feng Electronics, bid price 5.06 million, no additional discounts. Hmph Company, bid price 4.8 million, with a 9.5% discount. Hmph Company, bid price 5.03 million, with a 9.5% discount and additional software services. Hmph smirked upon hearing the bidding president's prices. Feng Electronics bid winning? Ridiculous? Haha, Mr. Yi, you're wasting your time. This bid is practically in the bag. Yu Guangchun exclaimed. President Pan, it looks like we have a great chance, haha. Well done, Yu. If we win this project, you'll have made a significant contribution. There'll be a bonus for you, Hmph praised. Thank you, President Pan. Yu Guangchun gloated, casting a smug glance at Cai Tongming. Cai Tongming remained unfazed, paying no mind to Yu Guangchun, no need for arguments. Since Hmph had made his decision, he was just there to observe. I'm going to the restroom, Cai Tongming said coldly, standing up to leave. Yu Guangchun snorted softly, muttering, weirdo. Cai Tongming, with good hearing, caught his comment, his expression darkening further. He didn't respond, simply leaving the conference room. After using the restroom and washing his hands, Cai Tongming took out a pack of cigarettes, intending to smoke, only to find he'd left his lighter at the office. Searching himself, he couldn't find it. Just my luck. Cai Tongming chuckled bitterly, ready to leave. I've got a lighter. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Turning around, Cai Tongming saw it was Feng, who was smiling and offering him a lighter. Thanks, Mr. Yi, Cai Tongming grinned, accepting the lighter, lighting his cigarette, and then returning the lighter at novel bin at. Feng too took out a cigarette, lighting it for himself. President Cai, I might as well congratulate you in advance. Your bid price is really low, Feng said, exhaling a smoke ring, smiling. Cai Tongming shook his head with a smile, putting in a bid, the risk is quite high. It's almost not worth it, nothing to be happy about. Feng was taken aback, sensing the underlying meaning in his words. It seemed Cai Tongming was dissatisfied with Hmphu's decision to participate in the bidding. It appeared Hmph Company was not united. But, the Cai Tongming was indeed a sensible man, recognizing the risks involved. From previous interactions, Feng felt Cai Tongming was a cautious and meticulous person, a very capable management talent. After a brief encounter at a dinner, he was impressed. Hmph Company had indeed found a gem. Feng was intrigued, considering the possibility of poaching from Hmph Company. President Cai, this could be an opportunity to make money. I'm quite envious, just lack the capability, Feng shrugged, smiling. Cai Tongming eyed Feng, taking a drag on his cigarette. Mr. Yi jokes. At your young age, managing such a big business, it's not a lack of capability, just an unwillingness to submit a low bid. But for a smart person like you, why even bother participating in the bidding? Cai Tongming found the situation odd. Logically, Feng Electronics, without pricing their bid aggressively low, had no chance of winning. Given the cost structure, Feng Electronics couldn't compete with second-level distributors who had supply advantages and could offer lower prices. Such an obvious fact, how could someone as smart as Feng not see? Yet, Feng Electronics submitted a bid with such a high price? With so many companies competing, how could they possibly win? But why did Feng still submit a bid? That's where he sensed something was off. I'm just bored, trying my luck. Who knows, maybe I'll win. Feng replied ambiguously. Hehe, then it seems Mr. Yi's chances are slim, Cai Tongming said sincerely. But he failed to notice any disappointment in Feng's eyes. This made him suspect Feng was merely participating for the sake of appearance. Collusive bidding meant all participating companies agreed privately to cooperate, ensuring the winning company would offer certain benefits to the others, guaranteeing a 100% chance of winning the bid. Yes, it seems the chances are slim. Feng smiled, extinguished his cigarette, and then handed his business card to Cai Tongming. President Cai, here's my card. I really enjoyed our last drink together, and I hope we'll have the chance to do it again. Cai Tongming, taken aback, accepted the card, glanced at it, and pocketed it before handing out his own card. No problem, Mr. Yi, here's my card. Let's keep in touch. Cai Tongming vaguely sensed the goodwill Feng was extending, seemingly trying to win him over. He was moved but did not overtly respond to Feng's gesture. Sure, we'll keep in touch. Feng watched him, displaying a meaningful smile. The two sly foxes exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Feng turned and left the restroom, heading back to the conference room. Cai Tongming also extinguished his cigarette and followed him back. Upon his return, he saw that Hmph Company had finished reviewing the bids and was about to announce the winner. The atmosphere in the room was tense and expectant among the representatives from various companies. Hmph, confident in the low price he offered, was eager for the announcement. This bid was definitely going to Shen Company. After some discussion among the Xincheng Company representatives, the president stood up to announce, the winning company is Hmph Company? Congratulations. The representative from Hmph Company, a middle-aged man in a suit, rose with a look of joy, advancing to shake hands with the Xincheng Company president and others. How could it be them? Their bid was so high. Yu Guangchun stood up in shock, questioning. The Xincheng Company president calmly replied, Hmph Company offered computer software services valued at 300,000 yuan annually. Despite the higher bid price, we found this condition more suitable for our company. Pan Qinfu's expression darkened, not anticipating Hmph Company's emergence with such enticing additional conditions. After signing the contract with Hmph, the Xincheng Company representatives left, and other company representatives prepared to depart. Suddenly, the Hmph Company representative called out, haha, don't be disheartened, everyone. I plan to subcontract the entire project for 4.83 million, with no discount required from you. As for the software service, it was developed by our company previously and didn't cost much, haha. The audience then realized he was here to profit from the middle. Just by preparing a bid, he was set to earn 200,000 yuan easily. We're willing to take on the subcontract at the price of 4.83 million. Feng Ziyi was the first to speak up, eager to secure it at novel bin at. Zai Feng Electronics, am also willing. Although it's not much profit, it can be passed on to friends, Yi Feng said cheerily. We can take it too. Though we'll earn less, we're still interested. Quickly, many companies joined the fray, eager to take on the work. Pan Qinfu thought for a moment, considering the price lower than his bid, and decided it was feasible. Our Shen Company can also take it. President Liu of Hmph. You might not know, but we've recently secured exclusive rights to 3 hot-selling products, including the TNT2 graphics card, for Guangxi, Pan Qinfu announced. Lu Tai of Hmph Company, pleased, said, that's great, then. Let's discuss this in detail somewhere else. Pan Qinfu and Yu Guangchun were overjoyed, seeing a new opportunity unfolding. The other company representatives looked at him enviously, including Yi Feng. Hehe, congratulations, President Pan, Yi Feng said through clenched teeth, appearing visibly upset. Pan Qinfu, enjoying Yi Feng's frustration, felt triumphantly superior. With his advantage in supplies, he was indeed formidable. Mr. Yi, what do you have to compete with me? Pan Qinfu's face showed smugness as he taunted, hehe, Mr. Yi, sorry you made a wasted trip today, and spent 2 days for nothing. I feel a bit sorry for you. Yi Feng's expression was gloomy as he left in a huff. Seeing this, Pan Qinfu couldn't help but laugh aloud. Mr. Yi, take care now. Haha. Pan Qinfu watched Yi Feng leave in a dejected manner, feeling immensely satisfied, even more so than if he had secured the project. He vividly remembered how Yi Feng manipulated online public opinion to attack Shen Company, causing them to lose many channel partners and significantly harming their vitality. This time, they had finally managed to turn the tables. President Pan, that guy was overestimating himself, thinking he could take the project from us. He was dreaming. Yu Guangchun sneered. He's always been nothing but a jumping clown. Sooner or later, I will take him down, Pan Qinfu said through gritted teeth. Yu Guangchun nodded and said, not taking him down won't let us breathe out the anger from last time. But, President Pan, let's focus on securing this project first. If we do it well, we could earn millions. Let's go meet President Liu of Hmph, Pan Qinfu said, unable to hide his joy at novel bin at. At this moment, Cai Tongming suddenly spoke up, President Pan, President Yu, there are still matters to attend to at the company. I will go back first. Pan Qinfu waved his hand and said, go ahead, the rest of the work can be handled by me and old Yu. Cai Tongming felt Pan Qinfu's attitude towards him had cooled significantly, chilling his heart and leaving him somewhat disappointed. Then I'll head back first. With that, Cai Tongming turned and left without looking back. Pan Qinfu and Yu Guangchun arrived in front of Lu Tai, the president of Hmph Company. Haha, President Liu, thank you for your care. Pan Qinfu stepped forward and firmly shook his hand. Lu Tai laughed, it's mutual help. This is not the place to talk about business, let's go to the tea house in the hotel to discuss in detail. Haha, sure. No problem. Pan Qinfu laughed. The trio found a quiet tea house in Tenjiayun Hotel and sat down separately. Pan Qinfu took the initiative to offer cigarettes, complimenting Lu Tai, President Liu has such great ideas. I didn't expect you could find a way to win the project from the software services angle. Hehe, I just had a little insider information, Lu Tai said, pretending to be mysterious. Upon hearing this, Pan Qinfu guessed that Lu Tai must have communicated with the client beforehand. No wonder he was able to secure the project so easily. It seemed Lu Tai had deep connections with the client. He now viewed Lu Tai with even more importance. Haha, that's also thanks to your capability, President Liu. Pan Qinfu continued to flatter. Lu Tai exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. All right, don't praise me too much, or I'll fly to the heavens. Yu Guangchun was somewhat anxious and said, President Liu, shall we discuss the subcontracting contract first? Pan Qinfu glanced at him, surprised by Yu Guangchun's impatience, which could easily spoil the mood. Old Yu, go pour some tea for President Liu, what are you waiting for? Pan Qinfu chided. Yes, sorry about that, President Liu. Yu Guangchun quickly poured tea for Lu Tai, Lu Tai, puffing on his cigarette, then smiled and said, "All right, President Pan, President Yu, let's talk about business first." He then took out a laptop from his bag and said, "I've already prepared for the subcontracting. I've drafted the contract in advance, it's not complicated, have a look." Saying this, Lu Tai turned the laptop screen towards them. Pan Qinfu carefully read the contract 3 times. The subcontracting contract was indeed straightforward, clearly defining the responsibilities, rights, and obligations of both parties, using a common template. However, the contract specifically stipulated that all parts of the whole machine must be purchased according to the stipulated parts without replacement or change. Failure to comply would result in failing the acceptance test, constituting a breach of contract by the contractor. More than 5 days delay also constituted a breach of contract, and breaching the contract required paying 5 times the contract amount in damages. Pan Qinfu specifically checked the parts list, most were available in his company, and some, like chips and cases, were available from other companies in the industry and widely available on the market. It would definitely not be a problem to complete purchases within 1 or 2 days. President Lu, I've looked over the contract, and there's no problem, but, isn't the amount for the damages a bit much? Pan Qinfu hesitated to ask. Hey, President Pan, would your company, with such strong capabilities, really breach the contract on such a project? If you don't have confidence, I can give it to another company, Lu Tai said half jokingly, half threateningly, sipping his tea. Pan Qinfu hurriedly said, haha, President Lu, you jest. The main components in your parts list, the graphics cards, monitors, and memory, I am the exclusive agent for them. If I can't do it, no one else can. He was also telling Lu Tai that to complete the project, it would be impossible without going through him. So that's why I decided to find you from the start. Let's work together and make money together, Lu Tai laughed. Alright, since President Lu is so sincere, we can sign the contract now. I have both the official and personal seals with me. Pan Qinfu thought to quickly lock down the deal to avoid any further complications. Lu Tai nodded, then called the waiter to print the contract. After the contract was printed, both parties signed, stamped, and affixed their fingerprints in front of each other. A legally binding contract was thus successfully executed. President Lu, thank you for your trust. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Pan Qinfu was overjoyed and stood up to shake hands with Lu Tai. Of course, it's mutually beneficial. But, I still remind President Pan to try to complete the procurement missions according to the contract's stipulated time. If you can't deliver, I can't explain to the client, and I would also have to bear 5 times the damages, Lu Tai earnestly advised. Hey, no problem, you can rest assured. Procuring 800 computer systems will take no more than 3 days, I can deliver as promised within 4 days, Pan Qinfu confidently laughed. Lu Tai nodded, that's good then. As long as everything goes smoothly. Hey, is it already 12 o'clock? Hearing this, Pan Qinfu immediately understood his meaning and quickly said, Hey, President Lu, if you're not in a hurry to go back, let's have a meal together. After eating, I'll have old you accompany you to relax. There's a sauna and massage on the 4th floor of Tenjiayun Hotel, it's quite nice. Is that so? I haven't been there before. President Pan, you're quite experienced. Lu Tai appeared delighted. Pan Qinfu chuckled, feeling he had Lu Tai figured out and knew his preferences. Old you, what are you waiting for? Go reserve a table at the restaurant. We're heading there now. Pan Qinfu turned and glared at Yu Guangchun. Right, I'll go reserve now. Yu Guangchun, seeing the contract was finalized and nearly everything was settled, was overjoyed and hurried out to make the reservation. Pan Qinfu gestured with his hand, President Lu, please, let's go have a meal first. Later, I'll have old you personally arrange a membership for you on the 4th floor. You can pick whatever you like, hehe. He said this while grinning slyly. Knowing how to speak to different people was Pan Qinfu's forte, making the other party feel like you share similar interests, which could make the relationship easier to advance. Lu Tai also revealed a lecherous smile. Haha, I didn't expect President Pan to be a kindred spirit. He emphasized each word, hinting at other meanings. Of course, I also go a few times when I'm free, Pan Qinfu whispered. Haha, next time, let's go together. Lu Tai laughed happily. Pan Qinfu nodded repeatedly. No problem, President Lu, please, let's have a meal first, have a few drinks. 3 days later, at Shend. Pan Qinfu was leisurely drinking tea in his office. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Come in. Pan Qinfu put down his teacup and looked up to see Yu Guangchun rushing in with a somewhat anxious expression. President Pan, there's a problem with the procurement of project components. Pan Qinfu's brow furrowed slightly. What could possibly go wrong with something as simple as purchasing computer components? What's the problem, old you? Yu Guangchun wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied in a low voice, President Pan, the procurement department reported that all other computer components have been purchased, but there's a shortage of the CPU fans. How is that possible? Aren't those fans available everywhere? And there's plenty of stock, isn't there? We could also ask other companies to transfer some stock to us. How could there be a shortage? Pan Qinfu asked, puzzled. Yu Guangchun's face turned slightly grim as he replied, President Pan, according to the contract, the specific CPU fan is the 12 cm 4V model, not the 14 cm 5V or the older 12 cm 3V model. That model is an experimental version from Kyushu with limited production, so there's actually not much stock available on the market. The procurement department has checked the entire Diank building and only managed to order 45 units. We're far from the 800 units required. Pan Chinfu was stunned. How could this happen? Is the contract really specified like that? He had looked at the contract and specifically checked the parts list several times, confirming the Kyushu Wind God CPU fan. This brand of fan was actually a bestseller, and he thought it should not be out of stock. Yes, we were purchasing according to the contract specifications. Yu Guangchun quickly responded. Pan Chinfu abruptly stood up from his seat, quickly walked to his desk, and took out the subcontracting contract from the file cabinet to check again. Indeed, in the CPU fan column, it listed the Kyushu CPU fan model P12U4, and he vaguely remembered that this P12 fan model did have different versions, with the most common being the older P12U3 model. It was also noted to be the 4V model. It really was the 12 cm 4V model? Seeing this, he suddenly felt a jolt of panic. Damn, old you, why are you only telling me now? Pan Chinfu angrily tossed the contract aside and glared at him. Yu Guangchun lowered his head and weakly replied, "You instructed me to entertain President Liu of Hmph for 2 days. Today is the 3rd day. I only received the report from the procurement department after I returned." Pan Chinfu's face turned instantly dark. How could this happen? Did you check with all our counterparts in the entire Diank building? Did we ask all our distributors? Pan Chinfu asked urgently. I've called them one by one, and they do have many Kyushu fans, but they just don't have this particular model because its production volume was too low, Yu Guangchun replied. Pan Chinfu slumped into his chair, his face a mix of astonishment and blankness. President Pan, what do we do now? We have 2 days left, which means by the day after tomorrow, at the latest by 6 p.m., we need to deliver. Yu Guangchun asked anxiously. I'll call President Liu and ask if we can change to a different component. We can offer to upgrade to the latest model of Kyushu, which is more expensive, Pan Chinfu said grimly. He took out his phone and called Liu Tai. The moment the call connected, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Hey, President Liu, I wanted to ask you about that CPU fan. There's really no stock available on the market. Could we possibly switch to the 14 cm 5V model? That's the latest model, with better performance and higher speed. Change components? President Pan, that won't work. The client specifically wants that particular component. If you change components, how will it pass the inspection? Didn't we agree not to change components? A change would definitely fail the inspection, Liu Tai said seriously over the phone. President Liu, can't you negotiate a bit with the client? We can bear the cost ourselves, offer them the best. They would surely be happy. Could you please help speak to them? Pan Chinfu was very annoyed but still suppressed his anger and pleaded. No can do, I can't negotiate that. I'm busy with other things. Remember, you need to deliver by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Saying that, Liu Tai ended the call. Hello? President Liu, Pan Chinfu was cut off before he could finish speaking, unable to contain his anger any longer. Smash. He angrily threw his phone, shattering it. Damn it, that damned Liu Tai. Pan Chinfu cursed loudly. He had treated him well for 2 days, only to find that Liu Tai wouldn't even consider making a slight adjustment. What a waste. Such a heartless guy. Damn it. This was the first time Yu Guangchun saw Pan Chinfu so angry. Even when Pan Chinfu was furious in the past, he could control his emotions. Now, he seemed unable to do so at Novel Bin at. Probably, because the cost of breaching the contract was too frightening. 5 times the penalty fees amounted to more than 20 million yuan, an amount not just anyone could afford. Even selling Shend wouldn't cover the more than 20 million yuan. So, they absolutely could not breach the contract. President Pan, what do we do now? Yu Guangchun asked anxiously, having no solutions himself and relying on Pan Chinfu as the pillar. I'll continue to contact Liu Tai, and you, quickly find the source of the goods in the supply market, see which company is distributing this product. If there's stock in the market, it means someone has been supplying it. You must find it for me, no matter the cost, we need to purchase it. Including today, we only have 3 days left. Hurry, you must find out. Pan Chinfu instructed with red eyes. Yes, Yu Guangchun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Before leaving, Yu Guangchun hesitated for a moment, then asked, President Pan, why would Liu Tai refuse our offer to switch to the latest components? It seems there's no downside for the client. They use their budget to get better components, wouldn't that make them happier? Why do they insist on that particular component? Pan Chinfu frowned and asked, what are you trying to say? President Pan, do you think, could this be a trap? Yu Guangchun voiced his speculation and intuition. These words struck Pan Chinfu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely stunned. Could this be a trap? This thought emerged in his mind, and images from the past few days began to surface. The invitation. The bidding meeting attended by Feng Electronics. Feng's face with a slightly sinister smile. No, it can't be. It surely wasn't a trap? How could someone like Feng, just a small distributor, have the capability and power to do this? Xingcheng Company was a large enterprise with assets worth tens of millions. Pan Chinfu kept convincing himself in his mind, but his expression grew uglier, and his heart sank deeper. He could no longer tell if what he was saying was the truth or just self-deception. Because, deep down, he had a feeling. Yi Feng was somehow connected to this matter, but he couldn't understand or admit this baseless intuition. Pan Qinfu's mind was cluttered with thoughts, but he knew he had to act. Old you check the source of the goods first, and be quick about it. I'll go to Hmph company again and negotiate with Lu Tai in person. Now he had only two options, either convince Lu Tai to change the components or simply comply with the contract requirements. If they breached the contract, the consequences would be extremely severe. Okay, then I'll go check immediately. Yu Guangchun nodded gravely and left. Pan Qinfu sat in his chair, his face extremely grim. 2 days later, Pan Qinfu hadn't managed to persuade Lu Tai, but finally, there was some good news. They had found the source of the P12U4 supplies at Nankiao Commerce. Naturally, Pan Qinfu knew that Nankiao Commerce had always been a competitor, but in the face of this urgent crisis, he had to put aside his pride and seek help from Nankiao Commerce. That noon, Pan Qinfu, accompanied by Yu Guangchun, went to visit Nankiao Commerce. Upon arriving at the reception, they asked the receptionist, "Hello, beauty, we have an appointment with President Feng of Nankiao Commerce. Is he in the office?" "Oh, you're President Pan and President Yu from Shen Company, right?" the receptionist asked. "Yes." Pan Qinfu nodded. President Feng instructed that he's still busy in his office. He said when you arrive, please wait for him in the office lounge for a while, the receptionist replied. "All right, no problem, we can wait." Pan Qinfu's eyes flashed with unease, but now, under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. "Please follow me." Led by the receptionist, they came to the lounge outside Feng Ziyi's office. Pan Qinfu and Yu Guangchun sat on the sofa waiting, their expressions somewhat anxious. However, their every move was being watched clearly by the people inside the office. "Hehe, brother Yi, they really are in a hurry," Feng Ziyi smiled as he lowered the blinds. "Indeed, they should be worried. If they can't deliver by tomorrow afternoon at 6 p.m., we can send them a lawyer's letter immediately." Yi Feng flicked his cigarette ash. Feng Ziyi took another cigarette, lit it, and laughed. "The legal team and the lawyer's letter are ready. We'll send it tomorrow, and they'll receive the court summons the day after. This lawsuit could last 2 or 3 months, but they're bound to lose." Yi Feng nodded and said, "I'll leave the rest to you, President Feng." "Haha, no problem. The compensation from Shen Company is already a large sum. I reckon even selling Shen won't cover it. I must say, brother Yi, your strategy is quite venomous, but I like it." Feng Ziyi couldn't stop smiling. Yi Feng looked at Feng Ziyi and complimented, "That's also thanks to President Feng's strong support that the plan could be realized. It's worth spending a bit to take down Shen." Feng Ziyi smiled. Yi Feng gave him a deep look. Feng Ziyi had more influence than he had anticipated. Moreover, this man was extremely cunning and valued benefits highly. Dealing with such a person, one could only interact based on mutual benefits and not trust easily. Feng Ziyi continued smoking leisurely, not in a hurry to go out, planning to leave those two waiting outside a bit longer. After finishing his cigarette, he straightened his clothes, smiled at Yi Feng, and said, "I'll go deal with them for a bit. Brother Yi, please wait here." With that, Feng Ziyi opened the door and left the office. "Haha, President Pan, President Yu, sorry to keep you waiting." Feng Ziyi approached with a warm smile. Seeing Feng Ziyi, Pan Qinfu's displeasure instantly vanished as he stood up to shake hands warmly. "Not at all, President Feng, it's normal for you to be busy with work. We might have interrupted your work." All three wore smiles on their faces, like long-lost friends, as fake as could be. "Please have a seat." "President Pan, what brings you here this time?" Feng Ziyi asked, sitting in the host's seat. Pan Qinfu also sat down and got straight to the point. "President Feng, I heard your company distributes the Kyushu P12U4 fans." That's right, we do have those." Feng Ziyi squinted in response. Pan Qinfu was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "President Feng, I have a project that needs these fans, 800 sets of them. Do you have that many in stock?" "We do have them, but I'm not sure how many are left. Let me check." Saying so, Feng Ziyi pretended to make a call to Lan Ki. After a while, the call ended, and he looked regretfully. "I've checked. We do have those fans, but there are only a bit over 100 sets left in the warehouse, not 800. "What?" Pan Qinfu's face fell, clearly shocked. He hadn't expected that the good news would be followed by bad news. "Please, President Feng, help us out. Think of a way to allocate more stock. I'm willing to pay 3 times the price to buy from you." Pan Qinfu said through clenched teeth. "Well, I'll ask around and give you a call if there's any news." Feng Ziyi nonchalantly brushed it off at novel bin at. A while later, Lan Ki knocked and entered. "President Feng, you have an important meeting later." "Oh, I almost forgot." Feng Ziyi slapped his thigh, then turned his gaze to the two men. Pan Qinfu, being very understanding, stood up and said, "Since President Feng has other matters, we won't bother you any longer. I'll be waiting for your call." "No problem, I'll notify you the moment there's news," Feng Ziyi promised solemnly. "Lan Ki, could you see our guests out?" "Of course, President Feng. This way, please." Lan Ki promptly escorted the two men out. After they left, Yi Feng came out from the office, laughing. "President Feng, what an actor, giving them a sliver of hope and dragging them out for another day. Hehe, you flatter me, brother Yi." Feng Ziyi chuckled, then suggested, how about lunch together, brother Yi? We can have a few drinks. Yi Feng glanced at his watch and declined, I'm sorry, President Feng, but I have to go back to school. I've had to take leave every time I come out, and our advisor is starting to complain. Haha, alright then, we'll make plans another day. Feng Ziyi stood up, laughing. After a bit more casual conversation, Feng Ziyi personally saw Yi Feng off from the company. Yi Feng drove back to school. The next morning, just after waking up, Yi Feng received a call from Gu Muxi, who invited him to meet at the side gate and go for breakfast together. Yi Feng quickly got ready and then hurried out. It was 7 a.m., still very early, and the streets were almost empty, as most university students tended to sleep in until 8 or 9. However, Gu Muxi still maintained her high school habit of early to bed, early to rise, making Yi Feng's daily routine very regular with her as his human alarm clock. He arrived at the side gate, just in time to see Gu Muxi standing by the door, wearing a light blue suspender dress, her hair tied into 2 cute ponytails, her beautiful face even more youthful and pretty, drawing the occasional glance from passersby. She was looking around with a lollipop in her mouth, seemingly searching for someone. Yi Feng chuckled to himself, a plan forming in his mind to scare Gu Muxi. He sneaked through the bushes, came up behind her, and suddenly covered her eyes with his hands. Guess who I am? Before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, Gu Muxi grabbed his hands. Bang! Immediately, Yi Feng was thrown over Gu Muxi's shoulder with a heavy thud. Ouch! Gu Muxi, it's me. Yi Feng landed on the ground, crying out in pain. Gu Muxi was momentarily stunned, not expecting the sneak attacker to be Yi Feng. She covered her mouth in shock. Why was it Stinky Feng? This guy was actually trying to scare me? Hmph. But she still hurriedly helped Yi Feng up, feeling sorry for him. Stinky Feng, are you alright? Yi Feng took a sharp intake of breath, gave her a sideways glance, and said, you try falling on this hard concrete. Gu Muxi pouted. Who asked you to approach me from behind? It was just a reflex. I thought you were some pervert. Yi Feng. It seems better not to play such surprise games with Gu Muxi in the future, it's hazardous to one's health. However, from another perspective, probably no ordinary man could take advantage of her, she could easily take on 3 to 5 guys. In this way, she's pretty safe. Alright, I'll rub it for you, where does it hurt? Gu Muxi cooed, helping him rub his back. Her cooing voice was sweet, sticky, and crispy, making Yi Feng feel his bones almost melt. It hurts here. Yi Feng grabbed her hand and placed it on another spot. Here, let me rub it for you, and you're not allowed to be mad at me. Gu Muxi continued cooing. Rarely hearing Gu Muxi's cooing voice, Yi Feng was overjoyed. Gu Muxi's cooing is something no man could resist. And here, at novel bin at this spot, does it feel better? It's still not better, rub here too. Stinky Feng, your chest hurts too. Yeah, maybe your internal force has injured me, my chest hurts so much. Hurry up, little Zixi, if it comes down to it, I'll rub your chest someday. Gu Muxi. Thud. A loud head bump sound followed by a man's scream. 1 minute later. Cough cough, Gu Muxi, don't be mad, I was just joking. So, what do you want for breakfast? Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Yi Feng asked, holding Gu Muxi's hand and rubbing his forehead with the other. Gu Muxi pouted, pretending to be mad. I want to eat fried dough sticks, long fried dough sticks, and I also want to drink soy milk. Let me guess, is it the thick soy milk? Yi Feng smirked, winking suggestively. Yes, it's the thick soy milk. Gu Muxi raised her chin, acting arrogantly, but then she saw Yi Feng's lecherous smile and froze. Yikes, Stinky Feng, why are you smiling so lecherously? Yi Feng immediately put on a facade of dignity, saying sternly, what? Where? How could a gentleman like me be lecherous? Gu Muxi, you mustn't slander me. By the way, little Zixi, I have something to ask you. What is it? It's just that, actually, drinking soy milk at night is good for the body. Because after exercising, the body needs to replenish protein, which is perfect for people who exercise at night, like, for example, night running, Yi Feng explained with a mischievous smile. Gu Muxi showed a sudden realization, oh I see, you live and learn. But I don't exercise at night. Yi Feng held her hand, solemnly saying, you will, it's our future happiness. Huh? What? Gu Muxi was bewildered, her face innocent. You'll understand later. Let's go buy some food first, I'm hungry. Yi Feng quickly changed the subject, fearing if she caught on, he'd suffer a pinch to the soft flesh of his waist. Hand in hand, they went to the food street, close and intimate. The food street operates as a night market in the evening and doesn't waste the daytime either, serving as a morning market. Truly a case of one store paying 2 rents, landlords are making a fortune. Yi Feng bought her the long fried dough sticks and extra thick soy milk she wanted, and she munched on them as they continued to wander. Wow, so delicious. Gu Muxi ate with her cheeks bulging, her words muffled. Little Zixi, eat smaller bites, no one's competing with you, I'm afraid you'll choke, Yi Feng said, shaking his head and smiling. Don't worry, I won't choke, I still have soy milk. Gu Muxi boasted excitedly. After finishing a bite, she picked up another dough stick to continue. Other girls ate fried dough sticks delicately, nibbling bit by bit, but she just stuffed them into her mouth. Yi Feng watched her stuff the large dough stick into her mouth opening wide. He couldn't help but swallow. The future happiness is settled. Wow, Gu Muxi bit down hard. For some reason, Yi Feng felt a chill down his spine. How could he have a feeling of empathy? It's incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Hey, Stinky Feng, look, there's a chicken over there, its feathers are so cute. Gu Muxi suddenly exclaimed with delight. They saw a stall selling chicken rice flour next to a cage with 4 chickens inside, one of which had mostly white feathers with black and brown spots, giving it a bit of aesthetic appeal. Gu Muxi was thrilled and quickly ran over to crouch in front of the cage to admire it closely. The 4 chickens were startled by her and shrank back. Don't be afraid, little chicken, come here and let me pat your head. Gu Muxi cooed at the white-feathered chicken like soothing a child. Yi Feng, crouching beside her, couldn't help but nod in approval. This chicken does look quite distinctive. Right, I told you it's cute, didn't I? Look at its feathers, how beautiful, how pretty. Gu Muxi couldn't stop praising. Little Zixi, usually when we describe a chicken as beautiful and pretty, there's an idiom for it. Do you know what it is? Yi Feng asked seriously. What idiom? Gu Muxi was taken aback. It's chicken you so beautiful. What? Chicken you so beautiful? Is that really an idiom? I've never heard of it. Stinky Feng, are you making it up? Hehe, the new century demands new idioms, understand? Well, your idiom fits the situation. Chicken you so beautiful. Why are you humming now? This excited. Cough, seeing this chicken just made me unable to help myself. I'm just happy. Gu Muxi laughed too, saying, hey, what a coincidence, me too. Yi Feng was touched seeing her fondness for the chicken. Girls just can't resist cute animals. No matter, he could buy it for her to keep as a pet, as long as she liked it. Little Zixi, since this chicken is so cute, why don't we? He was interrupted by Gu Muxi before he could finish. Why don't we eat it? How about we stew it into chicken soup? It's so cute, its meat must be delicious. Saying this, Gu Muxi licked her lips. Yi Feng. Alright, Gu Muxi really isn't your average girl. Boss, please prepare this chicken for us, I want to eat chicken rice flour. Gu Muxi stood up and called out. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Gu Muxi sat in the shop, eating the chicken rice flour. Gu Muxi, I have to say, the chicken you picked is indeed a good chicken, really delicious. Of course Gu Muxi smiled proudly. Suddenly, she saw there was still a piece of chicken leg in Yi Feng's bowl and immediately drooled. Stinky Feng, she tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, cooing. What? Give me, let me eat your chicken. Pfft. Yi Feng, who had just taken a bite, spat it all out, covering the table. Gu Muxi glared, astonished. Stinky Feng, isn't that an overreaction? I just wanted to eat a couple pieces of your chicken, was such a big reaction necessary? Cough, little Zixi, let's talk about chicken and not bars, civilized you, me, him, ha. Yi Feng quickly wiped his mouth, then tidied up the table. Gu Muxi scratched her head, puzzled. Talk about chicken and bars, what's uncivilized about that? Really? Just remember it, come on, I'll give you the chicken pieces. I'm full, can't eat any more. Yi Feng transferred some chicken pieces into her bowl. Haha, thanks Stinky Feng. Gu Muxi happily pecked him on the cheek. Yi Feng chuckled, I'll give you 2 more pieces, how about another kiss? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, she spat, Hmph, dream on, I won't. Stinky Feng's skin is really getting thicker. Isn't he embarrassed? Right, his skin is probably too thick for even missiles to penetrate. Stinky Feng, I'm a bit thirsty, wait here for me. I'll go buy 2 bottles of drink. Do you want Jinlai? She stood up and asked. Wow, little Zixi is so proactive for once, then I'll have a bottle of Jinlai. Yi Feng laughed. Humph, I do have some pocket money, okay, I'll go buy it. You wait here for me, Gu Muxi said, bouncing out of the store. Yi Feng looked around the old store, finding such old Cantonese arcade stores quite charming. They were enduring, and the old clock covered in cobwebs, taped to the wall with transparent tape, the worn-out painting of the sun rising over mountains, and the tables and chairs shining with grease, checkerboard tiles. And yes, the flip-flops worn by the middle-aged owner, occasionally making a flapping sound as he walked. The entire ambience was a blast of old Canton nostalgia, making one feel familiar and nostalgic. Suddenly, Yi Feng noticed an empty spot in the corner, where a silver Walkman was placed on a chair. Who left their Walkman behind after eating? Yi Feng stood up, picked up the Walkman, and opened it to find a Sun Yanzi cassette inside. He looked around, only 3 tables of customers were left in the store. Just then, the middle-aged male owner happened to pass by, and Yi Feng said, Boss, it seems someone left their Walkman here. You keep it for now, in case they come back for it. The middle-aged owner, carrying a bucket of chicken soup, didn't turn his head. Okay, just leave it there for now. I can't hold it at the moment. Yi Feng shook his head, smiling, and was about to place it properly at the cashier. Classmate, hello, that seems to be my Walkman. Suddenly, a cheerful and clear female voice rang from behind. Yi Feng was startled, because the voice was too familiar. Like a lightning bolt, the voice struck his brain, numbing him. He couldn't believe it and turned around to see the girl behind him. The girl was wearing a floral dress, with shoulder-length hair, a butterfly headband on her head, oval face, and willow leaf eyebrows, carrying a bit of the demure grace of a southern girl. Seeing her was like a breath of spring air. When he saw the girl in front of him, his mind exploded, completely stunned, staring at her. The girl seemed to blush under his gaze, diverting her eyes, not daring to meet his, but still pouted. "CL classmate, that's my Walkman, could you return it to me?" Yi Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the storm inside him, then handed her the Walkman. "Here, your Walkman." The girl joyously accepted the Walkman, then gratefully said to Yi Feng, "Thank you, classmate. This Walkman is very important to me, it's a birthday gift from my dad. I'd be very sad if I lost it." "Really, thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." The girl extended her hand, laughing warmly. "Hello classmate, my name is Lu Yao, nice to meet you." Lu Yao. The two words circled in his mind, her voice repeating over and over. "Hello classmate, my name is Lu Yao." Lu Yao, his once wife, her appearance suddenly evoked countless memories in him. Yi Feng stared blankly, looking at her immaculate hand, then at her, instinctively wanting to reach out, but then hesitated and lowered his hand. His heart could no longer remain calm. Facing the woman he had deeply loved for 7 years, who betrayed him at the end of his life, his emotions were extremely complex and entangled. To say he could completely ignore it was impossible. Those 7 years of sweet marriage had many beautiful memories, deeply etched in his heart. The vows of love seemed still fresh in his ears, each embrace felt like owning the world, each passionate kiss was so fervent, every gaze into each other's eyes saw deep, bone-deep love. Some say, the depth of love once had equals the depth of hatred when betrayed. When Yi Feng saw her true face, those cold eyes, her aloof demeanor, his heart filled with hate, but more than that, pain, as if a sharp blade was wildly stirring in his heart. The 7 years of beauty seemed to become beautiful bubbles, those sweet images like bubbles, ultimately punctured by her cold gaze. He wanted to know, why did she change? When did she change? Yi Feng's mind raced with countless thoughts, emotions overwhelming him, his eyes reddened, tears shimmering. "Why did you change?" He stared at her, murmuring, his voice low and hoarse at novel bin at. "Ah, classmate, what did you say? I changed? Do you know me?" Lu Yao tilted her head, her face full of confusion. She felt the emotions of the male student in front of her were quite wrong. As if, he was deeply saddened, a sadness that tugged at the heartstrings. She suddenly felt the urge to lend him her shoulder to lean on. But reason told her not to do so. Still, she was puzzled. Why did this male classmate become like this upon seeing her? "Classmate, are you okay?" Lu Yao asked with concern. Yi Feng was startled, then coldly said, "I'm fine, you can go." It was time to let go. To completely let go. Once loved, once hated, but now, to each other, just strangers. And will only ever be strangers. Lu Yao, puzzled but still waved at him, saying goodbye. Okay, then classmate, I'll go first." With that, Lu Yao turned and left, her floral dress blending into the crowd on the street. Just then, Muxi, carrying 2 bottles of drinks, brushed past her. Muxi, bouncing joyfully, ran up to Yi Feng, sweetly said, "Here, Stinky Feng, your Jinlai. I asked for room temperature. I don't want you to drink something cold in the morning." Yi Feng forced a smile. "It's fine, room temperature is good. By the way, who was that just now? A classmate of yours?" Muxi turned to look in the direction of the street. She had seen Yi Feng talking to a girl when she came back. Yi Feng shrugged, smiling, "Don't know her, just a stranger." "Oh, I thought she was a classmate of yours. By the way, Stinky Feng, isn't military training starting tomorrow, Friday?" Muxi sat back down and asked with a smile. "Yes, military training in the scorching heat of late summer. I guess we'll be sunburned." Yi Feng laughed lightly. "I'm not worried, but you might get a few shades darker." Muxi glanced at him and said, "What, you have a problem if I get darker? Besides, I'll apply sunscreen all over every day." Yi Feng teased, with such strong sunlight, that might not work, you'll probably get tanned anyway." "Huh, no, I don't want to get darker, let's go buy sunscreen after we finish eating." Muxi puffed her cheeks. Yi Feng inwardly rejoiced, finding her appearance truly adorable. After finishing breakfast, the two went to buy sunscreen, purchasing 4 large bottles, 2 for each. Yi Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had never used so much sunscreen in his previous life. The two then strolled around the streets, and it was almost noon when Yi Feng returned to his dorm. As soon as he entered, he saw Yang Jian and Hmph battling it out in red alert. "Brother Feng, where did you go early in the morning? Did you go to exercise?" Yang Jian asked with a suggestive wiggle of his eyebrows. "What exercise? Do I look like that kind of person?" Yi Feng retorted with a look of righteousness. Yang Jian and Hmph nodded in unison. "Not seem like you are." Yi Feng, WLL. "Come on, what kind of look is that? I'm super straight, okay." Yi Feng joked, then went back to his desk. He turned to see Sun Tagang, who was deeply engrossed in the newspaper, and asked curiously, "Old Sun, since when do you like reading newspapers?" Sun Tagang scratched his head and replied, I'm looking for a part-time job. I want to do some part-time work in my free time, but the jobs advertised in the newspapers are all full-time. It seems no one is looking for part-time work." His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Yi Feng knew his family was not well off, and his college fees had been gathered by the villagers. He hadn't expected him to consider taking up a part-time job, to study and work at the same time. Not everyone has that kind of determination. Yi Feng felt a surge of compassion, but helping someone also requires tact, respecting the other person's dignity. Gang, if you're looking for a part-time job, why not come to my company? We're urgently in need of someone to do marketing operations. Could you help me promote our software online? Yi Feng smiled and asked. Feng, brother Feng, can I do it? Sun Gang appeared hesitant, lacking confidence. Yi Feng stood up, walked over, and patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, as long as you're willing to do it, you definitely can. I believe anyone willing to take action can make it, and so can you. Hearing this, Sun Gang was visibly moved, receiving a great deal of encouragement. Thank you, brother Feng, I understand. I'll work hard. Although, I don't yet know what marketing operations are, I'll learn well. Sun Gang said with determination. Yi Feng nodded approvingly and laughed, haha, that's the spirit. You should have courage and confidence. As long as we're alive, with enough courage, nothing can stop you. For your part-time job, I'll start you off with a salary of 200 yuan a month. If you show good results, I'll increase your salary. How does that sound? Sun Gang was shocked. What, 200 yuan? That's so much. 200 yuan was more than his monthly food expenses? He hadn't expected Yi Feng to be so generous and was extremely grateful. Work hard, that's nothing. There will be plenty of opportunities to make more money in the future. Yi Feng habitually made promises, laughing. It seems every boss likes to promise big, and it never fails. But Yi Feng was on the less extravagant side, he was more about practical action. That 200 yuan was about the living expenses of an ordinary college student. The cafeteria's vegetarian dishes cost 50 cents, small meat dishes 1 yuan, and big meat dishes 2.5 yuan. Eating frugally, one could be full for just 3 yuan per meal, with breakfast consisting of steamed buns or baozai, and only having proper meals for lunch and dinner, spending about 7 yuan a day, which rounds to about 200 yuan a month. Most ordinary students ate like this, and those who frequently dined out like Yi Feng were the rare exception. After all, the majority are those without money, and the wealthy are always the minority. Okay, thank you, brother Feng. Sun Gang excitedly shook Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng smiled. Alright, later I'll set you up with a computer and give you a work file. You just follow the file to learn, you'll pick it up quickly. Once the software officially launches, you can be a big help. Yes, I'll study hard. Sun Gang earnestly said. As they were talking, Yi Feng's phone rang. I'll take this call first. Yi Feng stepped into the hallway to see the call was from Feng Ziyi. Hello, Feng Ziyi, got any good news? Haha, brother Yi, you're indeed sharp. There is indeed good news. Hmph has started seeking negotiations with Hmph, willing to pay a sum to terminate the contract, but that's just wishful thinking on their part, wasting our plan. Feng Ziyi's laughter came through the phone. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed calmly. So, they're really desperate. Feng Ziyi, is the lawyer's letter prepared? Already prepared. It will be delivered to Hmph precisely at 6 p.m. I called to see if you wanted to come and witness it. Feng Ziyi laughed. No need, Feng Ziyi, I have class in the afternoon. I'll leave it to you, I trust you. Yi Feng declined. Going there would inevitably lead to a drinking session, where Feng Ziyi would likely bring up investing in Zifeng Electronics again. So, Yi Feng directly turned it down, not giving him the chance. Alright then, but make sure to come over for a drink when you're free. I haven't drunk with you for a while. Feng Ziyi said. No problem, we'll make plans when I'm free. After a bit more casual talk, they ended the call. On the other side, in the chairman's office of Nankiao Commerce, Feng Ziyi sat with a grim expression, toying with his phone. Ki, do you think Yi Feng doesn't want us to invest in his company? Feng Ziyi turned to look at Lan Ki standing beside him. Lan Ki hesitated for a moment before replying, maybe he hasn't decided yet. In theory, it's a win-win proposition. We provide the capital, and he captures the market. But if he values his equity highly, he might not be willing. I think, maybe we can't rush this. Feng Ziyi nodded. You make sense. Maybe he's just cautious about us. Our relationship might not have reached that level yet. Ki, send him some gifts later, and try to contact him more to build trust, Feng Ziyi instructed. Lan Ki smiled slightly and nodded. Understood. Feng Ziyi glanced at his watch and smiled. Arrange it so the letter is sent to Shend on time this afternoon. Then, tomorrow, Friday, notify Lutai to file a lawsuit against Shend for breach of contract at the court immediately. Lan Ki nodded. I'll arrange it right away. At 6 p.m., the atmosphere in Shend Company was tense, everyone's faces filled with anxiety. Yu Guangchun and Pan Qinfu sat with dark faces, silent. After 3 days of effort, they had still failed to resolve the last component issue. Hmph had refused any negotiation and issued a final notice. If they failed to complete the project, they would sue Shend Company for breach of contract. They would have to pay 5 times the project funds as a penalty. That was over 20 million yuan. Shend Company simply couldn't afford to pay. As the news spread within the company, people became restless. Just do what you need to do. You and I will handle the Hmph project. Pan Qinfu finally broke the silence. The other employees remained silent, but it was clear that the situation was very serious. Then, a group of lawyers dressed in black suits and wearing glasses entered Shend Company. Is this Pan Qinfu of Shend Company? We are from Junchinj Law Firm. I am Peng Zhongchang, and I am officially delivering this lawyer's letter on behalf of Hmph Company to you. Shend Company must take full responsibility for the project breach and compensate Hmph Company for all losses. Prepare for the lawsuit. Peng Zhongchang handed the lawyer's letter to Pan Qinfu, then turned and left. Pan Qinfu looked at the lawyer's letter, slumping into his chair, his face turning pale as death. It's over, everything's over, Shend is finished. He never imagined that after being so clever all his life, he would fall here today. A contract breach, a document with legal effect, this lawsuit was unwinnable. Pan Qinfu covered his face with his hands, tears finally breaking through his eyes. All employees watched him, silent, the company so quiet that only his sobbing could be heard. Humming a tune, in a very good mood, Chen Jiajia came out of the bathroom and asked with a smile, Zixi, why are you so happy today? Did you find money outside? Do I? Am I that happy? No, I don't think so. Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened as she denied it 3 times in a row. Chen Jiajia walked to her bed, leaned on the bunk above, and teased, deny it all you want, but your tail is almost wagging up to the sky. Is it because you went out with Feng today? Are you happy? Gu Muxi suddenly sat up from the bed, about to make an excuse, but knowing that any excuse would be feeble in front of Chen Jiajia, she admitted with flushed cheeks, yes, of course, I'm happy. Ew, feels like I just ate a big mouthful of dog food, Chen Jiajia joked. Ding Ying then curiously asked, Zixi, Jiajia said you and Feng have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together from primary school to university, don't you guys find each other too familiar? I haven't even spent that much time with my brother. After pondering for a moment, Gu Muxi replied, indeed, sometimes it feels too familiar, I'm even embarrassed to take off his clothes. Chen Jiajia? Sigma. At novel bin at. Ding Ying, Sigma, LLL. Suzyome exclaimed in astonishment, my god, Zixi, have you guys progressed to that step already? That's fast. Hearing the implication in their words, Gu Muxi felt her cheeks burning and glared at the 3. What are you thinking? Can't you keep some green thoughts in your minds? I meant last time he got drunk, and his clothes were all vomited on, it was me who took off his clothes. Oh, I see, the 3 of them said in unison, their expressions clearly not convinced. Hey, Zixi, we're all adults and college students here, we understand. Adults do adult things, hee hee. Suzyome giggled behind her hand. What adult things? What are you thinking about? Really? Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened to the root of her neck. Of course, making love, the 3 said in unison. Gu Muxi, oh, / Q? No, that's not it. Haha, alright, let's not tease you. But seriously, Zixi, what do you like about your boyfriend? What makes you like him so much? Ding Ying asked, curious since she hadn't seen what Feng looked like. Gu Muxi tapped her chin with one hand and said, there are so many good points. Huh. The 3 were bewildered. Cough cough, I mean, tall, a bit taller than most guys, a bit handsomer, and a bit richer? But whether it's his strengths or flaws, I like them all. Gu Muxi clarified. That's just a tall, rich, and handsome guy, isn't it? Ding Ying was amazed, imagining a stereotypical wealthy playboy, clad in Armani, wearing O'Connell leather shoes, puffing on a cigar, a gold watch on his wrist, exuding an aura of money. Is Gu Muxi into this type? Kind of, but not entirely, Gu Muxi giggled. Chen Jiajia covered her mouth and laughed, what tall, rich, and handsome. Feng was quite the trickster in high school, but he's a really good person. Zixi, aren't you worried he might be snatched away by someone else? I'm not worried at all, Gu Muxi stated confidently. Chen Jiajia teased, with your temperament, only Feng can tolerate you. Anyone else would have run away. I advise you, women should be gentle and soft, that's what men like. Gu Muxi paused, gentle? What does that even mean? Chen Jiajia. Cough cough, let's use the word ladylike instead. Understand? Speaking softly, moving gracefully, being demure around men. Try it, I bet Feng will definitely like you better when you're gentle. Chen Jiajia spoke with conviction. Really? Gu Muxi was skeptical. Trust me, I'm a woman who's watched 18 romance dramas. Chen Jiajia boasted like an expert. Should I try it tomorrow? Gu Muxi hesitated. Absolutely, you should show a more feminine side to Feng, make him irresistibly attracted to you. Chen Jiajia nodded seriously, don't worry, I'll guide you through it, no problem. Ah, guide? What kind of guide are you? Gu Muxi was startled. Chen Jiajia flicked her hair confidently, of course, the guide for the gentle lady plan. Then I want to be the assistant guide. Ding Ying excitedly raised her hand. If she's the assistant guide, I'll be the second assistant guide, or second guide for short. Don't worry, I'll guide you strictly, Suzyome said solemnly. Gu Muxi facepalmed, wondering how she got roped into another plan. Jiajia really was obsessed with planning, but what they said made some sense. Didn't the gentle heroines in dramas always end up the most popular? Chen Jiajia, hands on the railing, declared solemnly, Zixi, the gentle lady plan starts now. The next day, South China University of Science and Technology finally welcomed the first day of military training for new students. As expected, during military training, the sun was always scorching, and it would pour rain whenever it was time to rest. Facing the morning sun, over 2,000 freshmen gathered on the football field, all dressed in military camouflage, forming impressive squares, a magnificent sight. In Computer Science Class 1, Feng yawned, He had been busy finishing up the server for the 361 software until 1 a.m. and was woken up by the urgent assembly whistle at 6 a.m. Brother Feng, look at your dark circles. Take care of yourself. Pudgy expressed his concern. It's okay, I'm used to it, Feng laughed. How can you get used to that? It's easy to become kidney deficient. As the saying goes, a little pleasure is fine, too much hurts the body, and overdoing it leads to disaster. Yizhu said seriously. Feng. Damn, Yizhu, you're the one heading for disaster. Yang Jian came over, full of anticipation. Did you hear? Someone posted on the forum, the new campus Belle is from the architecture department, and she's majoring in architectural design. My god, the architecture school is mostly male, the new campus Belle being so pretty is like a sheep among wolves, surrounded by predators. Feng pulled a face, thinking to himself, it's not always clear who's the sheep and who's the wolf. Brother Feng, aren't you thinking of chasing the new campus Belle? Looks tough, Yang Jian sighed. Hey, quiet, the class advisor is coming. Yizhu quickly warned. The advisor for Class 1 was the Vice Professor of Computer Science, Song Kangguan. The advisor was usually stern and serious, his gaze especially intimidating, always with a stern face, earning him the nickname Black Demon King from the students, though they usually just called him Old Class. His presence immediately silenced the class. Leadership speeches at military training were inevitable, long, and tedious, droning on for over an hour. With the training officers' whistles blowing in unison, military training officially began. The first training exercise was to run 3 laps, which is 3 kilometers, with the entire class running together, not too fast or lagging behind, to foster a sense of team spirit. 3 kilometers wasn't long, but many were sprawled on the ground exhausted afterwards. Then there was a half-hour rest. Meanwhile, in Architecture Design Class 1, Muxi and Jiajia had just finished running. The latter was panting heavily, while Muxi seemed relaxed and effortless, not red or out of breath. Is it that tiring? Muxi laughed. Who thinks they're like you? Jiajia rolled her eyes at her. Suddenly, about 7 or 8 boys ran over. Classmate Gu, are you thirsty? Have some water. Drink mine. Mine is salty soda. It can replenish your salt. Drink mine is Jinlai. For a moment, a group of boys surrounded her, chattering non-stop. Then, Zhu Shanhai coughed. What's going on here? Break it up? Zhu Shanhai, sent by the student union to supervise order, was a senior. The new students, still somewhat in awe of seniors, dispersed. Zhu Shanhai walked up to Muxi, grinning. Classmate Gu, why not? Drink my salty soda instead, it's a new flavor. He pulled out the salty soda from behind. Surprise. The crowd. Everyone internally called him shameless. Muxi. No need, thank you, senior. You must be thirsty after running so long, come on, take it. Zhu Shanhai tried to grab Muxi's hand. Jiajia glared, thinking, bad move, don't reach out. The next moment, Muxi grabbed his arm, followed by a shoulder throw. Bang. Zhu Shanhai was slammed heavily onto the ground, the area suddenly silent. The crowd was dumbfounded, stunned. Holy cow, the goddess's moves are incredibly impressive. The crowd of new students beside her was still in a daze. They witnessed a senior being taken down with a single move, the explosive power, the seamless action, it was simply astonishing. Indeed, beautiful flowers always have thorns, and the ancients did not deceive me. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Muxi snorted coldly, touch me again, and I'll break your limbs. Zhu Shanhai. In an instant, he felt a chill down his spine, utterly terrified at novel bin at. This junior sister is too scary. Enduring the severe pain in his back, he quickly scrambled up from the ground and ran away in a sorry state. Muxi then satisfyingly clapped her hands, proudly smiling, aiming for just this kind of deterrence. Jiajia slapped her forehead, thinking to herself that indeed, high school scenes were replaying. Muxi disliked being touched by the opposite sex the most, especially her hands. Several people in high school did not believe it and were educated by Muxi afterward, making all the admirers dare not to frivolously reach out to her anymore. Of course, except for Feng, which is also why Feng often becomes the object of envy and hatred. Jiajia walked over to her, whispering, Zixi, you were a bit too harsh. I heard that Mr. Zhu has deep connections in the student council, aren't you afraid of getting sidelined? Afraid? Jiajia, what do you think? Muxi glanced at her. Okay, I was overthinking. Jiajia pulled a face, knowing Muxi's personality, whoever dared to provoke her, must be prepared to be crushed into pieces, physically. But, Zixi, you need to be mindful of your image, don't forget our plan. If Feng really sees this side of you, wouldn't our plan be ruined? Jiajia whispered persuasively. Oh, okay, I'll be more careful next time. Muxi adjusted her camo cap, solemnly said. Right, what was our plan again? Jiajia pondered for a long time before responding, I haven't really thought it through. Muxi. Hey, I've got it. Why don't you buy a bottle of drink and give it to Feng? With the weather being so hot, he would definitely like it. See, isn't my idea great? Jiajia laughed smugly. Muxi suddenly had 3 black lines on her forehead, isn't that obviously their idea? Is it? Well, who cares, as long as it works. Jiajia said loudly. After a half-hour break, each class began to practice drill training separately, such as standing at attention, at ease, turning, and marching, aiming for unity and coordination of the class collective. Muxi's class finished their training and disbanded quickly, and the 4 dormitory mates rushed to buy drinks. Muxi bought a salty soda and also got 2 popsicles, knowing that Feng also loved popsicles, he would surely be very happy. After buying their stuff, they returned to the football field, where 4 classes had not yet disbanded and were still doing drill training, including Feng's computer science class 1. The 4 sat on the steps in front of the class formations and waited. The moment Muxi appeared on the scene, it immediately caused a stir among the 4 classes. The sunlight shone on her beautiful face, her skin fair as jade, seeming to radiate light, and paired with the camouflage uniform, she was irresistibly charming. The freshmen from the 4 classes were stunned at first sight of her. Holy shit! This girl is so beautiful. I know. She's our new campus Belle. My god, she's too beautiful, exactly like the perfect goddess in my dreams. Move over, she's my goddess. What did you say? Buddy, draw your sword. Don't make noise, don't disturb me admiring the beauty. The freshmen were buzzing with discussions, but they were quickly scolded by their military training instructors, and a dozen or so were pulled out to do push-ups. Meanwhile, Feng was enduring the fierce sun, practicing his standing posture. Brother Feng, look, the goddess you're chasing is here. Yang Jian whispered to him. Feng slightly tilted his head and indeed saw Muxi. The 3 girls with her must be her roommates. He saw Muxi tearing open a wrapper and beginning to eat an popsicle, and couldn't help swallowing. Damn it, is Muxi showing off in front of me on purpose? Heartbreaking, utterly heartbreaking? Hihi, Brother Feng, the new campus Belle is indeed beautiful, much more so in person than in photos. You chase her with my support. Though the chance of you winning her over is only 0.1%, don't worry, I'll be your strategist, and the success rate will at least be 10% higher. Yang Jian laughed smugly. Feng, forget it, you might as well be a strategist for Hmph. At that moment, Feng's gaze met Muxi's, and they shared a smile. Muxi even deliberately stuck out her tender little tongue and licked the popsicle, seemingly teasing Feng on purpose. Yet, because of her casual action, many were left dumbfounded. My god, I'm so envious of that popsicle. A new student with a middle-parted fringe giggled. Ew, you're disgusting. A classmate next to him disdainfully glanced at him, then said, I'd rather be the stick in her hand. Hmph, aren't you the same kind of pervert? As they were talking, they suddenly saw Muxi smiling sweetly towards the direction of the troops, her cheeks adorned with cute dimples, her eyes curving into enchanting crescents. At that moment, the freshmen from the 4 classes became even more restless. Look, she seems to be smiling at me. Get lost? She's clearly smiling at me. Don't fight over it, I'll confess, it's actually me. From the initial buzzing discussions to the later noise like a marketplace, even the instructors couldn't suppress it. Someone in computer science class 1 even started whistling, getting restless. Yang Jian flicked his fringe, confidently said, Hey, it seems the new campus Belle is smiling at me. It's hard being handsome, this damn, indomitable charm of mine, and my inherent aura. Seeing Yang Jian so narcissistic, Hmph disdainfully glanced at him. Brother Jian, aren't you too shameless? Who else would be as vain as you? Everyone clearly looks at me, okay. Hmph chuckled. Hey, fatty, you are even more shameless than I am. Yang Jian sneered. Mutual, let's not talk about who. Hmph chuckled. Hmph turned his head to Feng and said, By the way, Brother Feng, aren't you going to pursue the new school beauty? Now might be a good opportunity. Later, when you pull up your pants, oh no, gather your courage to strike up a conversation, we'll be your wingman. Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, Wingman? Do I need wingman? Yang Jian leaned over, arrogantly saying, Of course, Brother Feng, you need a professional wingman, like me? I'm a professional wingman pilot, with at least 10 years of experience. Trust me, I'm a professional. He was speaking when suddenly 2 whistle sounds rang out. Whistle. That student, come out for a moment. The dark-skinned military training instructor glared at him and shouted. Instructor, me. Yang Jian pointed at himself with a dumbfounded face. Could his luck be this bad? Yes, you. Fall out, the instructor shouted loudly. The military training instructor in front of him was just a young man in his 20s, named Zhao Jun, with a stern face and extremely strict training. He had a muscular body, and no one dared to defy his orders. In other words, during the military training period, one must unconditionally obey the orders from superiors. Yang Jian slouched his face, reluctantly walked out of the formation. You talk a lot, huh? Seems like you still have plenty of energy. 100 push-ups, start immediately. Zhao Jun glared at him and shouted. Yes. Yang Jian chuckled bitterly and obediently started doing push-ups. With Yang Jian serving as a cautionary tale, the formation quickly fell silent again, not daring to speak, and stood at attention obediently. On the stands, Muxi was eating an old-fashioned popsicle, looking at Feng with a smile on her face. Eating ice cream while watching others train under the scorching sun gave her an inexplicably refreshing feeling. Hihi, Stinky Feng can only watch, can't eat, he must be dying of envy. Muxi chuckled. Chen Jiajia looked at the blazing sun above and then at the popsicle in Gu Muxi's hand, licking her lips and saying, Zixi, it's so sunny, the popsicle will melt soon, let me eat it. No way, no, I won't give it to you, this is for Stinky Feng. Gu Muxi protected the popsicle like guarding a treasure, outright refusing thrice. Chen Jiajia. Having a boyfriend means no more besties? It hurts, it really hurts. Alright, I know you cherish your man. Gu Muxi haughtily said, of course, he's my boyfriend, I naturally cherish him. Ding Ying covered her mouth and chuckled, I know, in a physical sense. Not at all. Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened as she denied. Chen Jiajia reminded, hey, Zixi, don't forget our gentle and ladylike plan later. Okay, got it. Gu Muxi made an okay gesture, indicating understanding. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed before the instructors of the 4 classes finally announced dismissal. In class 1, Yang Jian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face pale. Yi Feng asked with a smile, are you okay? You try doing 100 consecutive push-ups? Of course, I'm not okay. Yang Jian rolled his eyes at him. Can you get up then? Aren't you hot? Yizhu asked in confusion. Yang Jian waved his hands weakly. I can't get up, I don't have any strength left. Look, the new school beauty seems to be coming over. Yizhu suddenly exclaimed. What? Where? Yang Jian sprang up from the ground at once. Indeed, the new school beauty was walking towards the direction of their class, holding a bottle of Jieduo Bao and an popsicle. Wow! The more than 50 people in class 1 suddenly started to cheer and jump for joy. The computer science major was already male-dominated, and at this moment, most had turned into beasts, staring intently at the approaching new school beauty. Holy shit! Who is she here for? It can't be for me, right? I'm so handsome. Pfft, you're just a cricket. Don't shout, in fact, she's here for me. Maybe she has secretly loved me for a long time. The crowd disdainfully said, dream on. The boys of class 1 were agitated, each subconsciously straightening their hair and clothes, wanting to present their best side in front of the new school beauty. Yizhu chuckled and suddenly stood tall and proud, looking spirited. She's looking over here. Is she looking at me, brother Feng? Yizhu, seeing the new school beauty's gaze directed their way, became excited to the point of jumping and grabbing the sleeve of Yi Feng next to him. Yi Feng. Yang Jian flipped his middle-parted hair, narcissistically saying, brother Feng, if the new school beauty falls for me, don't get excited, and don't blame me. I didn't want it. Who made me more handsome? Yi Feng slapped his forehead, lost for words. These two guys, their brains aren't normal. Look, she's coming over. Yizhu excitedly shouted, straightening his clothes. At this moment, the gaze of the freshmen from all 4 classes on the sports field fell on Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi's stunningly beautiful face bore a sweet smile, capable of melting hearts. Who is the new school beauty going to find? At this moment, a question simultaneously arose in everyone's mind. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Muxi walked towards Yi Feng. Classmate, hello, Yang Jian was about to go forward to shake hands but was directly ignored by Gu Muxi, leaving him frozen in place, awkwardly standing there. Then, he was swept by various disdainful glances. Yang Jian felt extremely embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Damn, how embarrassing! He turned his head and saw Gu Muxi walking straight up to Yi Feng, immediately dumbfounded. Holy shit! The new school beauty was actually here for brother Feng? The freshmen of class 1 were all stunned. Countless gazes suddenly converged on Yi Feng, filled with surprise, envy, and jealousy. Yizhu and Sun Tagang stood beside Yi Feng, dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Yizhu incredulously turned to look at Yi Feng, exclaiming in his heart, holy shit! When did brother Feng hook up with the new school beauty? What was even more unbelievable to him was the shy, demure demeanor of the new school beauty in front of Yi Feng. Gu Muxi, blushing, handed the Jieduo Bao to Yi Feng. Here, Stinky Feng, for you. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a mosquito's. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. What's up with Gu Muxi today? Okay, Zixi, are you okay? Gu Muxi gazed at him tenderly, whispering, I'm fine, not a problem at all. Also, here's the popsicle, eat it quickly, or it'll melt. Yi Feng felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Gu Muxi today seemed like a completely different person. However, their conversation shocked everyone around them, especially Yang Jian and Yizhu, both dumbstruck. Yang Jian ran back, came to Yi Feng's side, and asked, brother Feng, you guys, you know each other. More than know each other, I've told you before, she's my girlfriend, it's just that you didn't believe it. Yi Feng shrugged and laughed. What? Your girlfriend? Yang Jian and Yizhu almost shouted in unison, their voices spreading throughout the class at novel bin at. The other freshmen looked on with astonishment, many hearts shattered to pieces. Holy shit! The new school beauty has a boyfriend? She's taken? Oh my god! Heartbreaking? Following that, Yi Feng seemed to hear the sound of many glasses breaking. Was that an illusion? Yep, any problem. Yi Feng smiled. Yizhu looked at Gu Muxi in disbelief and asked for confirmation. School beauty, really? Gu Muxi smiled sweetly and replied, yes, he's my boyfriend. Yizhu immediately gave Yi Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, brother Feng, awesome. Yang Jian patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, admiring, brother Feng, impressive, I consider you the strongest. Sun Tagang looked at Yi Feng with admiration. To have such a beautiful girlfriend was truly enviable. Yi Feng glanced at the three of them and said, then aren't you going to greet her? The three laughed and shouted in unison, hello, sister-in-law. Hearing the three of them call her sister-in-law, Gu Muxi felt her cheeks heat up and merely hummed softly in acknowledgement of the title. Yi Feng smiled and introduced, Zixi, these three are my roommates, Yang Jian, Ke Yizhu, and Sun Tagang. Aside from Tagang, the other two are clowns. Gu Muxi covered her mouth with a laugh, greeting, hello, I'm Yi Feng's girlfriend, Gu Muxi. Please take good care of Yi Feng from now on. Sister-in-law, how could we possibly take care of Brother Feng? Usually, it's Brother Feng who takes care of us. Ke Yizhu scratched his head and politely said. Yang Jian nodded, saying, yeah, Brother Feng is our leader in Dorm 602. Brother Feng is my idol. Sun Tagang chuckled naively. Gu Muxi glanced at Yi Feng. Yo, I didn't see that coming. Stinky Feng, you've become a leader. Yi Feng chuckled. What did you think? They're all brothers. Gu Muxi rubbed her belly, pouting. Stinky Feng, I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. Yi Feng chuckled, took her hand, and then told the three friends, I won't be eating with you guys at noon. You handle it yourselves. Haha, no problem, Brother Feng, go accompany your girlfriend. We three will go to the food street to eat noodles. Yang Jian laughed and responded. Alright, then we're leaving. Saying this, Yi Feng led Gu Muxi by the hand, leaving under the watchful eyes of many. Ke Yizhu watched the two of them leave, revealing an ant-like smile. Brother Feng and sister-in-law are really sweet. I'm envious. It makes me want to be in a relationship too. Yang Jian patted his shoulder, laughing. Yizhu, don't you already have someone? Do I? How come I don't know? Ke Yizhu wondered. Yang Jian held up 5 fingers. What about the Miss Wu? Ke Yizhu. Ah, damn it. Brother Jian, I'm going to fight you. On the road, Gu Muxi linked arms with Yi Feng, not speaking, but occasionally giving him a gentle look and even blinking at him. This move, taught by Chen Jiajia, was a gentle and ladylike action called sending secret glances. Gu Muxi felt she executed the action perfectly, occasionally giving him a secret glance. Stinky Feng must think I've become very gentle now, right? Yi Feng ate the popsicle, but every time he saw that look in her eyes, he felt a bit hairy inside, an indescribable weirdness. Zixi, what's up with you? Got sand in your eyes? No. Then, why do you keep winking at me? Didn't you realize? It's a secret glance. Secret glance? What the heck is a secret glance? I'm sending you secret glances. You didn't notice? Really, such a fool. Yi Feng. Cough cough, really didn't see that. I thought you had sand in your eyes. Gu Muxi slapped her forehead, then glared at him, saying, so I was busy for nothing? You didn't notice, I've become gentle. Gentle? Does that word relate to you? Gu Muxi glanced at him. I'm not gentle? Stinky Feng, are you asking for a beating? Yi Feng suddenly felt a cold murderous aura envelop his body. Ow, it hurts, stop pinching me, you're gentle, gentle. You are the gentlest woman in the world. Gu Muxi then released the soft flesh around his waist, haughtily saying, that's more like it. Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. What's up with Gu Muxi today? Zixi, what do you want to eat today? Gu Muxi tapped her chin, pondering, eat pork knuckle. Oh no, I'll just eat vegetables. She actually wanted to eat meat, but remembering that gnawing on a knuckle wasn't ladylike, she opted for vegetables instead. Aren't you a carnivore? Why suddenly into veggies? Yi Feng was surprised. Gu Muxi, can't I change to a lighter diet? Hee, no problem, then I'll eat meat. Yi Feng laughed. The two walked ahead, followed by 3 sneaky figures. Damn, plan A seems to have gone awry, Chen Jiajia said seriously. Suzume nodded seriously, then asked after a moment, Jiajia, what is our plan A? Chen Jiajia collapsed. You don't know. Ding Ying, looking confused, said, actually, I don't know either. Chen Jiajia scratched her head, chuckling, okay, looks like I forgot to tell you. But no worries, let's inform Zixi to execute plan B. Saying this, Chen Jiajia took out her phone and sent a text to Gu Muxi. Suzume asked excitedly, are we finally executing plan B? But, what is plan B? Chen Jiajia, Plan B is the gentle and ladylike dining plan. Imagine, a man and a woman sitting together for a meal. The woman eats slowly and carefully, doesn't show her teeth when smiling, and often serves food to her partner, telling him to eat more. It not only shows the ladylike demeanor but also the care and consideration of the woman for the man. As long as Zixi earnestly implements the plan, showing her gentle side, she will definitely impress Yi Feng. Haha. Hearing this, Ding Ying nodded and gave a thumbs up, praising, not bad, not bad. Understood. I got it. Suzume exclaimed as if enlightened. Let's quickly follow. In the cafeteria, during mealtime, it was crowded everywhere. Yi Feng and Gu Muxi found a secluded corner to sit down. Zixi, wait here for me. I'll get you some food. I bought a lot of meal tickets. Yi Feng said dotingly. Okay. Gu Muxi nodded. After Yi Feng left, Gu Muxi secretly took out her phone to check the text from Chen Jiajia. Really do this. Gu Muxi was stunned after reading the text. Forget it, today I must show my gentle side and impress Stinky Feng. After a while, Yi Feng came with 2 enamel bowls, covered with dishes on top and rice underneath. Food's here, for you, Yi Feng handed her one of the bowls, which was covered in all vegetables. Gu Muxi picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of vegetable leaf, and started chewing slowly. The taste of the greens today is really good. Yi Feng, isn't it the same flavor every day? How could there be any taste to notice? Yi Feng watched her take another small piece of vegetable leaf and continue to chew. Cough cough, Zixi, are you planning to eat all the leaves and leave the stems? Gu Muxi covered her mouth with a laugh, her tone gentle. No, it's just that people think it's better to chew slowly when eating. Yi Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But at your pace, we won't finish eating until it gets dark. Gu Muxi looked at the full bowl of food and felt it was true, chuckling. Then, you eat more. I eat very little. You consume more energy. Eat more. Saying this, Gu Muxi served him her vegetables. Okay. Yi Feng started to eat heartily. But every now and then, Gu Muxi would serve him vegetables, and soon, Yi Feng's bowl was piled up with greens. Cough cough, Zixi, actually, you don't need to serve me, you won't have any vegetables to eat. Serving vegetables to my boyfriend is the right thing to do, Gu Muxi said earnestly. She was seriously implementing the action plan. Yi Feng patted her head, puzzled. You don't have a fever, do you? What's with you today? Gone mad? Gu Muxi glared at him. You're the one who's gone mad. After blurting out, she realized her mistake and quickly added. Cough cough, no, I just wanted to make myself a little gentler today. Yi Feng shook his head, patted her head, and said affectionately, Zixi, you don't have to do this, you don't need to change yourself for me. Silly girl, because I like the way you were before. At novel bin at Gu Muxi stared at Yi Feng, touched by his words. Indeed, if I change myself, am I still myself? Then, she burst into laughter, her eyes forming cute crescents. Stinky Feng, you're right, she conceded. Seeing her return to her usual self, Yi Feng smiled. That's more like it. Let's eat. Okay. Saying this, Gu Muxi reached with her chopsticks to grab a big chicken leg from his bowl and started devouring it. Yi Feng could only smile wryly, finding this version of Gu Muxi the cutest. Meanwhile, Chen Jiajia and the others were staring at Gu Muxi, who was wolfing down her food, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Jiajia slapped her forehead, sighing. Plan B is officially declared a failure. Ding Ying, with an ant-like smile, foolishly said. Failed? Why do I feel like it was a success? Suzume nodded, sharing the same ant-like smile. Yeah, they're really sweet, I'm totally shipping them. After eating, the two took a walk under the shade of trees on the campus paths during lunch break. Gu Muxi, hands behind her back and stepping lightly on the dappled light on the ground, in her army green camouflage outfit, was like a carefree bird. She turned her head, walking backward as she looked at Yi Feng, sweetly saying, Stinky Feng, I feel like college is so free. There's no heavy academic pressure, not too many rules, and we can even use computers in the dorm. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Yes, college is quite relaxed. It's like stepping halfway into society. Naturally, it's a bit more free. She spun around, asking, lately, many seniors have invited me to join their clubs, like the street dance club, calligraphy club, painting club, photography club, journalism team, so many. Stinky Feng, which club do you want to join? Me? It doesn't matter to me. Joining clubs is just for extra credits. Yi Feng shrugged. Gu Muxi pouted. Stinky Feng, just pick one. Wherever you go, I'll go. The drama club seems nice. It's easy and relaxed, and with my Oscar-level acting skills, playing a leading role is no problem. Yi Feng stroked his fringe. Stop it, you, and acting. Gu Muxi covered her mouth and laughed. Don't believe me. Yi Feng suddenly pulled her into his arms, then displayed a bizarre smile on his face. Gu Muxi was startled. What kind of smile is that? Didn't you realize? This smile contains 3 parts aloofness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. Gu Muxi, equals W equals. Who can even tell that? Yi Feng chuckled dryly, then immediately became stern, lowering his voice. Woman, you dare to resist me. Good, you've successfully caught my attention. Pfft. At novel bin at. Gu Muxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. My god, what kind of line is that? That killed me. Yi Feng kept a straight face, continuing. Tell me, do you want cash or a check? Anyway, love, I definitely can't give. Then give me the cash. Gu Muxi played along, reaching out her hand. Yi Feng was speechless. Pfft. Haha, Zixi, you're too funny. If you respond like that, there's no next scene, even a domineering CEO would die of anger. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes. Isn't that how it should be? Yi Feng thought for a moment, then suddenly said, hey, there's one more line. Woman, don't move, or I can't guarantee what will happen. Gu Muxi struggled in his arms, haughtily saying, just move, what can you do? Yi Feng smiled slightly, hugged her, and kissed her lips. Gu Muxi was startled by the sudden kiss, her eyes wide open, her body instantly stiffened. The breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and it was very quiet around, with only the two of them embraced on the patchy light and shadow path. At this moment, it was as if a beautiful painting. At the distant crossroad, Chen Jiajia and the others were the only witnesses, and they too were stunned at this moment. Wow, such a beautiful scene. Ding Ying smiled foolishly. Sweet love is like the scent of spring. Suzume revealed an ant-like smile. Chen Jiajia laughed silently. It seems, indeed, no need for any gentle and ladylike plan. Half an hour later, Yi Feng returned to the dormitory in a good mood, only to see them gathered around Yang Jian's computer. What are you three doing? Secretly watching movies. Yi Feng approached, curious. All three turned their heads. Who seriously said, "It's over, brother Feng, you're in big trouble." "Me? What trouble am I in?" Yi Feng asked in surprise. Yang Jian stood up, seriously saying, "Brother Feng, your thing with sister-in-law blew up the school forum, the guys there are calling for your head. Brother Feng, you've now become the public enemy of the entire school." Yi Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Is it that exaggerated? Let me see." He leaned over the computer, and instantly froze. Breaking news, the new school beauty is taken. My goddess? Let's dox her boyfriend, I want to kill him. Where's the goddess boyfriend? Draw your swords. Wuyu, don't let me see that guy. Damn it, I want to duel with him. Yi Feng chuckled dryly, the internet is too hostile. He hadn't expected Muxi's influence to be so big, this was drawing too much hate. But he didn't care much, as long as no one provoked him, he wouldn't provoke anyone. But if someone did provoke him, he'd annihilate their whole family. Don't worry, brother Feng, we've got your back. Yang Jian laughed. Yeah, if they dare to hit you, we'll be there cheering for you. Who said earnestly. Yi Feng. Thanks a lot then. As they were talking, suddenly the phone rang. Yi Feng took out his phone, a look of surprise flashing through his eyes. It was a call from the boss of Tencent, Ma Huitanged up previously. Yi Feng had met with the founder of Tencent, Ma Huitang, and the technical director, Zhang Haibei, at the White Swan Hotel in Guangxi. The two sides had initial negotiations about Yi Feng investing in Tencent. At that time, Yi Feng proposed an investment plan. He would invest 1 million yuan in Tencent for a 10% stake and participate in the operations of Tencent. They also discussed a bet agreement. In the bet agreement, if Yi Feng joined Tencent and achieved an annual revenue of more than 10 million yuan within a year, he could increase his stake to 51%. If the revenue target was not met, Yi Feng would have to invest an additional 5 million yuan without increasing his stake. At the time, Ma Huitang and Zhang Haibei were somewhat interested, but the proposal for changing the shareholding needed the agreement of other shareholders, including third-party investor shareholders, IDG Capital, China Telecom, and other co-founders. Now that Ma Huitang was calling, there must have been progress. Yi Feng's lips curved into a confident smile, as this year was Tencent's most challenging year. It seemed they were getting desperate. After the phone rang 3 times, Yi Feng calmly answered the call. "Hello, President Ma. Haha, Yi, I have some good news for you today." Ma Huitang's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, what good news?" Yi Feng feigned ignorance. After rounds of discussions with other shareholders, including Haibei and I, everyone has unanimously agreed to discuss your investment and shareholding. Everyone feels it's time to introduce new investors and capital, Ma Huitang said. That's good news, Yi Feng smiled. However, there are some details we need to discuss in a meeting, including the bet agreement. Do you have time to come to Shenzhen in the next 2 days? Set a time, and I will inform the other shareholders, Ma Huitang asked. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng replied, I'm only free on the weekends. Tomorrow is Saturday, I can be in Shenzhen by 9 a.m. My schedule is quite tight, does this time work for you, President Ma? Haha, that works. I also want to settle this matter for the company as soon as possible. Let's meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow then. I'll inform the other shareholders and book a meeting room. I'll send you the location by text later, Ma Huitang laughed. Alright, I'll wait for your message, Yi Feng smiled. After discussing the main issue, they chatted casually for a few minutes before hanging up. Yi Feng toyed with his phone, contemplating how to negotiate this investment and shareholding deal. He aimed to fully control Tencent, ultimately obtaining 100% of the shares. However, he knew this couldn't be rushed. The first step was to become a shareholder and gain some operational control. The second step was to fulfill the bet agreement to completely take over Tencent's personnel and operations department. The third step was to plan to acquire shares from the original shareholders. Yi Feng was ambitious about Tencent. The company would become a behemoth in the future, spanning from Tencent to investments in the entertainment industry, potentially forming a super business empire. Now was the best time to join Tencent. Once they solved their financial issues and found a profitable model, there would be no role for him. He had to seize this only great opportunity. Yi Feng thought rapidly, then picked up his phone to call Wang Tai. After a while, the call connected. Hey, Tai, are you free in the next 2 days? Brother Feng, it's the weekend, and I plan to go back to the company to deal with supplier issues. Brother Feng, is there something you need? Let those issues be for now, I'll have Ping and assist you. You're coming with me to Shenzhen for a couple of days. Ah, to Shenzhen? Brother Feng, what are we doing in Shenzhen? Ha, President Ma of Tencent just called me. Our investment is making progress. We have a meeting in Shenzhen tomorrow morning. I need you to organize a brief on our company's situation into a document and send it to me. Also, it's a chance for you to broaden your horizons and lend a hand. Wow, that's great. No problem, Brother Feng. Wang Tai had heard about Yi Feng's plan to invest in Tencent. He liked the QQ software operated by Tencent, despite its occasional crashes and disconnections. Alright, see you tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Tencent, Ma Huitang looked at the 4 co-founders and tapped on the table. You all know the situation. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Feng will be here in Shenzhen for the investment meeting. If you have anything to say, speak now. Tencent was founded by the five of us. I respect your opinions and thoughts. Zhang Haibei sat up straight on the sofa and said firmly, I agree with letting Feng invest. Though 1 million isn't much, they have technology and are about to operate the 361 PC Safety Manager software. If we join forces, we might find new revenue paths. The most important thing is the bet agreement. If he can't achieve the 10 million revenue, he will invest another 5 million, which can greatly solve our financial crisis and give us more time to explore profit models. If he fulfills the bet agreement, our company will have the capability to generate revenue, and we can quickly rise by expanding our user base. Overall, it's beneficial for the company. Tencent is our hard work. The company is facing operational difficulties now, and we can't even expand our servers. I don't want to see the company go bankrupt or be sold. The office fell silent, the other three remaining quiet. Ma Huitang didn't speak further, understanding that while the proposal benefited the company, it wasn't necessarily beneficial for the founding shareholders. Sometimes, company interests and personal interests aren't aligned. Feng's entry would inevitably dilute everyone's shares, affecting all shareholders' interests at novel bin at. Why are you all silent? Why am I the only one talking? Zhang Haibei showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Ma Huitang then said, I think Haibei is right. It's a critical moment for the company. We need to set aside personal interests for the greater good. Cheng Dan, old Su, I know you've worked hard for so long and are reluctant to let others meddle in company affairs. However, Feng is the only investor willing to invest directly. If we wait for our revenue like other capital firms, we can't overcome this hurdle. State your opinions. Cheng Dan, a young man wearing glasses with a lean face and under 30, the same age as Ma Huitang, responsible for administration and HR at Tencent, said, I agree with Haibei and President Ma. However, I want to express a concern. I don't want Feng to be involved in company operations. As an outsider, unfamiliar with the company, his actions might negatively impact us. There's a risk. Old Su Ye, with a neat and tidy hairstyle, responsible for customer relations and external affairs, said, Cheng Dan's concerns are valid. Introducing a new investor is necessary and needed. However, I oppose Feng's direct involvement in company affairs. With both expressing their opinions, Ma Huitang remained expressionless, understanding their reluctance to dilute their shares and lose control. Ma Huitang looked at the last partner, Old Zheng, as our coup. What do you think? Zheng Jing, the main person in charge of QQ's marketing and operations, with the greatest responsibility and power, said, Haibei makes sense. We need a new method, a new path, to quickly improve our revenue, a constant issue for us. Maybe Feng will bring a different approach. However, I agree with Cheng Dan and others. We shouldn't hastily involve him. At least he needs to familiarize himself with our business and technical situations before we evaluate his solutions. As the person responsible for operations for nearly 2 years, I've tried several profit models, none ideal. I feel guilty. After speaking, Zheng Jing sighed deeply, looking helpless. Ma Huitang waved his hand, this isn't a blame meeting. Let's not discuss this now. At least we've reached some consensus on introducing Feng's investment, which everyone agrees on. But the investment terms, including participation in company affairs and fulfilling the bet agreement, are unavoidable. Old Zheng is right. We can give Feng the space to participate in operations but also need to prevent new risks. I'll personally oversee this and take full responsibility. As for his initial 10% share quota, we've discussed it before. IDG and Telecom will each give up 1%, you guys give up 1%, and the remaining 4% will be diluted from my shares. If he fulfills the 10 million revenue bet agreement, we'll hold a shareholder meeting to discuss it further. After Ma Huitang declared his full responsibility, everyone showed surprise, seeing his determination to make this happen. Cheng Dan pondered for a moment and nodded, let's do as President Ma suggests. Although everyone present was a founder and partner, Ma Huitang had the decisive authority in the team. Others nodded in agreement. Ma Huitang finally smiled, good, let's prepare. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let's meet Feng. The next morning, in Shenzhen, at the Deep Bay Hotel. This hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in Shenzhen, known for its luxurious architecture and esteemed reputation in the city. Ma Huitang and his group of 5, along with a secretary, arrived at the hotel early and waited in the lobby. A little while later, at 8:30, 2 black Buick business sedans arrived at the hotel entrance almost simultaneously. 2 middle-aged men with slicked-back hair alighted from the cars, one wore gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, while the other was dressed in a casual jacket, slightly overweight, with a kind face. Ma Huitang and his group went up to greet them with smiles, saying, President Gong, President Sun, good morning. The man in the suit was Gong Hang, the vice president of IDG, attending the meeting on behalf of IDG. The other man in the jacket was named Sun Feng, the president of the investment division of the Telecommunications Corporation. Haha, you guys are really early. Has the person from Feng Company arrived yet? Gong Hang asked with a smile. Looking at the time, Ma Huitang replied, just called them, they'll be here soon. Sun Feng said with a smile, President Ma is really capable, securing new investments so quickly, congratulations. Although he was smiling, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He had been discontent with Ma Huitang for a while. If Ma Huitang failed to manage the company successfully, their investment of over $1 million would be completely wasted. Introducing new investors and capital was all well and good, but if it didn't solve the revenue dilemma, it wouldn't address the root problem. For investors who don't involve themselves in the daily operations, what matters most is the return on investment. If they could recoup their investment instead of losing it all, it would be a significant investment failure. Telecommunications and IDG had a joint investment. They shared the same view. Introducing new capital was acceptable, but the most fundamental issue was improving the company's profitability. Tencent had been established for nearly 2 years, with most of its funds spent on staffing and server expenses, yet a profitable model had yet to be discovered, and several attempts had failed. This situation led them to doubt Ma Huitang and his team's abilities deeply. Ma Huitang bowed slightly. Introducing new capital is urgent. As long as we get through this difficult time, the company will recover. Gong Fei's Hang just smiled non-committally. Sun Feng nodded, smiling. Let's hope so. By the way, I've looked at this investment and shareholding plan. Is Sai Feng Company really willing to sign the betting agreement? Yes, President Sun, they are quite sincere. Moreover, their company is also developing an internet product that seems to be a hit. It looks like they have the capability to meet the betting agreement, Ma Huitang replied. If they can achieve it, that would be great. I'm just worried it's all talk, hee. But it doesn't matter, we have to try something to know the result. Sun Feng shrugged and laughed. He didn't care much about the 1 million investment, it was minor to him. He hoped the new investor would increase Tencent's profitability, thus raising the value of their shares. That way, it would be easier to find someone to take over their shares later, ensuring the investment wouldn't be lost. As they were talking, a black Audi 100 sedan arrived at the hotel entrance. Everyone instinctively looked towards the entrance. 2 young men dressed in white shirts and black trousers got out of the car. The doorman took the keys to park the car, and the 2 young men quickly entered the hotel lobby. The young man leading, with a side-part hairstyle, handsome, and a confident smile on his face, wore a gleaming wristwatch. Seeing the newcomers, Ma Huitang's eyes lit up, and he quickly went forward to greet them with a laugh. Haha, welcome Yi Feng to Shenzhen. President Ma, sorry to have kept you waiting. I hope I'm not late. Yi Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Not at all, we've only just arrived ourselves. Ma Huitang reached out to shake hands firmly with Yi Feng. Then, Ma Huitang introduced Yi Feng to everyone. Yi Feng shook hands with them, getting to know each other. Sun Feng scrutinized Yi Feng closely, noting how young he appeared. Probably in his early 20s, although dressed maturely, his face still bore traces of youthfulness. What surprised him was that this young man showed no signs of nervousness, behaving and speaking in a very calm and mature manner. Such performance from a young man in his early 20s was truly unexpected. Haha, President Yi, I've heard that your computer business in Guangxi is booming. So young and yet so capable, truly admirable. This is what they call the new waves pushing the old waves. President Yi, your wave is quite something, Sun Feng praised. Yi Feng just smiled modestly. President Sun is joking. It's all thanks to the support of my seniors. I still have a lot to learn from seniors like President Sun and President Gong. Yi Feng's response was neither humble nor arrogant, showing respect by calling them seniors, which also helped to close the gap between them. Gong Fei's Hang appreciated Yi Feng's attitude. Haha, President Yi, you're too modest. We should all exchange and learn from each other. I'm also interested in the computer market. Let's find time to have a good chat. At novel bin at. His comment was merely polite. For IDG, a few million was considered a small business, and they weren't greatly interested. Sure, that sounds good, Yi Feng replied with a smile, not pursuing the topic further. This, in turn, increased Sun Feng's esteem for Yi Feng. Previously, when he encountered small company CEOs, they would flatter him endlessly, eager to discuss investment over drinks. Now, it was clear to him that President Yi was different, confident, a confidence stemming from real strength. Since President Yi is here, let's all head to the meeting room. Ma Huitang gestured for everyone to follow. They chatted and laughed on their way to the pre-booked meeting room. Ma Huitang took the head of the table, with Yi Feng and Wang Tai to his right, and the rest arranged to his left. Wang Tai, experiencing such a setup for the first time, was understandably nervous, his palms sweating. He whispered to Yi Feng, Brother Feng, do I need to do anything later? His voice trembled slightly. Yi Feng patted his shoulder, whispering back reassuringly, don't be so nervous. Just be ready to offer them cigarettes when you see the opportunity. Those 2 presidents smoke. Got it. Wang Tai took a deep breath, calming himself down. He didn't want to embarrass Yi Feng outside, knowing he needed to be stronger mentally. Yi Feng smiled. That's the spirit. Just treat it like a chat, you just listen in. Yi Feng deliberately brought Wang Tai along to give him some exposure, hoping it would make him more composed in future discussions. Zhaibei, distribute our proposal, and let Yi and everyone take a look at the details, Ma Huitang instructed. Zhang Zhaibei stood up and distributed a document to everyone. The meeting's agenda was to confirm the investment plan, detailing the investment amount, the time of fund entry, the betting agreement, and more comprehensive information about Tencent, including background, scale, major shareholders, team, employees, products, operations, etc. This detailed information was essential for investors to understand. Feng took over half an hour to carefully review the entire plan, which was mostly as expected. The financial statements and condition revealed that Tencent was spending more than it was earning, especially on human resources and server setup costs, with server maintenance alone costing 200,000 a month. No wonder QQ often crashed. Despite the high maintenance cost, it was relatively low given QQ's vast user base. These were indeed challenging times for Tencent. Feng had no issues with the investment amount and timing, able to complete the 1 million investment within a week. However, the terms of the betting agreement. One clause only granted Feng advisory rights, requiring approval from other Tencent partners for any suggestions. Feng frowned slightly. Didn't this minimize his operational involvement to the lowest possible level? Without direct control, achieving the 10 million revenue target for the betting agreement might face unexpected obstacles. Because he wouldn't be able to directly oversee the progression of work projects, which was also detrimental to his effort to gain internal power within Tencent. Ma Huiteng noticed Feng's expression and asked, "President Yi, what do you think of this proposal?" Feng placed the document on the table, stating indifferently, "Everything else might be fine, but this betting agreement won't work." "President Ma, is this the sincerity you're showing?" His words fell, and the room went silent. Everyone looked at him with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. No one expected Feng to suddenly take such a firm stance. Ma Huiteng was stunned as well. After a while, squinting at Feng, he asked calmly, "President Yi, do you find some aspects of the betting agreement unsuitable?" He felt a weight in his heart, sensing that Feng was not someone easily fooled, with deep and calculating thoughts. The meeting room fell silent. Feng knocked on the table, and the sound seemed to strike directly at everyone's hearts. "President Ma, the betting agreement states that I only have advisory rights to the company's affairs. That's not right. Why bother betting with me then? Does this betting agreement even serve a purpose?" Feng stared unwaveringly at Ma Huiteng, neither backing down in their gaze. The previously harmonious atmosphere in the meeting room cooled significantly. Sun Feng and Gong Fei's Hang exchanged glances, wisely choosing to remain silent. They were merely shareholders without the right to interfere in company affairs and did not intend to get involved, merely observing from the sidelines. However, Sun Feng found the young man before him interesting and bold. He could see that Feng's goal was clear: power, the authority to have a say within Tencent. In matters involving his own interests, this young man dared to break the delicate harmony, a boldness not possessed by just anyone, requiring significant courage and audacity. Then, Cheng Dan broke the silence, softly saying, "President Yi, we are concerned that as you are new, you might not be familiar with the company's affairs. Assigning you missions hastily might also trouble you and potentially impact the company's business." His words seemed considerate of Feng, but the underlying message was clear: "You're unfamiliar with the company, so it's better not to meddle in specific missions." Feng glanced at him, smiling. "President Cheng, do I seem like someone who's afraid of being troubled?" Though spoken with a smile, his reply effectively blocked Cheng Dan's argument, leaving him unable to respond whether in affirmation or denial. Cheng Dan found himself at a loss for words. Sun Feng chuckled, appreciating Feng's assertiveness. As an investor, Feng needed to show his strength. Ma Huiteng's expression darkened slightly, then he smiled, saying, "President Yi, I think once we've worked together for a while and you're familiar with the company, we can discuss how to achieve 10 million in revenue. That's also our goal. From now on, we're a team, and I'm certainly willing to let you take charge." Ma Huiteng's words implied reluctance to make concessions, suggesting that Feng sign the agreement first, then discuss the authority to participate in affairs later. This seemed to aim at holding Feng back, not easily granting him power. Feng smiled slightly. President Ma has a point. Hearing this, everyone relaxed slightly, their tension easing. "Then let's discuss the investment details later. I can take more time to understand your esteemed company," Feng said calmly. The room gasped in surprise. Everyone had thought Feng was about to compromise, but instead, he proposed postponing the investment or even suggested the possibility of not investing at all. And Feng's stance was very firm. Sun Feng was astonished, not expecting Feng to push to such an extreme. What confidence did he have? Feng pulled out a hard drive from his bag, placing it on the table, smiling. "This is my proposed profit model for QQ, but I can only set up and execute this plan myself. If I only have advisory power, I can't fully control the process, rendering this plan meaningless." After speaking, Feng packed away his things, glanced at everyone, shrugged, and said, "It seems today is not the right time for official business. However, it's been an honor to meet you all. If there's nothing else, I have company matters to attend to." His message was clear. He was ready to leave, leaving them to decide their next steps. President Feng. Zhang's Haibei, anxious, attempted to retain Feng, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Waiting another 2 months would break the company's financial chain. Sun Feng and Gong Fei's Hang were also incredibly surprised. Was this deal going to fall through? Was Ma Huiteng truly unwilling to delegate authority? Without someone stepping back, the negotiations indeed couldn't continue. As Feng was about to stand, Ma Huiteng, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Wait a moment, President Yi. No rush, no rush. I've been thinking, and you make a good point. I believe in your ability to create greater value for the company. I propose that President Yi serves as our vice president in charge of the operations department, partnering with old Zhang. What do you all think? Cheng Dan's expression darkened, saying nothing. Zhang Haibei nodded. I think it's feasible. Old Zhang knows the company's operations best. A partnership between President Feng and old Zhang couldn't be better. Zhang Jing, taken aback, then said, I'll follow President Ma's arrangement and do my best. At novel bin at. Sun Feng's eyes flashed with insight. Ma Huitang had made a concession and delegated authority? Yi Feng's extreme push and pull had succeeded. It seemed Tencent's financial situation was worse than reported, desperately needing new funds and profit-generating businesses. To keep the company afloat, Ma Huitang was willing to delegate authority. Since Ma Huitang had made concessions, it meant that hopes to change the profitability situation were now pinned on Yi Feng. They had seen the report on Feng Company. Apart from the computer business, Feng was also ready to fully promote a software called 361 Computer Security Manager, the only software in the industry currently using heuristic scanning technology, with a clear and promising profit model. Considering the 361 Computer Security Manager factor, if QQ and 361 Computer Security Manager were bundled together, it could bring hope to QQ. Thinking this, Sun Feng suddenly said, President Yi, you see, President Ma is quite sincere. I think it's time for Tencent to introduce some fresh blood and rejuvenate with new vitality. Sun Feng's comment was in Yi Feng's favor, also a gesture of goodwill towards him. Even Sun Feng said so. Ma Huitang, now with a warm smile, told Yi Feng, I'll have Haibei adjust the agreement right now. What do you think, President Yi? Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Feng, all eyes on him. Yi Feng grinned, President Ma's proposal is good. I'm honored to join Tencent and become part of the team. Ma Huitang laughed heartily, haha, we're even more honored to have President Yi's favor. I believe by working together, we can make QQ bigger and stronger. Wang Tai, witnessing the negotiation, was greatly enlightened, admiring Yi Feng even more. President Feng's negotiating skills were indeed high, very high. Afterward, Zhang Haibei went to adjust the betting agreement and the investment contract, then brought it back to Yi Feng for review. After checking several times, Yi Feng found no issues and agreed to sign on the spot. Ma Huitang and Yi Feng signed their names, stamped their seals, and exchanged the signed documents. With the signing complete, Ma Tang stood up, extending his hand, smiling, Thank you for your trust, President Yi. Here's to a pleasant and successful collaboration. Yi Feng stood up and shook his hand, responding with a smile, Thank you, President Ma. I look forward to your guidance. They smiled at each other, appearing very cordial, both satisfied with the cooperation. Beneath the harmonious and friendly exterior were countless schemes and calculations. With the cooperation agreement reached, Sun Feng was also pleased to see success. New investment would increase the company's valuation, and consequently, the value of shares, benefiting him. Haha, truly a cause for celebration. How about we go for a meal together later? Sun Feng suggested. Good, Haibei, could you make a reservation and order some dishes? Ma Huitang turned to Zhang Haibei. Sure thing, no problem. Zhang Haibei, in high spirits, grinned and then left the meeting room. After concluding official business, everyone sat down, and the waiter brought tea, leading to casual conversations among the group. Sun Feng took out a cigarette, feeling the urge to smoke. Wang Tai quickly stood up to offer cigarettes, saying, Here, sirs, now that we've finished discussing business, have a smoke. Sun Feng looked at Wang Tai appreciatively, thinking the young man was quite adept at handling things. President Yi's team is indeed filled with talented youths, haha, Sun Feng complimented. Instead of being modest, Yi Feng earnestly replied, Wang Tai has always been my right-hand man, with excellent capability and execution. Hearing this, Wang Tai felt secretly excited and proud to be acknowledged by both men. Gong Fei's Hang also accepted a cigarette from Wang Tai, saying, It's good to have capability, that's what brings achievements. The young man looks spirited and full of energy, very good. Everyone smoked, including Ma Huitang. In Yi Feng's memories, Ma Huitang was also a heavy smoker and drinker, never shying away from either. As they smoked, the conversation ranged over various topics, deliberately avoiding business matters. Yi Feng knew that discussing specific issues, especially the difficulties and problems within the company, was not something done in front of investors or shareholders at novel bin at. Talking about company issues in front of investors was downright foolish. So, Yi Feng also engaged in discussions on other topics, such as food and tourist destinations. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Haibei returned to announce that the private room and dishes were arranged, and the group headed to the hotel's second floor for lunch. Yi Feng truly enjoyed this meal, purely social, with some light drinking and no business talk, mainly because there were too many people. However, Sun Feng hinted a few times about meeting up with Yi Feng alone some other day, and Yi Feng readily agreed. After lunch, they exchanged contact information, and Yi Feng and Wang Tai prepared to leave. Wang Tai drove back, as Yi Feng had drunk quite a bit and needed to rest in the passenger seat. Hee, brother Feng, now that you're QQ's vice president, what's your plan moving forward? Wang Tai asked excitedly as he drove. Yi Feng, slightly squinting, replied, Of course, follow the plan. QQ has great potential for making money, they just haven't found the right approach in less than 2 years since their establishment. For instance, the QQ membership mentioned in the plan isn't just about providing conveniences like an internet cafe membership, which would only lead to complaints. Instead, it's about creating a system to add value for members, making QQ membership truly prestigious and fulfilling social needs for success. Wang Tai pondered, Brother Feng, does that mean tapping into users' potential needs? Yi Feng nodded, smiling, exactly. As long as there's a real demand, there's a market, and there's an opportunity to make money. Haha, I get it now. Wang Tai felt enlightened. By the time they returned to school, it was the afternoon. Yi Feng went straight to bed in the dormitory. He slept soundly until the next morning when he finally woke up. Instinctively, he checked his phone and found several missed calls from Muxi and her texts. The first text from Muxi read, Stinky Feng, why aren't you answering your phone? Hmph, I was thinking of going out this weekend. Forget it now. The second text read, hey, what's going on, Stinky Feng? I've called you several times. What are you doing? Really making me so angry. The third text read, I'm going to bed now, I'll deal with you tomorrow. The fourth text read, I can't sleep, Stinky Feng, I miss you. Reading Muxi's texts, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile sweetly. This girl, so stubborn even though she misses me. But, I hope she's not angry. Yi Feng got out of bed, looked around the dormitory, it was still early, and his roommates were asleep. After taking a cold shower to fully wake up, he was about to call Muxi but hesitated, not wanting to disturb her sleep. Unexpectedly, Muxi's call came in first. Surprised, Yi Feng immediately answered. Just as he put the phone to his ear, a roar came from the other end, Stinky Feng. You finally decided to answer my call? Where were you gallivanting last night? Yi Feng quickly moved the phone away to protect his eardrums. Hey, little Zixi, don't be angry. I had to go to Shenzhen yesterday for work, Yi Feng quickly explained. After hearing his explanation, Muxi calmed down. Fine, but remember to tell me next time, or else, you made me worry all night. Yi Feng felt warmth in his heart, coaxing, okay, I'll definitely tell you in advance next time. Today's Sunday, how about we go on a date? I promised to buy you some clothes last time, hee. Thinking about it, Yi Feng already imagined Muxi in a sailor outfit, transforming into a cute JK. That image was just too good. Slurp. He almost drooled. On the phone, hearing about going on a date, Muxi immediately cheered, yes. Let's meet under the dormitory in an hour? Haha. Then the call ended. On the other side, Muxi sprang up from her bed, her long and smooth legs flailing in the air. Chen Jiajia, applying makeup at the table and seeing her like this, laughed. Who was the one angry last night? Who said they were going to properly deal with someone the next day? How come, mentioning a date makes you so happy? Muxi's cheeks flushed. She pouted, did I say that last night? Chen Jiajia. Girls in love? Not only does it change IQ, but it also changes the thickness of their skin. What are you guys planning to do on your date? Chen Jiajia turned around, curious. Muxi was putting on her shoes and casually replied, of course, we're going shopping for clothes. Stinky Feng said he'd take me to buy some new outfits. Just, shopping for clothes? That's simple. Chen Jiajia looked skeptical. Muxi rolled her eyes, yes, it's that simple. What else could we do? You dummy, what kind of young couple only goes shopping for clothes on a date? What, are you going out with your parents? Chen Jiajia spoke seriously. Of course, it's about doing things that young men and women in love do. Ding Ying, who was helping, sat up from her bed, raising her hand. I know this one, eat, shop, watch movies. That's what couples should do. Answer, wrong. Chen Jiajia immediately denied. Wrong answer? Then what's the right answer? Ding Ying looked puzzled. Muxi was also confused. She and Yi Feng usually did only two things when going out, browsing and eating, nothing more. Lacking experience, she also didn't know the correct answer. Standing up, Chen Jiajia patted her chest. According to my study from 18 twisted romance dramas, if a guy invites a girl out and they don't do something serious, how can they live up to their youth? Eating, shopping, watching movies, those are just foreplays, and quite technically unskilled at that, hence widely used. The correct answer should be spending time in a closed space, being sweet and loving, like going to a dance hall for a date. Imagine, in the dim light of a dance hall, two people gently embracing, with soothing melodies in the ears, dancing rhythmically. How warm and sweet is that? A lot of female protagonists in twisted romance dramas have dance scenes with the male lead. After enough foreplay, then comes, doing what needs to be done. Hearing this, Ding Ying praised, what a great idea, Sister Jiajia truly is the love guide master of our dorm. Haha, thanks for the compliment, just the third best in the world. Chen Jiajia said smugly. Muxi, covering her mouth laughing, then, Master of Love, Miss Chen Jiajia, where's your boyfriend? Chen Jiajia's smile froze, at novel bin at. I wonder if my Prince Charming has even been born yet. What's his name? Bringing this up left Chen Jiajia with only a deep sense of grievance on her face. But Sixi, you listen to me this time. I guarantee it's foolproof, sure to skyrocket your relationship in one day. Chen Jiajia spoke earnestly. One day? Skyrocket. Muxi blinked in bewilderment. Chen Jiajia realized she might have used the wrong idiom, then corrected, cough cough, it could also be called one day, 1,000 miles. Anyway, it means to fuel the fire of your relationship. Gu Muxi, _ Jia, you're supposed to be a top university's brilliant student, what are these idioms? Ding Ying excitedly said, hey, Zixi, that's a minor issue, the point is, Sister Jia is right. I think a dance hall date is great, really great. See, even Ying thinks it's good. After dancing, you can find a nearby hotel, inn, whatever, there must be many around. Chen Jia snickered. Why go to a hotel? There are beds in the dormitory too, Gu Muxi said, puzzled. Chen Jia facepalmed, who said going to a hotel is just for sleeping. Two young lovers, can't they do what lovers do? Then, sparks fly, burning fiercely. Burn fiercely, that's youth. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed immediately, knowing what Chen Jia meant, then retorted, what are you talking about? I don't want that. Just the thought of it made her incredibly shy. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going out, she said and grabbed her clothes to dash to the bathroom. When she came back, she wore a white shirt and jeans, a style reminiscent of the 90s Hong Kong fashion. Wow, decided to wear new clothes today, Chen Jia teased. Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened, clothes are meant to be worn, why wouldn't I? After that, she sat down at her desk to start doing her makeup. Gu Muxi usually didn't wear makeup, finding it a bit troublesome, only doing so when going out with Feng. After spending nearly half an hour, she finished her makeup, stood up, and said, sisters, I'm off to have fun. Okay, Chen Jia made a gesture. Just as Gu Muxi was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, looked back to see everyone busy with their things, not paying her any attention. She sneakily walked back, opened the drawer, and put her ID card into her wallet. After placing it, she blushed and quickly fled. Downstairs of the female dormitory, Feng was already waiting at the entrance. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle, holding a heart-shaped box of chocolates, approached not far from Feng, looking like two guardian deities as the entering and exiting girls cast puzzled looks at them. Hey, buddy, waiting for your girlfriend. The young man, clearly bored, struck up a conversation with Feng. Yes, Feng responded. The young man came closer, proudly saying, I'm also waiting for my girlfriend, my future girlfriend. Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth, since when was there such a thing as a future girlfriend? At that moment, Gu Muxi appeared at the dormitory entrance. Look, my future girlfriend is coming. The young man was ecstatic, straightening his clothes. He watched Gu Muxi intently, his expression nervous. As he saw Gu Muxi walking towards him, his heart thumped wildly. Is today my lucky day? The young man stepped forward, offering the chocolates. Hi, Miss Gu, But Gu Muxi walked right past him, plunging into Feng's arms. Stinky Feng, good morning. Gu Muxi looked up, smiling sweetly. Thud. The young man stood frozen, watching Gu Muxi hug Feng. His heart shattered. Good morning, little Zixi. Feng affectionately patted her head. Let's go grab something to eat first, I'm starved, Gu Muxi said, clinging to Feng's arm, coquettishly. Sure, no problem, Feng nodded, then glanced at the young man. Buddy, this is my girlfriend, and she will be in the future too. With that, Feng and Gu Muxi turned and left. Watching their departing figures, the young man collapsed on the spot. Oh no. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, the young man sat on the ground for a long time, his expression dull. Then he stood up, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, saying, Hmph, will not give up. I will come back. To take you back by my own hands. Yes, to take back. Passing girls looked at him with eyes full of pity for the mentally challenged. This person, has his brain short-circuit? On the other side, Feng and Gu Muxi were in the food street, sitting at a roadside stall eating buns. Stinky Feng, is your vegetable bun tasty? Gu Muxi asked, looking up after finishing a char siu bun. If you want to eat, just say so. Here, you can eat this too. Feng smiled, stuffing a bun into her mouth. Gu Muxi took a big bite and said vaguely, it's really delicious. Feng teased, you're also a big pig's trotter, eating your own and still eyeing mine. I just want to eat your bun, any objections? Gu Muxi puffed out her chest and lifted her chin arrogantly. Feng glanced at her and said seriously, no objections, actually. I also want to eat your bun. I won't give it to you. Gu Muxi protected the meat bun on her table to prevent Feng from snatching it. Hehe, one day I will definitely be able to eat it. Feng licked his lips and smirked. Gu Muxi was stunned. Upon seeing his expression, she immediately said disdainfully, ew, Stinky Feng, what's with that sleazy expression? Too lewd. Sleazy? Me? No way. Feng's expression became serious, as he spoke righteously. Gu Muxi casually asked, are you full? Do you want to order some more? No, I just want to eat buns, 2 more. Feng laughed and then shouted to the owner, boss, 2 more meat buns, the big ones. Gu Muxi covered her mouth and laughed, don't be silly, aren't all buns the same size? Feng chuckled, not the same, some are slightly bigger than yours. There are buns bigger than mine. Gu Muxi was stunned, then followed his gaze and looked down. Stinky Feng, you're looking for death. Gu Muxi, don't be impulsive, impulse is the devil. Then I am the devil himself? Don't run. Gu Muxi, what do you want? Don't be like this. Stinky Feng, come here with your dog head. I don't want to, you bite me, huh? Ow. Damn, Gu Muxi, are you a dog? Let go. Woof woof woof. After leaving 2 rows of teeth marks on Yi Feng's hand, Gu Muxi finally let go, satisfied. At this moment, the owner brought over 2 meat buns. Here are your meat buns, I picked the biggest ones for you youngsters. Yi Feng took the buns, paid, and then held them up in front of Gu Muxi for comparison. Hey, they seem about the same size. Gu Muxi. Yi Feng immediately felt a cold and bone-chilling murderous aura coming. Run, run fast. Immediately, Yi Feng stood up and ran away. Stinky Feng, don't run. Hand over your life. An hour later. In Hmph Mall. Little Zixi, don't be mad, how about I treat you to an old-fashioned ice pop? Hmph, I don't want it. Then, how about 2? That's more like it. Yi Feng eventually mollified her with 2 old-fashioned ice pops. Watching Gu Muxi happily licking the ice pops, Yi Feng chuckled inwardly. Little Zixi is really easy to coax. Stinky Feng, what clothes did you say you wanted to buy for me? Gu Muxi asked after biting into an ice pop and finishing the first one. Hehe, you'll know when we get there, it's in Hmph Mall. Yi Feng said mysteriously. What kind of clothes, so secretive, could it be? It's not something indecent, is it? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she imagined the black lace nightwear and black stockings from TV dramas. No, that's too evil. I definitely don't want to wear that. Little Zixi, where did your mind wander off to? Of course, it's something you can wear out, don't worry, I promise you'll like it. Yi Feng said with a smile. Really? Then let's go. Gu Muxi said expectantly. Hey, you haven't finished yet, wait until you're done. Yi Feng said. Gu Muxi quickly finished the second ice pop in a few bites. Look, I'm done now. Yi Feng, Sigma. As they walked around Hmph Mall, Yi Feng led her to a store that sold imported clothing. The clothes I want to buy for you are inside. Yi Feng smiled. Where? Which one? Gu Muxi looked around, seeing the various styles of clothes on the shelves, she couldn't tell which one it was. At this moment, a saleswoman in a professional suit came up to them with a professional smile. Can I help you too? Please show us all, yes, all of your sailor suits. Yi Feng smiled. Okay, sir, please come this way. The saleswoman was taken aback, seeing the young man in front of her didn't seem like someone with a lot of money, yet spoke so grandly. But out of professional dedication, she decided to serve them well. The saleswoman led them to the sailor suit display area, where various styles and types of sailor suits were hanging in the window, including short skirts, ultra-short skirts, and even shorter than ultra-short skirts. Anyway, there were no long skirts. Yi Feng glanced around, quite satisfied, and said, not bad, not bad. Wow, such pretty clothes. Gu Muxi saw sailor suits in real life for the first time and was very surprised. Sir, madam, these are all the sailor suits in our store. All of them? The saleswoman emphasized. Yi Feng nodded, then turned to Gu Muxi and said, Little Zixi, I'll pick a few for you to try on. You're picking for me? Gu Muxi asked in astonishment. What, are you doubting your boyfriend's taste? Yi Feng smiled. Okay, then you pick, but I have to like it. Gu Muxi said arrogantly. Don't worry, the ones I pick, you'll definitely like. Yi Feng said seriously. With that, Yi Feng went to pick clothes, browsed around, and first picked a set with a white short-sleeved shirt and an ultra-short skirt. This combination would definitely look good on Gu Muxi. Here, Little Zixi, try this set first. Gu Muxi took the clothes and blushed, saying, Stinky Feng, isn't this skirt a bit short? Is it supposed to be this short? Yi Feng seriously coaxed, the clothes are a set, so the match is definitely not a problem. Since we're here, just go try it. Okay, then I'll try it. Gu Muxi blushed like an apple and nodded. She took the clothes to the changing room to change. Yi Feng dragged a chair over and sat in front of the changing room door, eagerly anticipating this moment. Little Zixi, hurry up and come out so I can have a look. After a long wait in anxious anticipation, the changing room door finally opened again. The next moment, Yi Feng's eyes widened in amazement. Damn, stunning, absolutely stunning. Gu Muxi in a sailor suit is her complete form. The saleswoman next to him was also amazed, her eyes wide. Gu Muxi's beautiful face was flushed with a shy blush, and she held the hem of her skirt, revealing the soft curves beneath. Those were the slender and fair legs that couldn't help but stir the imagination. This sailor suit perfectly showcased her tall and graceful figure, filled with the vitality of a young girl, captivating at first glance. Her eyes sparkled like flowing water, bewitching all who looked upon her. Feeling Yi Feng's gaze, she shyly adjusted a lock of hair behind her ear. Stinky Feng, do I look good?